Welcome to another episode of You Gonna Learn Today. On this episode, we're talking about the Black 14, exiled for protesting Mormon racism. Let's go. In October of 1969, 14 black student athletes were kicked off the University of Wyoming football team for simply requesting to participate in a peaceful protest during an upcoming game versus Brigham Young University. The protest was organized by the Black Student Alliance to protest the racist policies and practices of the Mormon Church. The 14 black players came up with the idea of wearing black armbands to show solidarity with the Black Student Alliance. But before they could participate, they were dismissed from the team by their white coach, Lloyd Eaton, even though the team was undefeated and 7 of the black 14 players were starters. Prior to being exiled, the 14 asked for a meeting with their coach to express their desire to show solidarity against racism. After listening for 10 minutes, Coach Eaton dismissed them from the team, saying in part, quote, "If you don't like the way we run things around here, then you better go play for Grambling or Morgan State," end quote. Coach Eaton went on to tell the 14 that their protest was stupid and they knew nothing of Mormonism, seemingly unaware that one of the 14 was raised Mormon. The governor, the board of trustees, and most of the faculty at the school backed Coach Eaton. The president of the university came out and stated that in Wyoming, football came before civil rights. Local and national media picked up the story, and support for the Black 14 poured in from all over the country. Sports Illustrated covered the story on November 3rd, 1969. The basis of the Black Student Alliance protest was racism in the Mormon Church, specifically the Mormon Church policy that barred any Black Mormon from serving in the priesthood.
Grace and peace, everybody. That was NBA Youngboy talking about he want to mess around with the Mormon Church. I want to talk a little bit about Black Power's war on Christianity. You hear me, Robin M? Black Power's war on Christianity. Because folk out here, Black Power. We got to talk about Black Power. We have to talk about racism. In light of spirituality. In light of Christianity. A lot of people at a war. Some people there's a lot of people you'll go around on TikTok, on social media, and they'll be like, why are black people still Christians? Why are black people still Christians? Don't you know that was given to us by the white man? The white man beat that into us. So there's some things that we're going to have to discuss because there's an inner and an outer war. I'm going to bring up Beyonce and someone satanic sign and sage and is African spirituality bad, or did missionaries demonize it? Where do we draw our truth from spirituality? From the white man? The white man tell you about the spirit realm. You didn't have a God. We would often hear, who we prayed to before they gave us Christianity? I was telling them in the back chat, listen, as soon as people want to introduce you to new thought on social media, and because of the suspicion and because of racism and so much that has went down in the name of superiority and spirituality, in the name of Christianity, that the war there's some merit to what some of these people are saying. I can't sit here and act like all of this stuff is crazy, but we got to have it together. That's why people would talk about the Church of Ethiopia. And matter of fact, I have to get into that too, because it's a little beef. Which was the first church? Of course, I'm going to ride with J. Rogers and the Ethiopian church was the first church. But there was another church that people talk about, a nation, should I say, that was considered a Christian nation at first. And if I'm going to be fair, I guess I'll put it all out there. What's that other nation? It wasn't Rome. It wasn't the Vatican. They weren't the first one to accept Christianity. So those folk are historically, they're off. C.J. Phillips, Elder, let me ask you a question. Do you need, in order to be a biblical Christian, listen to what I say right now, come on, boy, folk need to be thinking out here. In order to be a biblical Christian, do you need to know more now than grandmom and them knew most excellent? Oh, I'm asking this for a reason. Because when we bring this race in, when we bring the race thing in, there's some legitimate concerns. Let me just put it that way. There's some legitimate concerns. That's how come I said, let me bring some of this stuff up, and we're going to talk, we're going to discuss, and we're going to work our way through it, because Black folk need a certain apologetic to be on social media. We need apologetic in our preaching, in our teaching, in our witnessing. Now, when we see apologetics or apologia, it means just to speak in defense of something. Why you running around here, Van Harris? You a black man. Why you an elder in Christianity? That's a fair question. You come in the barbershop talking about you a pastor, talking about you an elder. That's a fair question. You don't know about Sir John Hawkins? Y'all don't know about the slave ship Jesus? Because they think everybody that's Christian is dumb. Y'all don't know no history. Everything Constantine and the white man. So not even holding down your own belief as a Christian. If you walk in a barbershop, if you walk anywhere right now, it's not popular to be a Christian. How can you boldly stand up in Walmart and say you're a Christian when you got black woke folk all around you that's ready to test you? They don't know some folk ready to get tested, though, because they've been dealing with social media talking about did they research? Oh, I researched it. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. I can prove you didn't. And then we start pressing them on primary sources, or we start pressing them on stuff they never even heard of. How can you have done research? But they want to be the teachers. They want to tell us and correct us because they saw a video and they heard young Pharaoh say something. They heard the Israelite captain say something. So now they want to test you. You want to test me on a picture that came 1,600 years after the belief? And you think you got a point? Let me just play. I got a couple of questions for y'all, though. And I think they're fair. I think they're fair.
The game, another episode of You Gonna Learn Today. On this episode, we're talking about the Black 14, exiled for protesting Mormon racism. Let's go. In October of 1969, 14 black student athletes were kicked off the University of Wyoming football team for simply requesting to participate in a peaceful protest during an upcoming game versus Brigham Young University. The protest was organized by the Black Student Alliance to protest the racist policies and practices of the Mormon Church. The 14 black players came up with the idea of wearing black armbands to show solidarity with the Black Student Alliance. But before they could participate, they were dismissed from the team by their white coach, Lloyd Eaton, even though the team was undefeated and 7 of the black 14 players were starters. Prior to being exiled, the 14 asked for a meeting with their coach to express their desire to show solidarity against racism. After listening for 10 minutes, Coach Eaton dismissed them from the team, saying in part, quote, "If you don't like the way we run things around here, then you better go play for Grambling or Morgan State," end quote. Coach Eaton went on to tell the 14 that their protest was stupid and they knew nothing of Mormonism, seemingly unaware that one of the 14 was raised Mormon. The governor, the board of trustees, and most of the faculty at the school backed Coach Eaton. The president of the university came out and stated that in Wyoming, football came before civil rights. Local and national media picked up the story, and support for the Black 14 poured in from all over the country. Sports Illustrated covered the story on November 3rd, 1969. The basis of the Black Student Alliance protest was racism in the Mormon Church, specifically the Mormon Church policy that barred any Black Mormon from serving in the priesthood. The game against Brigham Young University was chosen as the right moment to demonstrate because BYU is owned and operated by the Mormon Church. The NAACP filed a federal lawsuit against Wyoming University for a violation of civil rights. A judge in Wyoming threw the case out after a hearing, but without a trial. The case eventually went to trial, but the same judge ruled in favor of Wyoming University. Without the Black 14, the team lost the last 4 games of 1969 and all of its games except one in 1970. On December 6, 1970, Coach Eaton claimed that he was retiring, but many speculated that he was forced into that position after a lack of support and productivity. Wyoming football only had one winning season in the entire decade of the 1970s. The Black 14 went on to live productive lives. Many obtained a college degree, some went to the NFL, Some opened businesses. One became an executive at Ford. Another became a sports anchor and distinguished broadcaster. Several became teachers. In 1978, the Mormon Church claimed to have received divine revelations from God to open Mormon priesthood to African Americans. Now you know. Welcome to another episode of You Gonna Learn Today. On this episode, we're talking about the Black 14, exiled for protesting Mormon racism. Let's go. In October of 19...
Okay, maybe now y'all can hear me. Who does spirituality belong to? That's a question. In light of what y'all just heard, they got rid of the football players because they wanted to protest and they end up losing games. There's a lot of people that's out here saying basically, listen, we don't want your spirituality. And that's the sentiment, that's the attitude of a lot of black people. We don't want the white man's spirituality, and the white man's spirituality is Christianity and the Bible. Now, to answer this, there's many people that's claiming, listen, we're Israel, the book is our book, the book don't belong to the white man. How does this thing really work? Because in even discussing religion, racism, and spirituality is going to come up in America. Where's the elders? I'm looking for the elders in the Lord's church right now. Well, I'm dealing with reality. On social media, if you're talking spirituality, if you're talking religion, automatically race is going to come in now. So it's not like grandmama in them days. Hold on. It's not like grandmama in them days. Things are a little bit different. And because of this now, because I'm going to tie all of this stuff into Jay-Z and Beyonce, and are they gods? Are they slowly trying to introduce y'all in the church, and you Christians are bucking? Type one if you're a Christian and you love Jay-Z and you listen to Beyonce. Y'all gonna watch the Super Bowl. Only me and only person ain't gonna watch that Super Bowl tomorrow is me and Pastor J. We're the only two, but the rest of y'all gonna most of y'all in here watch the BET Awards. Y'all, you Sister Sylvia, you love Beyonce. You buy all of her albums. You've been following her Instagram and Blue Ivy growing up. All right, Rev C trying to join the leadless club. That's all right. He ain't talking about he ain't dealing with. Let me play some of these videos. Who won that Super Bowl tomorrow? Let me play some of these videos, and then I'm going to bring this color thing up, because color, and it bothers, the thing that scares me, it bothers a lot of black Christians to talk about race and God in the Bible. How can it? If you on social media, if you witness, if you do, how can it? Y'all, there's some people, I said I'm not going to say that. Not y'all in here, but somebody funny to me. The Super Bowl question on the table. But listen to this, y'all. And all I got to tell people, that's what they do on social media. Oh, you don't know? This is why they took out the book of Enoch. This is why they don't want you to read the book of Joshua. Now they don't know where the word of book of Joshua come from. They don't know enough. But they're going to give you this, and based off of the conspiracy, excuse me, based off of how these folk feel about white folk. And that's always coming up with spirituality right now. Look at Sister Duncan talking about the Eagles. All right, she's not saying for sure. You prophesying, sister? Who gonna win the Super Bowl? That's on the floor. But let me play some of this right here.
Introduced to Black people, so that even after slavery and we weren't slaves to the white man no more, we were still slaves to something. Christianity was introduced to Black people, so that even after slavery and we weren't slaves to the white man no more, we were still slaves to something. and that something would be God or the source. The way religion was introduced to us, it was like they made us believe that God is a man sitting on a cloud in the sky, like a human being. God is not a person. God is within you. God is all around you. You are God. And that's what a lot of Black people really don't understand. Like, you can even go to your Black elders and say, like, you are God, and they'll think it's like offensive to think that you are actually God, but you are definitely God. Like, so you're not really a slave to anything.
And these are the new teachers of spirituality. Red letter, you God. Red letter, does the Bible tell you you God? Rev C, does the Bible tell you you God? And these folk, white people, and these folk trying to keep that truth from you. God. Peace, God. I'm waiting for red letter response. Just say if I know. Well, let me stop bothering these people. Just say if you God, are you God? In John 10, Jesus started quoting that. When he started quoting and talking about, and does the scripture call you God? Are y'all gods? I'm trying to see something. Deuteronomy, I'm trying to see something.
Christianity was introduced to Black people so that even after slavery and we weren't slaves to the white man no more, we were still slaves to something. And that something would be God or the source. The way religion was introduced to us, it was like they made us believe that God is a man sitting on a cloud.
Are those pictures that came on the scene later on, is that how it was introduced to us? Rev C said, false here, false doctrine. Can't be a man and God at the same time. Uh-oh, wait a minute now. That ain't what Christianity. Let me stop Seminary Cove. I'm going to be quiet right now. Because we said God was manifested in the flesh. Who we talking about? Who we talking about? Bill Cosby? God was manifested. Who we talking about? Dr. Ben Farrakhan, Elijah Muhammad, or WD, or that other pale? Who we talking about? God was manifested in the flesh. I'm going to let it keep going, though, because we got some other things we're going to deal with. Are we gods and these people trying to keep it from us? And that's what's controlling, because everybody is saying Christianity was given a controller, and that's why you need to take off the shackles of Christianity so you can get your mind right. Come on, since that hypostatic union, we got to get these words. And we're most likely. What that mean? What that mean? Grace and peace, bro. Let me only Christ, only God to become man. All right now. All right. I said I'm watching these folk if they in that book. I'm watching these folk if they in that book. Do me a favor. Read it. Are you driving? Read that right there.
Yeah, I'm driving right now. I'll be home like the next 10 minutes.
He'll be home. And why all these social media theologians? Because everybody want to turn on the camera and start teaching religion and the depths of Nicaea and spirituality and burning sage and what we don't understand and what y'all don't know about history. Why all these social media theologians ain't got no degrees behind them? And I know a degree ain't everything, but show me that if this is what you do and you teach, show me you put some work in. Because I could tell if they really research, but everybody's saying do your research because they see the video. That ain't research. Videos can play part of it, but that ain't this ain't that. But they don't know it. What I found out, for people to believe you, we got to only do two things: resonate in them, give them goosebumps, because y'all like goosebumps is symbolic of truth. It's symbolic of God. Ooh, I was in church and I felt goosebumps. The whole time, the whole false movement. But that organ was jumping. That Hammond, when that organ get to jumping, that organist can give you goosebumps without the pastor, without the preaching. So we got to talk about feelings and how, does that necessarily mean that the right spirit is at work, Rome? That's a whole different thing. That's a whole different thing.
Hold on, Marine. What? Just not the organ. When that bass dropped, I'm at the Wu-Tang Clan getting the lessons.
Come on, that 808, that drum
concert.
Come on. But now, music and you people, are y'all more prone to music than the other people? Because remember, there's a doctrine out here. I hate to even say it. But one thing I say, I take a lot of videos down, and I don't tell people to share videos. A lot of y'all say we're the true spiritual people on the planet. I'm going to give y'all some original man doctrine. We're the true spiritual people on the planet. So how can them folk give us spirituality when we gave it to the world? Because black people want spiritual. That's something that's going on in the community. It's spoken about in the barbershop. They y'all don't want to confess it in the church, but in the Black Power movement teaches that black people are more spiritual than white people. We're talking about Black Power's war on Christianity because there is a war. Let me let it go. Fair use.
In the sky, like a human being. God is not a person. God is within you. God is all around you. You are God. And that's what a lot of Black people really don't understand. Like, you can even go to your Black elders and say, like, you are God, and they'll think it's like offensive to think that you are actually God, but you are definitely God. Like,
this is why I said apologetics is important. Are you gods? Alan Judah Autosale, are you God? And she did that, and she talked about racism and why Christianity was forced on us, and she introduced what some people call the New Age doctrine. Some people say it's New Age, but it ain't really New Age because it goes back to the garden, because what the serpent told Eve in that conversation, and how did that conversation go? God knows that in the day that you eat from your eyes will be open and you'll become God. So you God doctrine is an old doctrine. We think it started in the 80s, some people in the 60s, but it's an old doctrine. But we just call it New Age. Fair use.
And I'm bring with that too. We gotta, because folks use semantics. Well, in the Hebrew, it's Elohim, right? And weren't folk men called Elohim? But nah, what they call Yahweh. What is any man called Yahweh?
Listen to what he's saying right now, because in all actuality, who was one to introduce some people? Oh, Mike Heiser. How's Mike? How's Mike Heiser doing? Mike Heiser, shout out to him. Y'all remember him in this situation. But Michael Heiser, he's one of those to first introduce on social media and really get to explain it from the Hebrew, that Elohim and that term. When that term was used, when we start talking about God. Sarah called Abraham Lord. Have we not been prepared through teaching through Sunday school? Have we not been prepared, Van Harris, for what's going on right now? Oh, you don't know I deal with the Hebrew. I go back to the original language. Y'all don't know, because in Christianity, they ain't teaching y'all the depths of the truth. All they got to do is just what they've been hiding from you before they introduce something else. Are enough believers in here that can really walk this sister through and be like, nah, sister, you got this whole thing twisted. You got to go back to Genesis 3. You ain't introducing nothing new. Ain't nothing new under the wait a minute. You doing a lot of talking, fixing your head to go out and deceive. Because you just, I will start that with that makeup. And Enoch, when they get the beat in their face and lipstick, and they talk about the devil and who lied, and the whole time Enoch told them the fallen ones, the wicked one gave them makeup and taught them how to have abortions and gave them mirrors. Oh, that's why they hid it from you. Like, oh, come on, so you say that's why they hid it. Let's get into the whole thing right now. I fair use. We're going to keep going. We're going to keep going. This is Sylvia getting down to the basics of it. But I'm going to show you something. I'm going to give you some stuff, and you're going to say it's 5%, and you're going to say it's WD Ford. You're going to say it's Clarence 13X, but I'm going to show you something. Then you tell me, because this is all part of our spiritual conversation now. We wrestle not with flesh and blood. It's all Satan at work in all flesh. When we play into the race thing, nothing new. Selah. You see that at the end of the psalm. That means to stop and get your mind right. Think about what we just said. That's heavy right there. You heard, honestly, shout out to her. She said race is the finesse. Race ain't going nowhere. Race is so deep on the table right now. We got whole movement started reading race in the Bible, and the Bible says through one blood. What in the world is going on here? Y'all got to really explain this. And I'm going to give you some Farrakhan. I'm going to give you some Clarence 13X. And y'all tell me, because everything the devil say, a broken clock is right twice a day. Because I'm going to get into some stuff and I'm going to show y'all some stuff right now. All this is in light of white Jesus and Ron Dalton and Kyrie Irving and his apology and retracting the statement, and all of this stuff is going on right here. All of this stuff. Father, let me do fair use.
Like, so you're not really a slave to anything except yourself. You are the controller, but the way it was introduced to us, it's like you have a controller. He's up in the sky. That is who you serve. That is who you bow down to. That is who you pray to. But in reality, it's yourself. Like the source comes from you. The source is within you. It was introduced to us in a way where we believe that we still have a master, therefore we remain mentally enslaved. There's actually an aphorism that says God helps those who help themselves and rebukes those who believe that God works through divine miracles. Basically, the source is fueled by you. Like, you're the source. You got to get up and you got to do something in order for the source to work, because the source is within you. But yeah, to wrap this up, this is just why Christianity can be. I didn't say it is, can be.
From what she's saying, what's the theodicy to why Africans were, well, let me phrase that, to why folks were enslaved during the transatlantic slave trade? They didn't, because they had the knowledge, they had the wisdom, they had the science. So what happened? They didn't believe anymore?
They don't want to say that's part of the problem. And when you say theodicy, why good stuff, why bad stuff happen to good people? How does stuff happen? And they also, where was Jesus during the transatlantic slave trade? Where was Osiris? Where were all Orishas at? Where all the rest of them spirits was at?
The spirits didn't warn them that these folks were wicked, or
ancestors ain't come. The great masters ain't come from the spirit world when we was having seances and birth. Sage couldn't keep the white man and slave ship Jesus away from us. But they wanted to stow it all on Jesus.
and then even because even there were those who kept to the ancestor worship or the folk religion and were part of the slave trade themselves. Some other Africans. So it's like it's not making if things aren't clicking. Then too, when there's always beef in terms of like mythology, but she's talking about there's no being in the sky. But if you follow a lot of folk religion, like
spirituality, come on,
yeah, there's tend to be a consistency about some humanoid figure coming from the sky to make the earth and making man.
The great
so
spirit.
It's like,
Indians call, come on.
Is this just European, or is this something we find throughout the world with the sky, the earth, and the water?
Now this
and
is
some humanoid figure.
Now this is my thing. Should we have J Jack? Should we have religious discussions in general? Because she don't sound like she know enough about different spiritual traditions and got the nerve to be just imposing this racism, this black-white thing on it. And it's deeper than that. If you understood other traditions on the continent of Africa alone, forgetting the Americas with the Indians. Everybody was teaching that there was a spirit world, there was another realm, and there was a great father God, and there were other gods, there were other spirits. They may term it differently. Like a lot of people got flood stories. A lot of people got stories of it was beautiful in the beginning and something went bad. Somebody said, one African tradition said that God was in the garden and the woman came behind him and picked up a hoe and hit him in the head and he went back to the sky. Now, that don't sound nothing like the God. That don't sound like nothing like, but I understand what the story trying to say. Something happened with a woman and stuff wasn't right and deity separated himself from humankind. That's all that story telling us. So when these people talking, they just like to talk, but they don't sound like that's just to me, Rome. They don't sound like they're thinking this thing through. They talking and they're used to talking to a people that's not equipped to be like, wait a minute, this ain't making no sense what you just said. Let me ask you a question. They like to do all the talking, but they don't want to ask no questions. I don't know if you thought this thing through, but you giving me what this is the conclusion you done came to. The book ain't right. We dumb. And they getting younger and younger and smarter and smarter. These are theologians. Let me show y'all the other young brother. I don't know why y'all don't understand this in Christianity, because I read it and I seen it. And I'm looking and smiling. I'm saying, he don't know. I got books. These arguments was out 100 years ago. People were reading the Bible and notice these contradictions, notice these problems. This birthed the fundamentalist movement. With liberal scholarship from Germany 100 years ago, and you reading something now. Say, there's a spirit that's on a bunch of us. It's a cocky spirit. Oh, I see something in the text. Something is revealed to me. That wasn't revealed to two people in 2,000 years of reading that text. That's just a New Testament alone. All this time, you with your good American self, you done read and seen something in the text, and you got a question about Christianity or the Bible that nobody else ain't had before you. That scares me. That's a spirit. You think you better than everybody else that came along. Nobody read the book like you read the book. Motherfuckers were burnt at the stake for the book. Killed for having manuscripts, for stealing the book and taking it out to put it in the hands of the people. But you're saying that those people are the devils. And you got the true spirituality because stuff resonates within you. Your baby daddy resonated with you in you. I'm talking about your first baby daddy. That resonated within you too. We forget our mistakes. We forget our shortcomings. When stuff resonated within us, when we done prophesied, when we done knew something was right before, we forget that stuff. Let it keep playing so I can get into this black power. Of course, there's some serious stuff in most X in them. I got them here right now for the Super Bowl, and they start doing their stuff. I got to get them right now with Beyonce and this sage and spirit. Of course, sage is spiritual. I got to beat y'all in the head right there. Sages, y'all got smoke in the Catholic Church. Why can't nobody burn sage, but y'all got, but them white folk.
Well, hold on now, because now in Enoch it talks about there's talking about herbs and incense. And the
Why you
Apocrypha
on here? Why you on here? Hold on, hold on. I ain't even gonna talk to you. Let me go see what I. Father God, let me bring your guy on. I got your guy right here. If it ain't Skull Man himself, come on, Judah Auto Sale.
Shalom,
Talk to
brother.
Dunamis. I'm walking away for a second. Let me look in the.
Hey, what's going on?
I can hear
What's
y'all.
going on, Dunamis?
Hey, Shabbat Shalom. I know it's past sundown, but hey, Shalom to you.
Shabbat
Oh,
Shalom
let me
to you
still
too,
agree.
brother. Quick question: what God did the slave masters worship when they came here?
What God did the slave masters worship?
He said the slave masters, Dunamis. Listen good. I'm walking away, but I could just. You always know what it comes. You already know Alan. You already know where he going. You got an idea where he going, but that's a good question. He's starting you off with. Go ahead. Listen to this red letter.
Okay.
Listen to this. Oh, go ahead. I mute myself.
I mean, there's slave masters who are call themselves Christians on different varieties. You know what I'm saying? There's Quakers, and well, I don't know about Quakers, not really Quakers, but other varieties. There were slave masters who were some that were Jews. There were slave masters who were Masonic, atheists, so they have some kind of esoteric view. You know what I'm saying? And then over time, there were Native American slave masters. To where the Cherokee had and other tribes had slaves.
So, when the white man came here, right? Their God told them to grab Negroes and put them into slavery and beat them, lynch them, and feed their babies to alligators. That's what they God told them.
No, but I can't say to what their God told them to do, Alan.
Okay, but we
Because
did see they did that, right?
dark case, yeah. I'm not done it yet.
How did the people feel about the slave masters' gods?
You know, the slaves themselves,
Yeah, how did the slaves feel about the gods of the slave masters back then?
their
Because
slave narrative.
right now, we're speaking years after this happened, right? We're not getting whipped, right? But how did the slave that was actually getting their backs beat in, their kids fed to alligators, and they women raped? How did they feel about the slave masters' god back then? Those actual slaves.
There are slave narratives to where they talk about. We played a video about this the other day. So where
Mm-hmm.
they have slaves talking about their accounts of where they didn't push the doctrines that the slave master was pushing into the standpoint that slave masters had overseers at the services to where they preached something they didn't want to preach. But the slaves themselves, when we've seen from certain documentation, clung to the truth of the Bible, not to what was being pushed by the slave masters.
Or you say they came to the truth of the Bible?
They clung to the truth of the Bible.
Okay, perfect. So Nat Turner, correct? When he said that we're the people, right? Actually went
Wait a minute now. What now?
People.
Where he said we the people at? So I could pull that up so we could look at it in its context. What Nat Turner was preaching, awakening?
Yeah,
You
Nat
said
Turner
Nat
said he
Turner
was
said
an
we the
Israelite.
people. Where he said that at specifically, and what sermon he said that specifically, so we could get it in its context. What do you mean when he said we the people? We really spiritual and they're
It's
not?
actually is no, it's actually in the book, right?
Uh-huh.
He said that he, him and matter of fact, him and his group was called disciples. They was heading to a place called Jerusalem. When he read the book, he said that we are the people. You never read the Nat Turner book? You never read that?
But what?
So we go.
Go ahead.
Go
I'm
ahead,
sorry.
Berean. No, go ahead, Berean. Because I'm just going to ask. So if we pull the book, is that a direct quotation? Is that a paraphrase? What's
But
that? What
no,
you're
so
saying?
you think Nat Turner was preaching that we the true Israelites and we're in bondage in this land of our captivity?
Correct.
Okay,
And he
all right.
and he
That's
actually
all right.
went with the laws. He actually went with the laws in the Bible. He killed every slave master that he came across, except there was one white that didn't have slaves. He let them live. So
So
other than that,
So
go ahead.
he made a distinction not to kill all the white folk, but there was some white folk that was doing God. There was some good white folk. Not for Turner taught that. Now remember now, you Alan. Remember y'all, Alan is under the persuasion that Nat Turner was or knew who he was as Israel and was preaching the awakening. Is that good to safe to say?
100% correct.
Okay, go ahead. Go
so
ahead.
Alan, when did Nat Turner come to that conclusion?
When he come to that conclusion in the book, when he read the Bible.
All right, so Alan, if we pull the memoir, and what you're saying, is that a direct quotation or is that a paraphrase?
I'll get it for now, but the question was like, how did the people feel about the slave master's God? What was their viewpoint?
But Alan, if you're saying that Nat Turner preached on the Bible and
Go
he
ahead.
had a certain kind of view, wouldn't that mean that the quote the slave master's God that he clung to the true God and that kind of stuff
No, it was opposite.
is the opposite?
You're correct. It was opposite what they was teaching. The slave master never told you to kill the slave master. When he read the book and
The Bi-
he read where if you get caught with a slave, the punishment is death. You understand? So this is
so
why
he
he was killing the slave masters.
so he read that portion and that was the justification to go to start his raid.
Correct. Because even you just said it, Dunamis. You said they didn't hang on to the religion. They hang on to the truth that they saw in the Bible. So I'm going on what you just said.
No,
So
but
that's why I brought
Alan,
up Nat
I think
Turner.
you misunderstand what I'm trying to say. That I didn't say religion. They hung to the truth of the Bible. You see what I'm saying? You're taking that as a religion, but from the standpoint is like how we see with Alan Parr and the AME Church and things of that nature, that there are people adding things to the Bible, not necessarily the religion, but adding certain kind of things or viewpoints. The slaves didn't accept when they had
Okay.
services by themselves.
So the slave master, when they came, they didn't come with the God of the Bible. Is that fair to say?
Did the slave masters come with the God of the Bible
Yeah. Did they come preaching the God of the Bible?
when they came to Africa?
When they brought the slaves to the land.
Okay,
Let's
they
start
scattered
from there.
slaves to the land. Okay, they
Were
brought the
the
slaves to.
majority of them? Were the majority of them religious or claiming Christianity? I think that's what he's trying to say.
I
But they want to get on that Nat Turner. You reading Shikari into Nat Turner life and biography.
yeah
You awakening into Nat Turner. Nobody in here know what you talking about with Nat Turner preaching the awakening, thinking he is.
I'll get it in a few minutes.
Nobody. All right, go ahead.
yeah
I
because
get it.
and then also with like some like George Washington was a slave owner, but he was a Mason. He wasn't religious. He might have attended church, but he didn't take communion and all that kind of stuff.
And the last few
Thomas,
years, he didn't go into church. But many of them were deists. They believed there was deity. Bang, that's it.
Thomas Jefferson was a slave owner, but he had his own Bible. He took out the miracles. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but
So that's what.
they named the boat the good ship Jesus. So they didn't have no gods, correct?
No,
No,
and
not.
the name Jesus, the good ship Jesus, was it built for slavery, or was it a vessel cargo prior to that with that name, Jesus of Lubeck? We got to pull this stuff up, y'all. Go ahead, though. I'm listening, y'all. I'm trying to move
Nah,
on.
I'm just trying to see what gods they worship. Reason being because in my country in Haiti, right, the people wrote about the slave master and the slave master gods. You understand? So I'm trying to see if there any information on this side that the people wrote about the slave masters and the gods that they worship.
But Alan, in Haiti, well, what they say in Haiti? Because in Haiti, wasn't it still a heavy practice of voodoo?
And that's what they believe to help free
Um,
them.
Yeah,
well,
and African practices to where that go
correct,
back to
but
your time.
that's some every nation has witchcraft. You can't name me. The Hindu has the little dot in the hand. You know, they have their witchcraft as well. But the question, you keep avoiding the question. Do you know the God that the slave masters worship?
No, but Alan, because it's like a broad brush, and I'm saying you're trying to, so like generally speaking, and
So they
Alan, if I would say, okay, who's the God of Alan? Brian, who's the God of Alan? Okay, he say he an Israelite. He say he worship, from what I've heard him say, the Most High Yah. But I mean,
But he Haitian. And at the same time, do all Haitians, are they dibbling and dabbling in other stuff? Or
yeah,
do he really believe in voodoo?
yeah. So it's like you're trying to make a standpoint. I think the argument you're trying to make is that all the slave masters were Christians, and the slaves rejected the Bible, rejected the Christianity, the religion, and held on to the truth that they were the Israelites. But that's a narrative you're painting, and is that the case? That's what I'm hearing.
yeah,
That,
but the thing, you all right? So you don't know what gods that the slave masters worship.
but Alan, I just talked about how there's slave masters who were Jews, slave masters who were deists that don't believe in any religion, slave masters who claim to be Christians, slave masters who are Christians, slave masters who are First Nation, right? So it's
They're
like
different. We can't say they were all born again fundamentalist Christians.
yeah,
Definitely, yeah. He said some were Jewish. He just, he explained that kind of well that to everybody we can't put them all together, just make them all one thing. I know, and that's because the attitude is towards quote unquote Christians and Christianity. And we're going to talk about that in light of the prosperity gospel and the gospel we're hearing on social media. We'll talk about that, but go ahead, Alan.
Yeah, but they taught us Christianity, so we gotta at least say the majority. If they taught the people Christianity, um, the majority would have to be Christians to teach us Christianity, correct?
The majority of people that came over here, they came over here because they were persecuted. They were Christians already, and they came over here. Yes, pilgrims and them. A lot of them people came over here to flee religious persecution. Were there
and
other people? Were there other people in between that? Yes, but a lot of people did.
then how many? And then what percentage of people over here in the Americas, whites who came over were slave owners in actuality? What percentage? Was that
You
for
said
more of
what?
an elite? And then what about the slaves who left slavery, who became slave owners themselves? What doctrine they preach? Because it tells about black slave owners who were worse slave owners than their white counterparts.
Go ahead.
Yeah, that's 100% correct. And I thought you guys were going to touch on that murder of that young black kid when the black cops killed him. Whenever you have white supremacy, you're gonna have certain blacks that's gonna want to prove their allegiance to the part where the dude almost ripped the young man's head off with his fist, right, and killed him. They want to show their allegiance. Hey, we with you. We hate these Negroes just like you do. You know, they trying to fit in so bad, and they do it worse than the white men do.
Now
And I've
remember,
been
so he just brought the Memphis killing up with the slave master, and all right, we're trying to see where he going. Because remember, because with Alan and a lot of people these days, younger people, I believe he's younger than me, race and spirituality are directly connected. Let me bring up the preacher. The preacher said the book of Jonah is about race, is about us black folk. We Jonah. I'm gonna leave that alone though. Keep going out, and I'm listening. And a
Yeah,
lot of people are offended, but race is in the forefront of conversations in our community. And this is the power, this is black power, this is the spirit that's working against the black Christians in the black church. Not saying that there's two different churches, but the black Christians, there's something specific that we have to deal with, and it's black power. Black power is against black Christian. How can you know history, Van Harris, and still be a Christian? Anybody black that's a Christian right now, they just read, I don't want to use no bad words, they just ain't in their right mind. That's what people saying. Go ahead, Alan.
yeah. Dunamis said that there was some black slave masters or taskmasters that was worse than the actual slave. Of course, this is white supremacy. White supremacy is you have the whites on top, and then you'll always have some messed up mind Negroes that feel like they want to join the white man and hold him at his power. You feel me? So of course, by trying to prove to the white man, hey, I'm on your side, he's gonna beat that slave worse. You understand? He's gonna rip. Matter of fact, that young boy got beat worse than Rodney King. He died. Rodney King was just white people beating him. You understand? So with white supremacy, they gonna feel like they gotta prove a point to the white man. You understand? So this is what we seeing. This is not a new thing. It's gonna always be around.
So, Alan, during the colonial time, the white man was on top like that. They weren't slave. They weren't black folks who had power and prestige and all that kind of stuff.
Of course, and we I think last time I was on here doing this, remember I told you about the Muhammad Ali when he was rejected at a restaurant after he won the Olympics. And then he seen some black people walking in. He said, "Hey, he got black people walking in." He said, "No, they're not. They're not Negroes." So it was a difference between the Negroes and the so-called Africans.
So, hold on. So, the Barbary Pirates, who America signed a treaty with, were they black or white?
I don't know none of that. The Barber Privates. I don't know that one.
That America, this is what George Washington said, America is not a Christian nation. So that way they'll stop taking, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, they're Moors.
Yeah, when we go to
This is in the
and
1700s.
correct,
And then, like, if you go to certain black consciousness, the first president of America was a black man during the Continental Congress where he loaned them money.
correct. If you go into the Moors, just about all the European nation has a Moor's head flag because the Moors helped them got back in power. You have pictures of kings wearing a ring with a black man's head on it. You understand? This was when we ruled England, Spain, Europe. When you go to the Book of Babylon, Timbuktu, say with certain Moors with fraternal order, they were Masons. So these black Mason brothers helped the white man get back in power. That's the same reason Prince Hall knew to write to England. Well, you think he went to the internet when he got rejected and say, "Oh, I'm gonna just write Scotland? I'm gonna write Scotland." How did he know?
Wait, hold on, Alan. You're saying that Prince Hall, the
That's
Masons, helped white folks get back in power?
That's because Scotland and Wales, that's because the first Grand Lodge was in 1717.
But how did he know?
Because
Who
because
told
Prince
him?
Paul, because he became a Mason through some military guys that was chartered underneath them same folk in the Mother Lodge in the Grand Lodge in England. So he knew who was the headquarters of all Masonry. At least all
Okay,
that he was around, because that's who passed and raised him. That's how he became a Mason, through some white Masons that was a military lodge. But they
but
just
when
wanted him to bury and march on St. John's Day and all of that stuff. So they wrote away for their own charter so they can raise or open up lodges and raise other black men. So he wrote away to try to get his own charter after them white people didn't want to give him his own charter.
correct, he got rejected by the whites in America, and he wrote letters overseas.
Yes,
But see,
right.
overseas, they understood more. America hides so much history. You know, these was like more like very low level whites that was here, right? So America has
Hold on a minute, brother. Eugene, you can't hear us?
He might be behind. I'm thinking he might be behind when
Type
you
of one if
muted
y'all
earlier.
can hear what we Alan's saying right now. Type of one. Go ahead.
yeah. So when I read from Babylon Timbuktu, right, it was certain Moors with fraternal order. These was Masons, right, that helped the whites get back in power, and this would be the Renaissance, the rebirth of the Roman history. But
Wait, oh hell, Alex, how did they help the whites get back in power during the Renaissance?
That's a
right,
good
during the
question.
Renaissance, you got to understand, we're being attacked when they came to fight. We was being attacked from within and outside. You
Well, hell,
understand?
when you say we, who's we? Yeah.
Well, that would be the Moors and the Black Jews.
Father
The
God.
Moors and the Black Jews.
Now the
That's who
Renaissance is
ruled.
not okay. So the Renaissance is a resurgence. Oh, Father God, we got to. What's the Renaissance to you? They were coming out of. What's the Renaissance to you?
Rebirth, them coming out of slavery. We
Slavery or
had them in
darkness
slavery.
because of the Black Plague and everything. Then they got into the arts and the Greek and certain disciplines and stuff was resurrected. They took interest again in certain things.
Well, this what my social study teacher told me, right? And this what made me always want to look into it, right? I got a real curious mind. He said there was a time where people wrote and kept documents, and then they stopped, and then they started again. When they stopped, he called it the Dark Ages, right? Now I think I was in fifth grade. I was like, that don't make sense at all. How you gonna keep documents of history? Then you got a part where you stopped, and then you start again. Basically, they're hiding something. So this is where when you go to the Moors, because they never wanted to let you know that black people would do anything. So the Moors ruled England, Scotland, um, several other places in that region, Spain for over, I believe, not sure how many it was. I know it was over hundreds
From
of years.
711 to 1492. Do the math on that, Dunamis. That's when the Moors got ran out. From 711 to 1492, Pooley's book, The Story of the Moors in Spain, Dr. Ben, We the Black Jews, all of the
Yeah.
everybody said.
So that's just over 700 years. We just call it over 700
For
years.
700 years, the Moors ruled. Were there one group of Moors or two group of Moors? Some were black African-like Moors that were Muslim, and some were looking like Bin Laden and Arabian Muslim Moor. Were there two groups of Moors or one group of Moors? They were all black Israelites.
Well, I believe there was more than one group, two groups of Moors.
Okay.
Um, but then they helped the white man get back in power. You
So
understand? And
so
then right after
so wait a
that,
minute. So Rome was ruling. White folk was ruling when Jesus and John the Baptist was here, right?
correct,
And then they lost power.
correct.
And then the Moors had to go to England. They were in castles and they weren't taking no baths and they weren't doing. And the Moors went and taught them how to read and how to take a bath and how to build again and how to
Correct.
have government. The Moors taught them that.
Well, I'm not sure how to take them a bath, but I know there was history that they stayed with lice. They used to eat the lice off their body when they was in the mountains. So yeah, I'm
Who
pretty
was doing
sure
that now? And this was
them.
in the 13 and the 1400s. The white people was in the mountains. I thought they was living in the castles and not taking baths and stuff.
No, 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 I'm not saying right then and there. I'm saying before that, there's records that show that they was eating lice off their body. I'm not saying at that time frame. So to teach them baths, yeah, I mean, ain't no brother want be smelling that. You feel me?
Okay, go ahead. I'm
So
listening.
I mean, any brother would tell him get your ass in the shower. Oh, excuse my language, sorry.
Yeah,
Get in the
go
shower.
ahead.
But far as like there's a prayer that in Haiti they did right, and it was speaking about the white people's God. And to me, it don't sound like the white people had the God of the Bible.
Now, this is the thing now, because in Haiti, some white folk help too. Do all white folk have the same God? Because it seems like it's a color thing. Do all white folk have the same God? What about the white folk that helped in the Underground Railroad? What about the white folk that snuck and taught black people how to read? What about them? That was a different God?
Well, I believe the Underground Railroad was a conspiracy.
Hmm.
You understand? I believe because they knew they wanted the government wanted to keep all the slave money, so they wanted to institutionalize slavery, where the federal government has the main bulk of the money. So I think that's what that was about. I don't think that these white people just say, "Hey, we just want to get these Negroes out of slavery and we want to start working ourselves." I mean, I doubt that.
Okay, go ahead, Dunamis. Now, some people would say Allen is approaching the especially being a black Israelite, they would say that you're approaching history. Well, a lot of black people, not 5% also. My man just mentioned the 5%. A lot of black people in the Black Power movement is that we black people, we have melanin, the sun, we're more spiritual. Along with that is a heavy conspiratorial. White folk lying. White folk had to get civilized by us. And there's some truth to some things, and this is where the problem comes in. It's hard because my Christian people don't even think that this is good Christian conversation. It's hard. Go ahead, Dunamis. I'm gonna try to see if we can.
Wait, so no, when you saw Elder Cox said so.
He hold on a minute. He ready. Go ahead.
Okay. Because Elder Cox was saying so. Harriet Tubman's a myth.
Who said? What? I missed something.
No, Elder Cox, because Alan said he feels it's not real. I saw Elder Cox said so. So Alan, so is Harriet Tubman a real person or is she made up? Is she part of the conspiracy?
I believe so. I mean, once I'm looking back at these articles, for example, what's the lady that took she didn't go in the back of the bus? What's her name?
Rosa Parks.
Okay, Rosa Parks. Now, who had the camera? There was no iPhones or there was no iPhones at that time.
So you don't really believe that story? Do you think they just gave us that story?
I mean, but no, my question is, somebody so happened to be there with a camera at that particular time moment, right?
No, if I'm not mistaken, we do know the Rosa Parks, it was planned by the NAACP as a protest.
She was a secretary. Come on.
So we know it's planned.
Events. Come on.
Yeah, and I believe it was a newspaper that brought the camera and took a picture of her. But she was on the bus for a while.
Was on the bus.
She was, if I'm not mistaken, they were on the bus for a while, and they called the police.
Okay, so let me get this straight. Okay, so the white people just felt good in their heart. We no longer want to feed their kids to alligators, right? We want to. No, let me get this right. Let me get this right.
Go ahead.
Yeah. We no longer want to feed their kids to alligators. We want to.
Now, when Rosa Parks came, the alligator thing had kind of died off already. That wasn't really heavy, but go ahead. No, Sister Jones, say enough. No, it's not enough. This is what's out here, and y'all Christians gonna have to get used to it. And I know, Sister Jones, I know in your mind and your spirit, you like, what madness is this? But this is prevalent out here, and this is an important apology, or this is important for us to deal with. Go ahead, Alan.
Okay. So,
and a lot of people, trust me, a lot of people believe what he believes. Go ahead.
Okay, so the white people, they said we tired of selling feeding their kids to alligators.
Okay.
We tired of enslaving them and lynching them. We want to start working ourselves, go in this workforce, and so we're gonna fight to free them. That's a story.
Yeah, the abolition start. I can't remember. There's a person. I think it was an African guy. It's a story coming to my mind. There's several, but one come to my mind. England outlawed slavery first, and it kind of it spread to where the slave trade, you can no longer bring slaves into the Americas, and then from there you had slavery being outlawed. So the fact of, Alan, you remember the movie The Woman King that came out last year?
Yeah, I didn't watch
it. Okay, well that movie is based on the French, the Homey Wars, to where the French, that's French or English, went to the homie, said, you have to stop the slave trade. And they went to war over because the slave trade was their main income. That's what made them rich. They didn't want to stop. The homie tribe didn't want to stop. In fact, they were in favor of slavery, but the Europeans wanted to stop slavery.
What was the motive that made the Europeans in America want to abolish slavery? And it wasn't all of them, but what was their motive?
A lot of them didn't have slaves and wasn't getting no money, but said morally to kidnap people and keep them for their whole life. It's not the book. It's not right. Exactly. Morally, they were the first European. And let me tell you something good right here that y'all ain't going to, the soul of them teaching that y'all ain't going to, the Bible, Islam, religion been on the planet. Y'all been had slavery in Africa. The question never even came up till them white folk later on said, is it even morally right to have slaves? The Bible talks about man stealing, but we see the word slaves in the Bible. Jesus never came and said, Paul never came and said, what Paul told, what's his name that was freed and got saved, and Paul wrote the letter to him. We're most like, huh?
No, Philemon.
No, the guy, yeah, but what's the guy name in the Bible that he wrote, and Paul wrote back the letter? Go ahead. So white people were the first ones to say morally, is this correct? And then they hit the high seas and they forced and try to stop it. You do know, you brown folk, you black folk, you original spiritual people, y'all still in Africa got slaves, right? Or y'all, thank you so much, Harris. Thank you so much. You understand that? And if white people did the most on this planet to shut it down, and in Dubai and all that, y'all don't want to shut it down yet? You black folk, you African, you Arab, you original people?
And y'all don't
want that history.
And the brain don't forget
a lot of money, but they did the most to stop it, more than Africans, more than Israelites. Oh, forget it. Y'all had slaves. This book they're getting it from. Where the black Israelites at? I want to talk to them right now. What God told y'all about what to do with your slaves? I know y'all had the year of Jubilee, but y'all had slaves, and God gave y'all instruction on y'all slaves. Now I know y'all gonna say, well, you got to understand that was like a debtor's prison like they have in certain countries right now. If you can't pay your bills, and we got evidence of that the sons of the prophet, he came to Elijah and said, oh, my husband is dead, and now them guys have come to take his sons into, because they couldn't pay the bill. So they had to take him into servitude. They come to get the sons. And he said, what do you have? And Elijah and God worked a miracle. But they had debtors' prisons. They had slavery, and it came up for different reasons. Did white people do it differently with chattel slavery? Absolutely so. But after they did do that, they did fought the most on the planet to shut it down all throughout Europe, in the seas with the slave trade. Of course, there were countries that kept on doing it. So we can't make it a total black. When we make this spirituality a total black thing, a total white thing, there's black wicked people. We got to admit it. We playing ourselves if we're not acting like there's black people that are not of they're not of the Most High God. Their spirit is different. And then we got some white people. We can't say that they're wicked. Their spirit is of righteousness. We got to be, I don't know. Go ahead, y'all. Go ahead. I'm listening.
No, that brain, don't forget also about them Freemasons. We hate to admit it, but them Freemasons, they play a factor too. Prince Hall, all them in terms of civil rights and that kind of stuff. The push.
They played a big role in the freeing. That same Prince Hall he talking about. They try to keep the white man on top. He's the same one. They're the same one that fought for schools. The first ones to educate blacks being freed on what to do, on how to have businesses. The first ones that could read and write were them people, and they put the work in for the community. Y'all got to be careful who y'all put the freedoms that we're receiving. The freedoms that a lot of stuff that's going on right now, it was done from some other people. I don't care what y'all say. Benjamin Franklin, all them secret society, when the lightning was hitting the churches, Benjamin Franklin, he the one that got the rod going into the ground and the steeple on top of the church, because them folk was spooked out. Lightning hit the building. God is after us. Secret society, he said, no, this is simple science right here. Yeah. And he worked that thing out. He fixed that thing. Prince Hall put in too much work for these folk to be running around here with this conspiracy nonsense that they just loving and lifting up these white folk and holding down black people. It's going against the, I don't know. He said he don't even believe in history. Allen don't even believe, because there's people alive right now with Rosa Parks that's in nursing homes. It's all over the world. They believe that Allen don't even believe the Rosa Parks thing is real. Houston, we got a problem.
Yeah, because even the fact about Alan Parr and the Amy Ministers, that's part of the reason why they joined
Allen
Prince
Parr is
Hall.
YouTuber. You mean Richard Allen? Go ahead.
Sorry, I'm saying the wrong name. Richard Allen. So wait, I think there's another part, but they joined the Prince Hall because they promoted liberation, freedom, all that kind of stuff.
Come on,
that was the reason why they joined the organization.
White folk wasn't acting right. They started a whole denomination. They pulled out, they planned, just like they planned Rosa Parks. They planned. And Prince Hall, they were all part of planners. They were thinking people. So they planned. They said, we're going to get on that altar in the AME church. We're going to get on that altar. We're going to have that communion. We ain't going to be up in that balcony. We're going to get down there and pray. So they said, now, if they try to force us up, and the trustee grabbed us on, the deacon like, y'all can't be down here with the good white folk on the altar praying. They got up and they marched out. All of this was organized. Like them 14 brothers, they said at the football game, we follow a tradition. We're going to organize and we're going to show them at this football game. We're going to fight against what they doing in the Mormon church. Talking about black people can't be part of the priesthood. This is spiritual segregation. So they was like, nah, well, you treating us different. We got to wait to eat the cracker and communion after y'all finish. We got to jump on the altar after y'all finish. We can't sit together with y'all. We got to sit up in the balcony. Where's it segregated in the kingdom? So they organized and they planned. And they said, yo, we're going to get down there. If they play with us, we're going to march out. A few years later, they had a whole denomination. They built the whole building. They got black businesses jumping. Shout out to Prince Hall. Shout out to the AME church. That's our history. Been putting in too much work for these other dudes to come with another doctrine and rewrite history. They was talking about these people in England. It's too many sources of the people at the time for me to pick up a doctrine from one West. Dr. Ben even believed that. And they black power. They even believed Richard Allen and what they did. Because we were treated like second-class citizens. They were standing up to these white folk. And white folks stood. And there was some white folk, I hate to say it, some white folks stood with them. Y'all want to hear that? Y'all don't want to hear that because there was no white folk doing nothing good. The narrative, it's not worth, something is not clicking here. Or we gotta throw away and say the whole history is a lie, and we gotta, there's an AME guy go. We gotta throw away and say the whole history is a lie. The whole history is a lie. The Underground Railroad ain't right no more. All of a sudden with these people, he said there was no iPhones. So all of a sudden, all history wasn't right till the iPhone came out now where we can document it like that. We gotta figure this.
Bring you to Al. You see what Al input in the chat?
What he said?
He said it was Richard Allen, and Richard Allen was the one who gave his slave master the gospel.
Sure did.
But this is why I'm skeptic. Let me tell you why I'm skeptic, right? Okay, we say that Prince Hall did all this and helped, help us get out of slavery. Okay, that officer was Prince Hall, one of them officers.
What do you mean officer? What you mean?
The one in Memphis that damn near took the head off that young kid.
Oh, were some of them part of a fraternity, a college fraternity, and all of that? Yes, absolutely correct. Yes.
Hey, matter of fact, so you heard it. Okay, let me get into it. Because if they're the college fraternity, it's ran by Prince Hall, and he was the officer was the president. There was charges of them hazing over like 100 to 200 paddles on another man's buttocks and his testicles. You understand?
Yes,
But we'll get to the part where he's Prince Hall. He could have said,
that mean all. He not Prince Hall. That mean all fraternity. The guys, a good bit of the people that's the founders of the Divine Nine. That's them college fraternities, as black fraternities. A few of their founders were involved in Prince Hall and the OES and the Order of the Eastern Star, Delta and AKA and all of them. And so it seems like the reason I just want to help everybody out. It seems like they're the children of the Order of the Eastern Star. They're the children of Prince Hall Freemasons. Those are alphas, those deltas, AKA Q dogs, all of them folk in there. That's what we call the Divine Nine. A lot of people that formed the Divine Nine for organization, for black structure, because they seen Skull and Bone, they seen European secret societies. They said if we want to organize our people, We got to have secret societies organized. So they wanted to pattern themselves after what a lot of people were doing in Europe with secret societies and people bringing other people in. If you on Wall Street and you working and somebody else is in college, can they write a letter? And could somebody put a seal on a letter? Oh, they're part of our organization. Like people had the Boy Scouts of America. We're going to train up these young intellectual minds from junior high school to go to a historical black college. They go to historical black college. They're going to become alphas. They're going to become deltas when other people are working in the business, in the marketplace, millionaires in Atlanta. Automatically, they're going to see some of their people. Oh, you went to historical black college. You pledged. That lady, she's the president of this company right here. She's an AKA. She going to pull that young girl in. That's just secret societies at work. That's just fraternal orders at work. That's just what people do. But we've had that from Africa. We've had stuff like that from Africa before Europe was jumping. But go ahead. I'm listening. Somebody said boule.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, but I don't think they were paddling people's testicles with paddles. But it's on their newsletter that they're
Come on, but Alan,
founded.
in Haiti, aren't folks doing things for Papa Doc? We watched a video a year ago where they're eating documentary a year ago where they're eating a ghost testicle in Haiti.
Animal, but not paddling a testicle.
No, I'm saying they ate a ghost testicle from a live.
Because that guy was part of a college fraternity, everybody in the college fraternity, they're wicked and controlled by Europeans because of that. I want this to make sense. That's the part I want.
Okay, I'll make it make sense. That's the reason there's a secret, and they close the doors because they.
So Prince Hall is really against black people. All that they did, they really against black people, and they helping the white people, right? That's what that.
Well, we spoke earlier to see who's their leader. They got permission to open a lodge based on the white man. Whenever they take the next degree, the white man comes from their lodge and present it to them. You could look that up.
No, that's a little right now in America. In America, we have in Freemasonry, there's something known as clandestine lodges. We got tens of thousands of black people in this country that's considered Masons that say, yo, just go back to Egypt, just go back to Africa. I ain't think about them white folk in that lodge. Now, the white folk and even Black Prince Hall Masons say that they're clandestine. They didn't get a charter from the Mother Lodge in England, and they saying we ain't thinking about the Mother Lodge because we had this in Africa before them. So we got plenty of people. Everybody that's a Mason's not underneath the authority of the Grand Lodge of England. Outside of Prince Hall, half of the Masons in this country are considered clandestine.
Yeah, there's even racism amongst the Masons.
And they broke
the black Masons. The black Masons aren't recognized. And now there's been talks of come together, but it's been for years. Black Masons weren't recognized. Prince Hall wasn't recognized as real Mason.
Prince Hall affiliate operates on its own. Them white folks, Scottish Rite knew who they were. But they was like black. And matter of fact, in Georgia, wasn't it just 2 summers last summer? They just recognized, after all these hundreds of years, the lodge in Georgia just recognized Prince Hall.
Yeah. And remember we watched that Scott the hall in Philadelphia?
Yeah,
and they had the black guy who was Prince Hall. He said he joined this lodge, so he wanted to increase his knowledge, all that kind of stuff. Yes. So clearly in the Prince Hall, there's things that aren't taught.
Yes.
So I don't know.
Well, anyways, this fraternity is in their newsletter and their website that their fraternity was created by Prince Hall, and they beating on people's balls. What doctrine is that? For real. What doctrine is that?
Oh man, I can't even deal with these people. Oh man, Dumas, go ahead and deal with this dude here. Oh man, I'm scratching my head. So you think based off of that, Brother Juju, thank you. Listen, so you think based off of that, all all fraternities are bad based off of being that 3 of those cops belong to fraternities that everybody should. I know in our community, some people love fraternities, but some religious, some spiritual people, a lot of Israelites, a lot of fundamentalists, especially Pentecostal Christians, every Freemason is a devil. The whole AME church is built off of that. That's devil worship. That ain't the right church. And it's mostly it's us Pentecostals pushing it, but it's an anti-Masonic, it's an anti secret society movement, fraternal order movement. Or it was going on in Europe, and the same thing with a lot of people, and the church helped fuel it because they was like, listen, these people can plot against us, and the Pope, and these people start thinking on their own. Who know what they talk about in secret? So a lot of times, different people came into authority, and they raided Prince Hall and all of that stuff. They would raid different Masonic lodges. I mean, in Europe and stuff like that, because they wanted to find out who a Freemason was, so they could terrorize them, and they wanted to know what they were discussing. And a lot of them were anti-Catholic. A lot of them was like, yo, this stuff the Pope and them is doing, this is not right and exact. Of course, there is a God, it's deity in heaven, but all of this extra stuff got people marching around, and y'all got a piece of the cross and a piece of the ark, and he's holy. They just know that it's all as a hustle. So they thinking beyond that, and they have discussions that some of this stuff is just beyond that. Yes, there is deity. Yes, men need to treat other men correctly, but a lot of this doctrine is what divides in religion, and there's some of them that move with that mindset. That's how come a lot of those Prince Hall guys and Hellfire Club, Benjamin Franklin and them, they were deists. It is not like they don't believe in God. They say it's one God, he's in the heaven, and we got a book, but the book that we read, they would say is the book of nature. We would look at nature more so. There's another book, that's the Bible. Now, it's different now because church people, religious people, we look at the Bible and we ain't thinking about nature. But they would look at scriptures to say the heavens declare the glory of God. So if you want to learn anything about God, the beginning of it is looking around in your atmosphere, looking at nature, looking at the world, and you can learn something about deity. That's how can we say Prince Hall of them, it's a generic, Freemasonry is a generic religion. It's a regular religion. It's generic, though. They believe in a God, and they don't judge the next man. This man is a Muslim over here, or this guy over here is a Pentecostal Christian. That man is Jewish over there. They all have different doctrines, but they all believe in different books. So they would say, like Freemason, only Freemasonry on the planet right now is that Orient Lodge. They're lodge in France. That's Napoleon and them folk. They don't have no altar on the book. No book on the altar, but Freemasonry all over the planet got a Bible, got a Quran, they got a Bhagavad Gita, they got a religious book they got some type of religious book on the altar in the lodge when brothers open up. Except France, they're the first ones on the planet to say you could be an atheist and be a Freemason. I don't know where that come from, but they invented that. So Masonry on the planet don't acknowledge the French lodge because they wild out, they do all type of stuff like that. But that's one of the things, you got to believe in deity. And you got to believe in the fatherhood of God and the brotherhood of man. So they have always tried to fight for the rights of other people. But because you fight for the rights of other people, you've been demonized in the eyes of the religious people. So that's why the religious people want to demonize a lot of the guys in the lodge. We got to be honest with it. But go ahead. That's a whole.
So Alan, so in America, they had an anti-Masonic party to where John Quincy Adams was a part of.
After what's his name up here in Batavia, New York, got killed. Go ahead.
So is Masonry a part of the supremacy? If you have a party, a political party, like on the same level as the Democrats at that time, to fight the Masons, are you trying to say that they're part of the conspiracy to keep black folks in check? So doesn't
I
a lot
believe
of
that I
Go
believe
ahead.
that 100%. But like Berean said, I don't think every Mason is I mean, I can't prove it. I can't prove every Masonic lodge is the same. But what I know I could prove is they're in the gangs, like King David and Larry Hoover. When they put those two gangs together to make the Gangster Disciples, it was inside of a Masonic lodge. So this is where you see the other gangs have red and blue. You understand? And it's a whole lot to it. And then when they're in part of it, you see more blacks getting killed. Because these gangs don't kill nobody but blacks. You understand? Their bullets are racist.
The
They have
gangs. Now
racist
you're
books.
talking about. Now you're talking about gangs.
Yeah, no, what we're talking about Freemasonry.
Okay,
But
so we said, all
they're in
right,
the
so
gangs
now, all
too.
right, so be careful because now we're going to talk about, matter of fact, I got a TikTok here lined up when we start talking about the gangs and gangs involved in spirituality. Gangs involved
Correct.
in witchcraft. You know, some of the greatest, there's some gang, you know, there's some gangs down there in Florida and they practice witchcraft on other drug dealers and they practice and they want to do I forgot the Haitian boosters. They walk in the store they walking out with chinchillas on. They got spirits on them because of voodoo that they practice from Haiti. They were top hustlers. So they mix their spirituality with their criminality. Is that every Haitian though? Thank you, Jay Miller. Now,
Well,
so we're seeing more and more gangs and witchcraft. Hold on a minute. Let me play. This is it right here. This is it right here.
and then Brian, we also got to get some history. Because Alan, where do a lot of camps get their frocks from?
Did they what?
Their frocks, their outfits, their regalia, the outfits they wear. Where do they get that from?
IURC. That's Masonic. That's pure Masonry.
Albert Bibbin.
Let me bring up Bishop Nathaniel and Albert. See, we're gonna have to say. Then we're gonna have to show y'all. Them folk done influenced a lot of what's going on right here. Then we'll talk about Solomon's Temple because that's what the Freemasons say it go back to. Then we'll talk about Solomon's Temple. Did it go there? And was Adam and John the Baptist and them Freemasons? That's a whole different thing. Is it good masonry, bad masonry? When we go back to Enoch and we're gonna go to the legend. We're gonna go to Mackey's Encyclopedia of Freemasonry and talk about the origin and where it come from and why a lot of this anti-Masonic sentiment, like he said, from when the guy got killed up in Batavia, New York, and they tried to drag him to Canada and they started the anti-Masonic party. Then we're gonna go back to Europe and we're gonna see what the people were doing in the Vatican that was against, the writings and certain people that were Freemasons that was against a lot of what the kings in Europe were doing and how the church persecuted them and the church made them demons. That's how I'm gonna tell you, church folk, don't be running around here to tax or hoax. There's too many lies that Christianity done to Freemasonry, but why? I ain't saying Freemason. Ain't nobody lifting up Freemasonry, but we got to look at why. Because the church folk, if I'm a bishop in the church, if I'm a leader in the church, all I got to tell you, them folk over there devils, and they going to just ride it all out. Everybody's a devil. My leader said they devils, so they are devils over there. You don't know why they devil. Most people that's talking about Freemasonry don't know why people, they devil worshipers. Oh, they devil worshipers. What are we going to bring up? The P2 Lodge? P2 Lodge was in England. They was getting, P2 Lodge in what you call it in Europe, they was getting money. Come to find out they was down with banking. They was down with the Vatican. They was getting money together. It looked like the Godfather, and they getting some illegal money for charity. They getting some shaky money. They found a guy that was basically the head of the World Bank underneath a bridge hanging. He was part of the P2 Lodge. So we would often, as Christians, bring up the P2 Lodge. Oh, these people are involved in Satanism. These people are involved in banking and fraud. And now, if you read the writings of Freemasonry, they don't even supposed to be talking about politics and all of this other stuff. But P2 Lodge, which was, some people say, clandestine, moving illegally, they started having some high-ranking financial people in there, bankers in there, and people that was giving messages back and forth with, some people would say, the Pope. And they were doing stuff together. But that's a whole nother thing. There's a lot going on. We got to be careful when we out here talking about certain things. We got to be careful because some conspiracies are true, but some people would spin things for a reason. Has the church, has the Vatican, has anybody ever spin some stuff and blame some people and spend it for a reason? And we're feeling the same thing now. There's some people in this Black Israelite movement, they're spinning stuff for a reason. We've seen Elijah Muhammad, Noble Drew. We've seen Elijah Muhammad knew what real Islam was, yet he took Islam and he spent it for a reason. Now he spent it and gave them law. Oh, we from the tribe of Shabazz and 76,000, and they gave them law because they got that built off of the lodge. They got that thing. As long as the people believe a story, if we're going to move the people forward according to your faith being under you, you greater than the white man. So people's using lore. Now, is it the truth of the Bible for every charity? That's a different story. But people are using lore to try to elevate the people. That's how come I don't want to just shoot down all Israelites, because I understand how these movements start. How certain people would come around and be like, listen, there's some stuff that's going on that's wrong, but if we start this teaching right now and let it spread, that's what they do with the 5% doctrine. We're going to start in the jails. They spreading it around in Harlem. They spreading it in the Dice Game. They spreading it in Rikers Island. They spreading it in Sing Sing. Because why? Because man is God. That doctrine from the New Age already existed among white folk, but black folk had it taken and put a special spin on it. This thing is deeper than color, y'all. These are just tools that's used against the people. And it comes from the wicked one. It's just truth and deception down here. But go ahead. I'm here for the comments.
So, well, I can say this. Can we at least say the lodge that the gangster disciples came together in, right? Was
And
bad.
what's the other guy, El Rukin, and them? They were involved in they studied secret society, even GDs and all that. When you start dealing with the Star David, Latin King gang signs, and they got some principles from secret societies. We're going to keep this thing secret. We're going to have symbols and things that we can only know, that we can communicate with each other in case we're oppressed. When we're oppressed, if we're in jail, if we're locked up in cells, I could say some stuff another Latin king, another GD will understand it. I could throw signs inside the yard, or, when you walk in and chow in the penitentiary, you can't talk in the hallway. When you go into the mess hall, you can't talk, so you nod your head or you throw some signs. You can spell out letters. So Freemasonry got that. The Lodge got that. Other people have symbols. In Wicca, different people in secret societies. Alpha got some things that only an alpha can understand coming from another alpha. Deltas, AKAs. This is just what it is. Is that wrong? Y'all got terms in Israel. They be talking about a Jake. What's a Jake? The average person don't know what Jake. What's Jake? What's Jake?
A police. That's a police brand.
That's police. That's how we know it. Now, they know Jake is something else. Now, what does Jake mean among the campers when they use that term? You understand? So a lot of people, of course, Masons, they one of the oldest fraternal orders, so they're going to have, so everybody's going to go back to them. But a lot of these gangs, a lot of these Divine Nine, a lot of these things are based off of what a lot of people saw this stuff going on and they say it was good. Or these things can be used. If we ever oppressed as believers, can we say something? You got your sword, brother? They won't know. If the Asians come over here and they take all the Bibles, we can't say, yo, you got a Bible in the crib, you got a Bible in your car, I need to borrow your Bible. You can't say that, so we would have to use other terms. So
the fish brand, the fish.
Come on, we would use stuff like that. So that's not either good or bad. That's just other ways people communicate. You can have little children. When the adults are around, they got text. They got certain things that they can do. Listen, we get ready to go outside and be bad. And so the adults are talking, but they don't know what the little kid's saying. Yo, share some candy with me. That means we get ready to go outside. What's his name coming around the corner? And these little kids, but they all practice it too. This is part of human nature. But go ahead.
Yeah, but the fruits they producing out the gangs when they got into that, they knocking only themselves off. They're knocking each other off. You feel me? They only target blacks. So what was taught to them in that Masonic lodge? That's what I'm asking.
I forgot. This is the good old blame. So wait a minute. So the black gangs are not doing it because this man's hearts are evil, just what the Bible say, and some are wicked. They got to have influence, and we got to connect the gang influence back to Prince Hall, and Prince Hall influence back to white folk, because black people left on their own. Like Seti said, if you leave black people alone, they gonna be righteous on their own. Wasn't no homosexuality, wasn't no killing until the white man came to Africa, right? Because that's the doctrine most people believe that's in black power. The Indians weren't killing each other. The Indians weren't broke in different tribes and fighting until the white man came.
Well,
the stuff that we're teaching is in reality.
I can't walk out the door and see a Native American. I could do 3 months and not see a Native now. So we got to think of, they wasn't killing each other as much as the white man killed them, because they were still here. I mean, I live in Florida. If I could walk out the door and not see one Native for over a month, you got to think how much they got killed. I mean, it's a difference. You got little wars where a couple people got problems, and you got a genocide.
Oh no! Why did she use that word? This would make some of us think you light skin with some blue eyes. Sister Jones. She said, so deal with black on black crime, Alan. Alan's gonna tell you that's the problem. The white man got your mind because you
I'm-
never hear white on white crime or Asian on Asian crime. They control your mind. You don't even know your mind is controlled by white people, Sister Jones. But I'm gonna let Alan answer that. Then I'm gonna play this video.
if we take out masonry from black organizations, black on black crime would drop 70%.
You're
That
a black
that
liar.
hold up,
And then what we gonna do? Lift up GDs? We
hold
kill
up,
all the Prince, all the
hold
black
up.
community gonna be what the
G,
Father God, and Alan gonna make me talk bad to him right now. So if we kill all the Masons, our problem gonna be fixed.
no, I'm not saying knock nobody off. That'll be doing the same thing. No, if we take, let's say we take all the GDs out, they might stop killing each other. If you get them out that masonry
So
gang
all
that
the
they start
Bloods
with.
and all the Bloods, all the Crips. Forget that people say, well, they started off as a righteous organization, and so Father, I just keep going. Let me just hear, because somebody else is just like, wow, they just
Okay,
done.
let's go to GD, right? All right, GD was formed by King David and Larry Hoover. They went right to Kennedy King College. There's a Masonic lodge across the street. This is what the brothers say. They admit this. King David and Larry Hoover went inside a Masonic lodge, and that's where they came together and formed the GDs. Now the other brothers say, why would the Masonic Hall rent out the lodge? And the elder brother showed him his ring, and he gave him a smirk. So now I know some GDs, and they're Masons. My homie's a GD. He's a Freemason. He don't deny it. So what I'm trying to say, if that lodge taught them brotherly love, why they knocking each other's heads off so much?
I'm almost guaranteed.
I
I'm
can't.
almost guaranteed they clandestine. They just doing their own thing. Everybody can study masonry. They don't have to be Prince Hall. You say they GDs and they Prince Hall. They're Masons walking in masonry, duly true. They in the lodge and they run around here doing drive-bys. They run around here killing.
Yeah, but you know what? Somehow all day the lodge buck the Rico. When the Rico comes, you don't see him or hear him. They gone when the Rico come. It's just automatic.
Alan, but then when we watched the documentary, they were talking about how one of the elders in one West, like a hit was playing, all that kind of stuff.
You said what?
Yes, we were One West. Yes.
What wasn't there animosity amongst one West and division, all that kind of stuff? And it even escalated to where there was talks of assassination. One of the leaders.
Cain and Abel were Freemasons.
Yeah, I heard.
We're talking about sin and human nature. If there were no guns, they'll use rocks. We're talking about jealousy. We're talking about people killed because we have a fault in the Bible speaks to it. It ain't black and white. It ain't the Freemasons' fault that what's going on in our community. Hold on a minute. For fair use.
Did you know that gangs in Chicago are using witchcraft to try and hurt their enemies? Police found dozens of satanic items in a drug bust in 2021. After questioning the gang members, they confessed what it was used for. They tried to put hexes and spells on rival gangs and try to summon demons to hurt them permanently. And it's not just Chicago. These items have been found in Los Angeles, New York, and cartels. There's been rumors of this for decades, but in recent years, there's been a huge surge among gangs.
So if gangs are in witchcraft, voodoo, and stuff like that, we should get rid of all the Haitians? Because Haitians been leaders in voodoo. We should get rid of all of them and the problems will be gone?
If it was back
That's
in
what
the days, whoever,
I'm trying to follow your line of reasoning.
no, Haitians are only the leaders of witchcraft because the other groups are in secret. Like in Haiti, Masons tell us what they deal with. Masons
Which
is not
means
because a lot of people do witchcraft, so Masons don't have to hide. In Haiti, Masons tell us who they serve.
who
You
they
understand?
serve. Different.
I go,
Father God.
man,
Listen,
Satan. I'm gonna drop it. Satan. They serve Lucifer, Satan. So Masons is not a secret in Haiti. It's only a secret when you come to America. In Haiti, they don't have to hide. They tell you what time everything is.
So
All their
Freemasonry,
levels.
so Freemasonry isn't a religion. isn't a generic fraternal order. Can a Freemason follow Judaism? Can a Freemason follow Islam? Can a Freemason, let me bring up the Jewish rabbi right now. Can you be a rabbi and be a Freemason? Can you be an Israelite and be a Freemason? Can you be a deist and be a Freemason? Can you be a Pentecostal? Can you be a Baptist and be a Freemason? Freemasonry got one religion?
Yeah, you could be all of that and still do Freemasonry. Let me give an example, right? For example, like in Haiti, when somebody say they stop doing witchcraft, they go directly to the Catholic Church because there's a secret part inside the Catholic Church. All them white Jesus and stuff. Matter of fact, no, real talk. You look at a picture of a voodoo store, you're gonna see Jesus in there. That used to be my question that made me research, right? I'm like, Mom, how could something good be in a place bad? Then I found out these are demons.
You mean idols, like when you go into the Spanish spiritualist store and they have idols, all type of icons, little statues for you to put on the mantle. They got big statues and they got beads and all of that stuff, and they with different color candles and stuff.
That's the same thing in the Catholic Church. The same exact thing. Those same images they use. My grandma used. She did the Catholic voodoo, right?
But Alan, why they start using that?
Hold on. She used the white Jesus, the Virgin Mary. Matter of fact, you see that Virgin Mary with that baby, they come and try to kill you. You better run.
You're right. Now, Dunamis got a very, very good question. Why in the history? Why did they start doing that? Come on, Dunamis. We got to get this.
Start doing what?
Why they start having those? Did they come from Africa with it? Because the religion that they practice is older than Catholicism. But how did Mary get involved in that Haitian voodoo? How did Mary get caught up in that? Alan?
Well, it's not only Haitian voodoo. You'll have a lot of Hispanics do the I call it Catholic witchcraft. That's what I call it. A lot of Hispanics do the Catholic witchcrafts. You have different it's not just Haitians.
Yeah, but Alan, why they start doing that? Especially Afro-Caribbeans, why they start doing that?
I'm not sure.
Because the whole standpoint is to avoid persecution, and to continue the African practices, they would just take on saints as covers. Saint Michael to the Catholic would be one thing, but going back to what we're talking about, it's like the Masons, it's lore. Well, not lore, it's hidden symbols and all that kind of stuff. You think they mean one thing, but to them it's something else. So they adopted iconography and names to continue their practices in secret.
They wanted to continue their spirituality from Africa. But they were forced into Christianity. So they said, all right, y'all want to force us into Christianity? We're going to use the saints. But they just named the saints, the Catholic saints. But in their heart, they knew they were still the African spirits that they've been and their ancestors been dealing with.
You mean
it's actually like ingenious in a way. I know some people may not like that. Don't take this video and cut it up. But I'm telling y'all right now, they took it and they did what they could always did. They just had to modify it because of persecution. It had to go underground. It had to hide itself. But it continued on. Go ahead.
No, but at the same time, I thought, didn't Constantine do something like that as well?
No.
I'm getting Alan out of here right now. You see how we start one thing and then mess around with Alan? So no. I want Sister Jones. I want Elder Cox. I want them to hear. Yes, it's called Santeria on Brother Charles. But tell us about Constantine. What you mean? What he did with? Go ahead.
Okay. When doing the wars with the pagans and the Christians, the pagans and Christian wars, where they couldn't get along. What Constantine did was merge both together. You understand?
So he took the pagan sun worship and labeled it Christianity, he's saying, y'all. And it's really the ancient pagan religious worship, but y'all think it's the religion of Jesus in them, but they had to do that. That what he's saying, basically.
Alan, for preference, how many cults were in Rome at the time?
Good question.
A whole lot.
So there was more than one cult, more than a worship system, all that kind of stuff, right?
Correct.
So even if Constantine used Christianity, not saying he did, and adopted to his cult, how that help unify the nation?
All right, this what I know for sure. Okay, it unified it just like it's the same thing. They did the same thing with the Kaaba stone. Before they had that one God, they worship over like 300 gods. I think it was one for every day of the year.
Now
So
he's
now,
talking about the Kaaba, the black stone in Mecca that Muslims march around. Go ahead, y'all. I mean, go ahead, Alan.
correct. So like I know some dudes that do they Muslim. Then there's another a secret part of Muslim where they go into those gods. But regular Muslims don't know about that. You understand?
You talking about Sufis? Sufis that came on later on. That came on later on.
The
The
mystics.
mystic.
Yes, they dance and spin and carry on. Yes, and believe in visions.
Yeah.
And all. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so they go to there's a secret just like in the Catholic Church, there's a secret worship in the background. You understand? But these
I
things,
go ahead,
yeah,
Alan.
so
Go
I
ahead.
know
Alan,
some
every
brothers,
religion had a secret worship. You don't think there was a secret worship in Israel behind the scenes that God showed them in Ezekiel 8? The priest was doing one thing. There's a secret. Some people call
correct.
it Kabbalah. There's a secret worship in every religion. But go ahead, I'm listening.
Yeah, you right on that. It's like most of them put a secret in the background. Then you have people that follow it, but the other people don't know nothing that's going on. You feel me? So they just moving through day to day, they thinking everybody in this building is worshiping the same God and it's not.
Yeah, but
But
Alan, here I'm saying, so hear what I'm saying, right? Here's what I'm asking. Because you brought the
mhm.
Kaaba. Well, what Muhammad did was he said that this is the one true God. He rejected the gods of his fathers. That I'm talking the one true God,
And he cleaned the
right?
Kaaba out of the other 364 gods and kept one.
Yeah, yeah. But they still pray to the Kaaba when the idols were inside. But that's another story.
And then
Um,
later on, they added the lore that rock was given to Abraham, and it came down, and it was white, and as people kissed it, it became black, and all of the other stuff was joined
and
to it later, after the fact.
yeah, and Abraham and Ishmael built the temple. But now Alan, but there's a whole, and he also Muhammad used warfare to kind of to establish himself because after he died, there's apostate wars where a lot of people left the faith. But to reclaim and make sure people didn't leave Islam from what I'm mistaken. But Alan, what I'm saying is he Muhammad had a one he didn't take per se. He had one deity that he kept with. Constantine was a sun worshiper. Why would he then take on another deity to match his beliefs when there are other pagan cults? So it's like all y'all believe something different. I'm going to take on another belief. How's that gonna? How other folks gonna take that on? That's what I'm saying. They still had different beliefs. There are different beliefs in the Roman Empire. Why not just legitimize his own sun worship and say this is the one true belief?
okay,
Explain the logic, the
I'm gonna
narrative of
explain
what's
to
going
you.
on?
I'm gonna explain to you, right? You ever had a picture of white boy Jesus in your house?
Yeah.
Okay, there's a picture of a white boy, the same white boy Jesus in the voodoo store. You go any voodoo store in Miami, you feel me? You're gonna see it, and so now because they already tricked you, you thinking this is the image, right? But people who's in witchcraft know what that image is. You understand? But you are the one that's being tricked. So for the masses of the people, some people will know and majority won't, and that's just the way it goes.
No, Alan, it's still not making sense. Christianity was marginalized. Christianity was looked down upon. Christianity was an outcast religion. Folks were getting beaten and all that kind of stuff. So why
So
take this underground religion, right, to cover up your religion, and then with the idea that this is going to unify the empire and everyone's going to adopt to it? Because they had
okay,
iconography, they had images in the pagan beliefs, the secret societies, all that kind of stuff.
this is what I'm saying. If what I'm saying is not true, then why is that same image you had in your house inside the voodoo store? Break that down.
Alan, we're talking about Constantine the 300s, and you're talking about white Jesus imagery today. Well, not today, but talking in present time. Brother,
Uh,
that's
that
over
same
1,500
image.
years.
Okay.
What,
You don't think
Alan,
that image is the same image?
Alan, the white Jesus image is based on Caesar Borgia. Caesar Borgia
Okay.
doesn't come into existence. The Medicis, what is that? When the Medicis come into existence? That's years after
1500
Constantine. So what do
years. Yeah, come on, way
so
after.
it's not lining up. I'm asking about Constantine himself. They had pagan images, they had graven images, all that kind of stuff. So explain how him adopting Christianity would help his cause in unifying the empire or to trick people to worship his deity.
Okay.
That's what I'm asking.
So
The
we
narrative's
listen.
not lining up to what happened.
Okay, we is more than one image. It's more
Uh-oh.
than one Caucasian image.
Oh, yeah. We agree with that. Go ahead. Jesus
You
went
understand?
through modifications. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, and then you also have they have these other images they call Paul, they call it Mary. You understand? But whichever, let's just say whenever that those images was given, right? It was given with deception. If I could find that same image, I used to walk by the voodoo store. I'm like, Mama, how could something good be in an evil place, right? And then once I met my grandma and seen that's what she was dealing with, I'm like, nah, hell nah. Oh, excuse my language, sorry. I'm like, something ain't right. Then I went on my search. Those aren't the real images, and those are the same images a lot of churches portray. Those aren't the real. I mean, if that's the case, why are they in the store?
So what he see, the only thing that's scary is even if you walked in the church and you seen a statue, you seen an image, I don't know, the timelines, I'm not going to let nothing 1,000 years later influence me, fervent charity. I'm going back to primary. In my spirituality, I'm going back to primary. What Adam and Eve had with God, they had a relationship. What Enoch had. Before temple, before fringes, before all this nonsense, what the original man had. Relationship. Jesus came to restore relationship. All of that other stuff are crosses, and those are symbols. And if people need symbols, some do, some don't. Some have symbols, and some don't have symbols.
And so with the brain burn.
Timelines confused. You understand most? Do me a favor, read most excellent. Let me pull some of this up here, mess around with relationship. Come on, Ferber Charity. Let me pull some of this stuff up right here.
We're gonna make a commercial. We're gonna make a commercial from Alan called "This Is Your Mind on Camp Doctrine." So, Alan, let me ask you a question. Just a quick aside.
No,
So
this is footnotes. This is not camp doctrine. Camps don't speak about the voodoo stores. This footnotes
No.
of me
He says,
growing up,
uh-huh.
coming out of Haiti, and
Yeah,
seeing things at a different lens.
this Alan's experiences. So,
Right.
Alan, let me ask you this question. Quick aside. So, the white image of Jesus is wrong, right?
be
So,
careful.
what image of Jesus do you say we should have? Would it be wrong if someone have a image of Jesus that looks like you?
The black Jesus. Come on, Wooly hit a real image. Let me see what he
Yeah.
said.
So if someone takes a picture of you, they paint it. You know what, y'all? We're gonna put down that white Jesus. Alan, thank you for this truth, brother. I think you should be the model to represent what Jesus looks like. Would that be wrong?
Like that other guy looking like Nathaniel. Talking about, go ahead. Let me hear what he say now.
Nah,
Mr. Footnote.
I wouldn't rock with that. Nah. But
So,
the white image is wrong.
okay.
But
So
a
why?
black one, the one that camps got, that ain't wrong? Or it's
No,
more
that
in
no
line. You can
that
understand
it,
they pagan. They image because
correct.
they correcting the girl, let me hear. I'm gonna put words in your mouth.
Yeah, that's not a direct image. I think when the camps do it, they want to show you something that's close to it. But
Can't make this stuff up.
yeah,
So, so,
they
so
don't admit that that's the actual image, but they just do a hair like wool, skin like bronze, and
that
they
just
get
happens
the
to look like Nathaniel,
yeah.
and it just so happens to look like Nathaniel. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
You say it just so happen to look like Nathaniel?
Yeah.
Nah, I didn't see that.
You don't. All right. So, but
You
Alan,
pull them next to each other. Let me see. I never seen it. I never looked at it like that.
oh, you haven't seen that?
No, put them next
You
to
and
each
I,
other. Let
come
me
on,
see.
gentlemen, you in the house. Let me pull up some of this stuff while I
All
see
right.
what I pull it. Because mess around with Adam, we gonna be down that conspiracy road. But we gotta have these conversations fair use. Listen to this.
mad when I told them that sage is witchcraft, removing bad spirits with smoke like that. Get rid of that, it's crazy. I don't play them games with Satan, nah. Forcing things to happen ain't natural, that's just playing God. They trying to run me out the booth, persecuting me for telling the truth they never knew. Somebody needs to go and give God an apology, cause we ignore his prophecies and just worship astrology. I don't care if you Aquarius or Sagittarius, God did not create it, he probably think it's hilarious. And all the Greek mythology nonsense, I ain't having it. And anyone who call themselves a god to me is blasphemous. We see 1111 and try to claim something. If it's an angel number, tell me what angel it came from. They can't. To me, it look like it's another idol. Cause if it's an angel number, then how's it not in the Bible? I'm confused. The world is distracting us from the rules, taking God out of the media, television, and schools, thinking that it's a joke, but I am not too amused. They go try to make us choose and kill us if we refuse. Read the clues. It look like the fame is too hard to handle if you straight and you don't want to be. They got mad when I told them that sage is witchcraft, removing bad spirits with smoke like that. Get rid of that, it's crazy. I don't play them games.
I'm going to stop right there because people are introducing us, you know, in light of the Black Power movement, a lot of people are introducing us into ancient culture. I'm going to bring up the Baphomet, Levi, and Beyonce. Is Beyonce a witch? Is Beyonce just trying to restore? Because you know a lot of people look up to her. Is she trying to give y'all hints of African spirituality? Is Jay-Z trying to relay a message? They had the Last Supper the other day. They had the Last Supper. Is Jay-Z trying to relay a message? He's talking about sage. He's talking about angel numbers. And he's talking about things that, there's some things that's being done out here. And I'm going to play a pastor. And I want y'all to know, is this a new type of pastor? Is this a new type of minister? I want to play something. Hold on, let me bring Dunamis back in. I don't know what he got going on. But let me play something. I want to ask y'all a question, because if this is the direction that spiritual leaders, elders, or individuals are going on social media, should we have our antennas up? I know your antennas up for Nathaniel and the rape doctrine and GMS or whatever, the rape doctrine and all that, but should we have our antennas up for people like this right here? Y'all, till we get on to them, man. I'm looking for certain people right now. I'll get into the other stuff with Josephus and all of that stuff, but I wanna deal with something right now for a minute, and then y'all, I don't know, y'all tell me what's what. Here he is. I think this is the guy right here. Listen to this.
Can somebody point me in the direction of all the Beyonce victims? Because I'm hearing a whole lot of fear-mongering church folk claiming she's the worst thing ever. But can't nobody produce any victims. While I, on the other hand, have a virtual church that is full of church victims. I got story after story of people who have been driven to suicidal ideation, anxiety, depression, and self-hatred because of toxic theology. I'll be so glad when Black church folks stop demonizing African traditional religions and queer people, because that ain't helping nobody. Can somebody point me in the direction of all the Beyonce victims? Because I'm hearing a whole lot.
Who's Beyonce really hurting? People tell me, oh, do the halftime show, do this, do that, do that. They always want to do it because, come on, Yolanda, come on, Alton. Y'all in here, y'all love the Lord, y'all sing them hymns, but boy, when that, what's that thing come on them BET Awards? Come on, y'all right in front of that screen with the unsaved, with the drug dealer, with the Crips, with the Bloods, with all the strippers. Y'all right in front of that TV, just like Save and Unsaved gonna be in front of that Super Bowl. Y'all right in front of that TV. Who is Beyonce hurt? Big deal she's throwing up. Big deal she's throwing up signs. Lucifer just light. Big deal she's throwing signs and symbols. If you understand the light, y'all say walk in the light. Beautiful light. What's that song we used to sing back in the days? Jesus, the light of the world. Oh, they got a different light. It's more than one light. We ain't going to teach esoteric doctrine, but it's more than one light. John talks about the light and the contrast with light and darkness. Are y'all children of the light? Freemasonry, they would say travel light. And so everybody used the term light. We used to watch cartoons when somebody got a bright idea, a light bulb would come on top of their head. What do we mean? What are the symbols? What is the stuff that she's throwing? We say Jay-Z at the game and he got the flag. What is he trying to convey? We see him at the Rihanna video. He got the shirt on, do what thou wilt. We know that come from Aleister Crowley. Strung out on dope, having rituals, trying to open up portals. What are they doing? It's Jay-Z, it's Beyonce, somebody else should follow. I'm talking about you. I'm talking about Yolanda. I'm talking about Gia Love Jesus. I'm talking about you good believers in here that's going to church tomorrow morning. I'm talking about y'all. That's what I want to know, Elder Tim. I know you're gonna be watching the game. You're gonna run home from church because y'all gotta watch it live. Y'all ain't gonna record nothing. Y'all got to be in front of that game. Who gonna dispensational Tim? Who gonna win that Super Bowl tomorrow? But so what's the story? Because he's bringing out something now. He's bringing out something how the church have hurt so many people. We got testimonies, people in Kojic say, they part of the LGBT community, but they grew up Kojic. And some of them, their first sexual experience with a man was inside the church or somebody from the church, an uncle, a cousin, or somebody. Oh, he gonna start beef right now to my Philly. All right, that's the beef done started among the elders. You see why Jay, the producer, don't want no sports? The elders done started beefing. One saying one thing, somebody saying something else. So what's going on? Is Beyonce relaying a spirituality? Could she relay a spirituality? Or is it a deeper meaning? Because remember, we're dealing with Black power, and Black power is at war with the Black church. He's saying, why y'all demonizing? What's wrong with sage? And we're seeing more and more people dealing with angels, vision boards, and dealing with sage. I never knew so many worship leaders or so many elders would burn sage in their house. And they say nothing is really wrong with it. Now in the Catholic Church, y'all burnt stuff. Did they burn any incense? Did they burn anything in, where humanity at? I need some people, don't need Bible people. Did they burn anything in the Old Testament in the physical building? In that physical tabernacle, was there any fire? Was there any smoke? And does Revelation say the prayers is Revelation giving you any impression of temple stuff going on? The prayers have come up before. How does this thing work? Is smoke symbolic or something? Is smoke and fire always demonic? Y'all, the Catholic Church, they worship, they lighting candles. Them devil worshippers did the priest of Israel light candles. Of course, it depends what click you in to see if the fire is right. Don't let the flame go out. So I'm just asking y'all questions. Come on, Dunamis. We gotta see what's going on. I'm gonna play the video one more time. Thank you, Sister Davis. And I want to ask y'all 2-3 questions about this restoration of spiritual things. What's syncretism, Van Harris? Have we been mixing stuff? Because Grandma was a good praying woman. She pray, you feel the Holy Ghost. Prayers got answered. But at the same time, Grandma would deal with some herbs and some different things. And Grandma would tell you, don't put your hat on the bed. Don't open up that umbrella in the house. And if you break that mirror, she's going to break your behind.
Alan,
what's up with that?
Speaking of, if you wanted to answer, back in the day, did your grandmother who practiced certain things, did she ever say blessings or prayers over you when you saw it came to pass? Money or health or anything like that?
Nah, I met that grandma when I was 12 years old when I got kicked out. I met her, but she was into that. She ain't spray nothing over me, but she used to mess with that. I used to see the candles and the stuff she used to do sometimes. But a lot of those Caucasians on the candles.
Oh, Alan, what Caucasians?
All right, you got the Virgin Mary, the white image of the Virgin Mary. You got the one with the Virgin Mary with Jesus. You have the white boy Jesus. Those on the candle, and they got a Paul too.
All right. So, Alan, is it wrong for Israelites to burn black love in the house?
What you mean black love?
Black incense. You know, you got the incense man,
Well,
the incense man,
I
the
don't
oil
see,
man,
I
and that
don't
burn
see,
in the house.
yeah, I don't see nothing wrong with incense. Now, I got some homies that deal with some stuff with some witchcraft. They use the sage, but I'm not sure. I'm not saying that the sage is bad, or I know definitely incense is not bad, but who is the people they doing it to? The spirits that they burn it to. That's what I would say is bad. But I'm not familiar with sage. But I seen, I know that they rock with some other stuff and they using sage.
All right, I bring that. Oh, yeah, let it play. Let me pull. I got to finish what I'm doing on this side. I want to show Alan something, see what his thoughts are.
Requirements. Where does it get this?
I'm gonna bring some away. Let me share my screen.
I'm sorry. I was trying to get this stuff together. Y'all.
Oh, you want to share my screen then?
Oh yeah. No. Where your screen? Okay. All right.
All right. Now, real quick. So this is the image, Alan. But I want to just say first, is this image wrong? I don't know if a cat made this or someone affiliate or whoever. Is this image wrong to have? Because to me, who's that look like? Kyrie?
That's the one you say look like Nate?
No. This ain't the one. This one just kind of.
Okay.
I never seen this one before.
Okay.
I don't know if this is Kyrie or someone else.
Yeah, that's definitely not the actual picture, but that would be like a depiction what it looks like.
Okay.
But I don't think that's the actual picture.
All right. So the
You
other
say
one
you
is.
had
So
the
this,
one look like Nate. I want to see the one that look like Nate.
so this is Nate. Oh, here we go. Let me see if I can zoom in. Okay. All right. So you see? Can't zoom in. So this is the image. That's Nate. So cats will say the nose, the eyes, all that kind of stuff. Some cats feel that this image is based off Nathaniel. All right, you see what I'm saying? Or I gotta zoom in.
Yeah, zoom in a little more. Okay, I saw that image before. I don't think that look like Nate, but I know they take their colors, you know, the purple color that they wear after Christ, but I don't think that look like Nate.
You know that little Nate? All right.
Nah.
So I can take, as long as the image is black, it's okay to have that kind of image in the house as Jesus, the representation.
I mean,
She said, "Lord, please have mercy." This is serious prayers right here. She said, "Lord, please have mercy."
well, this is what I see with the white image, right? Because when I used to be on the block, right, we used to have white boys come in the block. Some of them would violate. All the people would say they'll curse them out. If it was a black dude, we line them up. My last hood was called Chopper City, right? We line them up, but then a white boy could come through and just say some craziness. He ain't getting lit up. He might get
So
cursed
you
out.
just say, so you're saying blacks are trained to kill other blacks quicker than they were trained to put the white gun on a white or European.
Correct, and I see that like 100 times. I even tell my homie, I said, "Yo, why you don't go talk that trash to the white man? But you going against your own brother. He's going 100. He's at the level as 100 to his own brother. But when it's to the white man, he like, oh man, this white boy. He used the C word, but he said the white boy got over on me. I'm like, not you. I said, you don't take nothing. Why you
Come
don't
on.
go after him like you go after the brothers? You feel me? And he looked at me and smirked. Because he know what time it is. It's a system set up like that.
All right,
That's
hold
why.
on. All right, hold on, y'all. So y'all hearing what are we talking about? We're talking about Black Power and Black Power's war against Christianity. A lot of people said, why you even be involved in Christianity? And and Alan, a lot of how he interpreted, he look at the Bible and understand the Bible is through the lens of black and white. I'm gonna play another black pastor that's not an Israelite, and he says, the story of Jonah is the story of us. That's black people. That's the story of us. But that in light of something that Clarence 13X used to say, that in light of science, that in light of social media, I'm going to play some of this and tell me what y'all are going to do with this and the Bible in light of these people fueling y'all with images. I know the Super Bowl tomorrow. We ain't going to be on here long, but I got some questions. I'm going to just play this and y'all tell me your thoughts. Or is this pseudo nonsense and lie?
One in Mitchell. Are you saying that is an image of Nate? Stop it. Like, you agree or you don't agree? Put a one if you agree. I'm just trying to make sure. All right, let it play.
All right, figures.
Skin color, dark skin color would be the phenotype. Well, if you make the assumption that the human race arose like around the equator and that skin color, dark skin color would be the phenotype, then are you assuming that as people moved outward, there was a mutation, and if you were in the North, it allowed that mutation to live, which is how we got white people?
Yes,
Would that follow?
yeah.
Now, I hate to bring it up, but a lot of people feel, and scientists seems to indicate that early human beings, excuse me, were not light-skinned Europeans with blue eyes. Elijah Muhammad back in there said black man was the original man. Race is up on the table right now. Race is always on the table, and we're being challenged with race. So now people are asking Robert Pearson, people are asking Sister Jones, they're asking about a Jesus that came 1,500 years later. The camp's in the forefront with it. Jesus came 1,500 years later. Alan isn't here pressing us on these white images and these white images are false and they came later on, and these people got a whole doctrine with Esau being born, two manner of people in the Bible. Pull that up, Dunamis, so we can read that Esau story, and that's the birth of white people. And science isn't saying that, other people isn't saying that. The Bible says through one blood. But some would ask the question, and Gia would say this doesn't make a difference. Where does the races come from? I'm not saying this. I'm asking y'all a question, and this is how it's asked. Some people that's very sharp and on top of it say there's only one race, the human race. But we got stuff like this. What are we going to do with stuff like this here that people automatically, because Farrakhan and them been saying this, that automatically think that this is part, and it is part of Black Power talk. Dr. Ben and all of them, everybody, Sinetta and them, Clamors 13X, this been going on. So now that we're here scientifically, people are saying that it seems like the earlier humans, like Adam could have been dark, if we're going to try to imagine Adam. I know some people say it doesn't make a difference. I'm going to let this play and y'all tell me what y'all think.
Well, if you make the assumption that the human race arose like around the equator and that skin color, dark skin color would be the phenotype, then are you assuming that as people moved outward, there was a mutation, and if you were in the North, it allowed that mutation to live, which is how we got white people?
Yes,
Would that follow?
Yeah. If Nina Jablonski, who spoke in another one of your things, explained this, and she played a role in studying the reason for dark skin, which is if you have lots of intense sunlight, it destroys folic acid. And it turns out folic acid is really important for babies to develop properly. So it's not too good for a population for the babies to not develop properly. So that's why dark skin. Now, as you move north, there's another essential vitamin called vitamin D. There's an intermediate, biochemical intermediate that needs to be then converted by the liver. But that intermediate is formed by UV light going through the skin. If you're near the equator and you have a dark skin, it still gets through enough to get your vitamin D. But now if you go north and it's cold and you wrap up and it's less sun because the sun's coming at an angle now, you will get rickets and have other problems supposedly. So that's thought to be the reason for selection for lighter skin.
So when we start dealing with the ISIS papers, Dr. Francis, and we start dealing with the melanin theory, darker skinned people are more spiritual. Dark skinned people are because of the sun. We're not going to get into sun worship. Is it connected with sun, or the ancients knew the importance of the sun and life, and they just used that as symbol, as a sample. As a sample, a symbol, the word I'm looking for, of who God is. Because later on, Paul says that he dwelt in a light that no man can approach the sun. There's a lot of conversations that we're going to have when I'm going to start dealing with the Bible and showing some stuff. But I'm going to do that on Patreon because there's too much stuff that could be said right now that people will take and run and say that you're promoting this, you're saying this, but conversations must be had. Say what you want. Conversations must be had. Some people will say, well, Christianity is just losing in general. The Bible speaks about a falling away. Now, if you're going to walk away from the biblical faith, I have no problem with that. We got pastors that's going to seminary. I was watching vocab. I was talking vocab yesterday, but I was watching a video with him and Dr. Brown. They was talking about the guy Panic, and people are going to seminary and losing their faith because they're looking and they're seeing stuff and things are being brought out to them. So now you're being challenged. You ain't gonna like this, Sylvia, but you're being challenged. Can God still be true in the Bible full of errors? I'm not going to go no further with that. But because we got preachers that's coming out, we got young ministers now that's coming out saying some things. And then in the midst of them saying some stuff, Sage ain't that bad. LGBT people are born again and they could be ministers and be just as spiritual as you that's been in a monogamous relationship for 20 years. Big deal, that man attracted to little boys. And he a preacher and he pray. He's just as spiritual as you, Sister Sylvia. Now we got people making arguments on another level that you're born like this. This is science. This is what it is. It's okay. And the Bible was written in the time. But two men can live together and have sex and be just as spiritual as anybody else. You got to get that nonsense out of your head. What are we talking about race right now? What are we going to do with these things?
Alan, what are your thoughts on the video?
You speaking about people going north and turning white?
Yeah, what she presented. And then Alan, do you believe in young Earth or old Earth?
I'm not sure on that, but I can't believe that people could turn, light skinned by heading up north, because Berean is still dark and he's in New York, and we still got white people since 1804. We still got a few white people in the mountains. They still white. They in Haiti, they still white over there. I mean, it don't change. Like me, I'll get darker in the sun, and then I turn my regular color when I get out the sun. But I think that's just far as a science myth. You heard me?
No. The way you ended, I didn't know wasn't sure you were done or not. So you think it's just a science?
I think it's like a science myth. Yeah.
Okay. No, but I asked like young Earth, older. Do you think the Earth is just?
If Berean turn white next week, I'ma believe
it. This guy.
You feel me?
So how old do you think the Earth is? 6,000 years old or older?
I don't know the math, but I don't believe the science number is like ridiculous. It's way off the Bible. I know that. The number as far as science compared to as far as the Bible is way off.
Yeah, because the science she's using here goes along with the science of millions of years or 100,000 of years, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm just looking at. Okay.
They were using carbon dating and. Oh, go ahead.
No, I'm just saying. I'm just looking at my phone. What is that thing? I'm gonna text you something, Dunamis. When is this thing here? Orthodox more supposed to be on Sal. Sal hit me that hot seat. Sal hit me and
that's nice.
I'm not sure. I'm gonna send you the thing. Let me look at this thing. I don't know. I don't have no glasses. I'm running around. I can't see it all. Got a whole bunch going on. But if y'all wanna check Sal out, if y'all want to get at Orthodox more, he's gonna be on the hot seat. So people calling and all that. I appreciate Sal. Shout out to him for sending me that thing. Hopefully I'm not a day late. But go ahead, because you're trying to understand, Alan. I think you believe, Alan believes the Esau thing and the origin of white people. This has been going around for hundreds of years. Whites wanted to know because we were so dark skinned. Do we come from the same people?
Okay,
and then that's started off with the Mormon church garbage.
Yeah, but Alan, you believe that Esau's...
hold on, because they said the choice was made, and we came down here and we had darker skin. This is Mormon doctrine. Mormon just let black folk in the priesthood the other day. That's why I started off with that. This race thing and spirituality and people attempting to find their place as a race in the Bible is a serious problem. But go ahead. This is Black Power War against the Black Christian.
Yeah. Alan, you believe that Esau's a white man?
Correct.
You muted.
So, but then Alan, how did Esau, going with what you're saying, you don't believe in the signs that had went up north and became lighter over time? How did then Esau, who originally would be a black man, become a white man?
Now he's gonna tell you about Noah being an albino. That's what they're trying to hide. Noah was albino What was his mother name? Rebecca. Rebecca had a white baby, and the white baby came out. Two manner of people hairy.
Yeah, two
Right, Alan?
black people could give birth to a white baby. They give birth to an albino, but then they could also give birth to like a pure white baby. So two black people, it could happen. That's now two
The
white
black cat
people.
asked a good question. So, what year was Rebecca? What year was Esau born? By 1800 BC before Christ? What year?
Well, that is Genesis 25 and 25.
Yeah,
Shit, I
put
got
that up, Dunamis,
little driving.
because. All right, no. He know where it is. He know them white scriptures. He stopped playing. He know right where it is. He telling you right where to go, Dunamis. Because if we got proof that white people existed before that story, before that quote unquote time that Esau's supposed to live, Houston, that could be a problem. You agree with that?
Correct. But my thing is, will you be using carbon dating? What you'll be bringing up?
How? No, it wouldn't be carbon date. They wouldn't. They don't. They wouldn't be
Okay.
carbon dating.
Okay.
So you think, because you do believe before Esau came out, everybody was dark. So if we can find paintings, if we can find murals, if we can find any writings anywhere prior to whenever we think in our mind that Esau came out, if we find light-skinned people prior to that, that's not a contradiction of the. Maybe it's not the Bible, but the people's interpretation.
I would like to see a white boy before that, if you could bring that out. But I never seen that.
So Esau is the first white man. No white man ever existed before Esau.
From what I've been looking, no, that's it.
This is very, what Alan is saying is not foreign, y'all. It's very prevalent. So for my church people that want to look at me like, what foolishness are these people talking about? This is very prevalent on the internet, in the barbershops, in neighborhoods all across the land. And it's deeper in middle class America, because say what you want. These people that teach this doctrine, they popular.
Let me ask this, Dumas, you believe that every race was on this planet at the same time?
Dunamis believe in multiple races?
Like, you know, like black, white, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Well, we know the original man was ruddy. You know, the original man was. Been on my original man doctrine.
No, you're trying to shoot it down. You got to be careful. I'm going to put you out of here. I'm going to put you out of it, because he asked the other day. He was saying, what was that Yap Gang? Not Yap Gang. Somebody else. He said, oh, we got to get a Richard Master. Oh, dude, let's get ready to get blocked. Banished out of darkness forever.
Is it the Nile or Sumer? I'm just saying.
Both, it don't make a difference. Both of them was original man. Hey, God. Go ahead.
So, but, I mean, so-called whites were around with the Ionians, that kind of stuff.
Yes.
So it's like there were white people around for a long period of time. Even folks want to say that I saw someone in the chat said the white mutation came around 8,000 years ago. Where does the Bible characters date in the Bible?
That's the problem.
If Esau comes around in 1800, it's 1836 BC. That means that there would have been white folks on the planet.
That ain't 5,000 years ago. That's a problem.
Yeah. Well, not just that, but then there'll be white folks on the planet for over
3,000 years before. Come on.
Yeah. So white folks were running amok on the planet.
You say there was white folks before the 18 BC, right?
That's what one brother presented, the white mutation. I can't remember what he said, the science he used, the term, but the white mutation came about in 8,000 years ago.
What did he use to to bring that out? What source or science method he used?
I didn't follow up. He's talking about some genetic marker. I didn't follow it up, right? So we can follow when the white folks on the planet. But we see that they were in the Ionians, the precursor to Greeks, they were white. And I see what Landon's saying, define white. That's a good question. So how do you define white, Alan? So we can make sure
Um,
we're all on the same page.
before we go there, they say science said we came from monkeys too, right? They have
That's
a
what some
whole
scientists say.
breakdown. Yeah, do you believe in that too, or is there some things that's false in science and some things that's correct?
Where's Roger at? Let me stop.
Yeah, we got. I mean, we know there's a lot of things science is actually based on their belief and they'll implement it in and try to show things, but I don't
But
think
then,
that's a way you could like prove that for a fact that there was Caucasians there before Genesis 25.
okay, so Alan, you're going with the Bible, and if the Bible don't say there's no white man until Esau. And I see what somebody in the chat put in. It's SLC 2485. This is this is a G member of the potassium dependent sodium calcium exchanger. So
Okay.
I got to look more into it, but this is a gene they brought out that said that dealt with the mutation where white folks came about.
And how did they do the math to know how long it been on the earth?
How they do the math?
Yeah, how did they go with the math to see how long that gene been on the earth?
This is where he's fighting against science to hold on to his doctor's interpretation. I'm going to use the word interpretation of Genesis. Go ahead.
All right.
No, reason I say this because there's a lot of things use carbon dating, right? There's a mountain in what that is, Oregon. It erupted, I think, in the 80s, right? When they did carbon dating, they get a number 2,000 years difference that it erupted, right? So it's kind of hard for me to go on, let's say, if it's carbon dating, and you got if one math is wrong 2,000 years, that's not much close.
So Alan, are the Ionian black people, the sons of Japhet, Ionians? They're black.
Japhet, right?
Yeah.
Japhet would be black.
Hold on. So no, the sons of Japhet, they're not white. They don't make the white race, the white Europeans. No. Only Esau makes the white race.
They all would be black. You would have some darker than the others. Like Ham would be the darkest one.
Okay. So white folks, they come from Esau. So you tell me in less than 1,800 years, Esau was able to produce a line of people to dominate a whole continent. So you tell me in less than 1,800 years, Esau was able to make when did Rome come into existence? When did Alexander the Great come into existence? So was Alexander the Great a white man or a black man?
Alexander the Great is a Caucasian. White man.
Was Alexander the Great an Edomite?
Correct.
Explain that one, Alan.
What you mean?
So the kingdom of Edom was a small kingdom to the southeast of Israel. So Edomites went over into Macedonia and populated the area there.
Well, this is what you're gonna have, right? We look at the Caucasians now. How many kingdoms have the Caucasians moved to since Alexander? We got them in just about every. We got them in Africa. South Africa got white people claiming that they African. You know,
but Alan, those I think you're talking about the Boers. The Boers have been there for for hundreds of years, and they didn't have beef with the Africans. Well, not so much until the English came. So the Dutch, they had their place. They dealt with the different tribes.
Okay, you say
Hey yo, Dunamis, read the screen. Read the screen. They don't know this camp. This dude is a camper right here, camp influence. But read the screen.
Y'all so damn slow. If you listen to the camps, you'll get the truth. This truth not adding up. This truth not lining up.
This truth ain't adding up.
How is Alexander the Great? How is Alexander the Great an Edomite? That is so serious. Alexander the Great was an
Oh,
Edomite.
that was funny.
He's a white man, so he's an Edomite.
Come on, Morgan.
Correct.
No,
Hold
come
on.
on, name this song. I thought you was getting ready to jump on because you want to interrogate Allen.
Hey,
Or
let me say you can jump on.
like they outnumber everywhere. You eat them all over the place.
That's
No,
Oh, in fact, don't even rile up for charity. He was supposed to jump on the other night. It was real late. I don't know what happened, but don't even start riling him up because they trying to some people.
Jordan, is this your doctrine, Jordan? Do you believe this?
hey, Dunamis, there's some whites in Haiti, right? I was just watching a video. He said,
Read that right there.
But
We
you
damn because we go ahead read that. I love this stuff.
But you'll not listen. But you'll not listen to them because y'all are damned.
Oh man, we damned them. We damned because we ain't listening to One West. Boy, y'all for everybody damned then. Everybody damned till One West came on the scene with the whole truth. You funny today. Go ahead.
yeah, there's some whites in Haiti. I was watching a video, right? He said, I took a banana boat from one island to another. You can't tell me I'm not Haitian. This is a white boy, right? Listen, when they come into a certain area, they want to act like they're the people. They're not the people, man.
But Alan,
So
isn't
we got the whites in Haiti saying that they Haitian. They're not Haitian. You understand?
I hear you, Alan? But isn't Haiti an island? Isn't Haiti a nation? So you can be white, black, Chinese, and then become a Haitian, but not quote ethnically Haitian.
When he was using the term, he wasn't talking about citizenship. He was basically talking about nationality. He said, I went from one island to the next to get some plantains. You can't tell me I'm not Haitian. He went from one island with a banana boat. No, you're a white boy. You grew up there. I mean, but you're not the native people. You're not the same as the people that's on the island. You understand? So yeah, there's whites in Africa, but they're not the native people.
Okay, so.
But I think you speak about citizenship, Dunamis. Yeah, if they born there, they're gonna be natural citizens. Like if I'm born, if my mom went to vacation in China and she had me in China, right? That don't make my eyes look like them people over there. Now I might have some paperwork that say, yeah, I'm Chinese citizen, but I don't look nothing like them people.
So how that work with converts and who these people were marrying in Israel? I want to hear that story again.
How that help with converts?
How does that? Yeah, because convert. How does that help? Because you don't believe the light skinned folk are Israel or Jews.
No,
That you call the small hat people.
Correct. Yeah, the small hats. No.
So even if they converts, they ain't God don't want. God ain't dealing with them.
Nah. They gotta suffer the same thing as the Caucasians.
Now let me pull up. Hey, yo, I'm getting ready to pull up Dunamis video right now. Not Dunamis. I'm getting ready to pull up Abba Bivens, One West. I'm getting ready to pull up his great grandchildren. The vocab that work that vocab put in. Oh, they ain't gonna like this. Oh, y'all ain't gonna like this one bit. This is your founder. This is your master. This is one of this is the main guy that laid out the whole One West where all the camps come from. I'm going to pull up that video. Matter of fact, go ahead, Dunamis. You talk about Esau. Let me pull up vocab. And let me get the show of fervent charity, some of these light-skinned folk. These small hat folk. That's the descendants. The descendants of the people from One West. That's beef. That's beef, fervent charity. Oh, where Bruce at? Y'all can say what your vocab doing the Lord's work. I was talking to Garfield the other day, laugh. I said, you doing the Lord's work. And I'm gonna pull up some of that stuff too. Let's see what the people that Garfield interviewed. Let's see what they say.
Yeah. Jason, man, you wanna?
Hey, hey, what's up, Dunamis, Bill Brother Ian, and Alan? Yeah, I was just this discussion with Esau and ancient Israelites and different Bible characters come up quite frequently, and people make these how do I say, they make these comments about Esau being white or being, and I just want to make sure that is that what Alan is saying, that Esau was a white man or Esau was white? Is that what I'm understanding you saying, Alan?
Well, let me be politically correct. All right. Esau would be peach, pink, and red. You understand? I don't. Well, just to be politically correct, there's no such thing as white skin. So the
Okay.
peach people on the earth, the pink ones and the red ones.
Oh, who are the red people?
The red people would be the ones that they face turn red. You can look it up on a lot of pictures of Donald Trump. I live in Florida, so they get the reddest over there. It's real hot when they look like a tomato a lot of times, especially when the heat's on.
Listen,
So
Tina Morgan, hold on. I'm getting Tina Morgan now. I'm getting ready to block y'all. Y'all been going in a circle for a long time. Y'all still no results. Still don't know Christ is a black man. Who the hell told you? What do you think we think of Christ is a white man? A blue-eyed European? Goodbye, Tina. Go ahead. Y'all keep going. Goodbye, Tina.
Yeah. So Alan, so you do realize that some quote unquote Caucasians or Europeans can turn red when they get angry or when they get excited or when they're laughing too hard because blood rushes to their face. But that's not what Scripture means when it says that the baby was red or ruddy. That's his natural look. He's red. You ever heard the term of American Indians being referred to as a red man?
yeah, I heard that term.
Do you think they only get called red when they get angry or when blood rushes to their face?
Wait, hold on. Oh, they call the red man because of Esau.
Well, I've seen some natives before. I haven't seen red, but they do have a different shade of brown for some of them. Some of them look Caucasian. Might be because of $5 Indian, but I see they got a different shade of brown. Correct. But yeah, they called him the red man.
Okay. Well, I mean, Dunamis did ask an important question, but I also want to ask this too. You ever heard the term red bone?
Correct.
Now, what is that referring to?
That would be a light-skinned sister.
Or light-skinned brother, right?
Yeah, I never called a brother a red bone, but okay.
Yeah, well, I mean, that was a whole movie that had a dude named Redbone in there.
Okay.
But anyway, so the point I'm getting at is, here's what I'm driving at. Esau and Jacob were twins. You do realize that, right?
Correct.
Okay. The Bible says the only difference between Esau and Jacob was that Esau was hairy.
It said the only difference.
You want me to read it?
Yeah, read it.
All right. It says, let's see, when the days, this is Genesis 25, I think verse 24. When the days to give birth were completed, behold, there were twins in the womb. The first came out red. Now you heard the word twins, right?
Correct.
Okay, now what are twins what do twins look like to you?
If it's not in the Bible, because you skipped a whole verse when it said two different manner of people, but
two different
twins,
what?
You skipped a verse before you got to your verse where it says there's two different manners of people. Can you start from that and break that one down?
Hold up. Okay, let me go back to Genesis 25 here, real quick.
Pull it up, Dunamis, so they can see it, so they can understand why it's the two nations, why people take it so seriously.
Yeah. Let people see it, brother Dunamis. Let's see. Says, She went. You talking about starting at verse? Let's see, 22.
What chapter?
25 dunamis.
And then Alan got to explain another verse too. I'm gonna pull this one up. I want Alan to break down when he. All right.
Okay, I started at 7. I think it's 17. My print is real small. I'm looking at my phone, so y'all forgive me. But it says, and Isaac prayed to the Lord for his wife because she was barren.
What verse? It says, what verse?
I think it's is it? Oh, it's 22. Dunamis.
No, what verse? Where you at?
I'm starting at 22.
Oh,
I believe so. Yeah, and it says, and Isaac prayed. Is that what you see?
That's the 21 you're starting at.
Okay. Yeah, I can't see it clear on my phone, but yeah, I can see the words. But it says, and Isaac prayed to the Lord for his wife because she was barren. And the Lord granted his prayer, and Rebekah, his wife, conceived. Now, Rebekah and Isaac conceived children. Same daddy, same mama. The children struggled together within her, and she said, if it is thus, if it is thus, why is this happening to me? So she went to inquire of the Lord, and the Lord said to her, 2 nations are in your womb, and 2 peoples from within you shall be divided.
What that mean right there? That's saying a lot to them.
Yeah. One shall be stronger than the other, and the other shall serve the younger. Now, before I go any further, Alan, what are you gleaning from 2 nations? You read 2 nations as 2 races?
Where Alan? He left? Oh no, he unmuted. Go ahead.
You there, Alan?
Well, keep reading. Maybe he walked away for a second. Maybe pulling out the paint chart.
Okay, so let me finish reading. So 2 nations are in your womb, and 2 peoples from within you shall be divided. The one shall be stronger than the other shall serve the younger. And when her days to give birth were completed, behold, there were twins in her womb. The first came out red, all his body like a hairy cloak, as they called him, his name Esau. Afterward, his brother came out with his hand holding Esau's heel, so his name was called Jacob. And Isaac was 60 years old when she bore them. So Rebekah had twins, and one of them was hairy, red and hairy. Can you explain to me how there are 2 different races of people, same mama, same daddy, and twins? One's red and hairy.
Alan dropped.
Okay.
He might be coming back soon.
Well, you go ahead with your video until he come back.
While he's coming up, real quick, I just want to point out in verse 21, we see what God's doing, how Isaac has to pray to God for his wife that's barren, and the Lord provides. So it seems that God is showing that He's providing the seed, and He's maintaining the line, not through man's intervention, but it's only God who can do this work. Go ahead, Alan.
Alan, right there. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, a lot of people was calling me. Yeah, it says 2 nations and 2 different manner of people. I mean, that's like cut and dry. I mean, I'm not sure what else you looking for. And then also the Lord said He divided. When we go into Scripture, when they say the Most High divided the nations, there, so.
Well, Alan, it doesn't say 2 manner of people. It says 2 nations are in your womb, and 2 peoples from within you. 2 people.
What version are you reading? What version are you reading?
I'm reading ESV.
So
okay. Well,
does that matter? Does that matter?
Not necessarily.
Yeah, matter. King James is a black Israelite. You ain't reading the white man. You reading over ESV, a white man. They're Roman Catholic.
Yeah, King James has 2 manner of people on the screen. On the screen, I got KJV.
Make it
bigger. I'll take whatever one you bring, but it says it's saying the same thing. The King James on that verse, makes it a little more bold, but we can go to ESV.
Well, okay. So two nations is two different nations, not two different races. Two peoples. That means two human beings. So
What do you mean by two different nations? How you break that down? Two different nations. So one was born in one place, and then they took her to another country, and another one was born. Can you break that down and make it clear?
Okay, brother. I'll play along. So that means that two different nations derived from two different peoples, just like Isaac and his brother. Okay, two nations came from Isaac and his brother. Is that not true?
Correct.
Okay. Were they still brothers?
Correct.
Did they still have the same father?
Correct.
Okay. In this case, two nations came from two people that was born on the same day from the same woman who had the same father, and you telling me that they were two different races of people?
Yes.
And the scripture doesn't teach that.
Well, you keep reading. And also, do you know that two black people could give birth to twins and one black, one white?
Yeah, Dunamis, I was just trying to pull them pictures up right there because Alan gonna try to go somewhere on y'all. I'm telling y'all right now, y'all gotta understand this black power is real.
No,
I heard,
but it's not impossible. Black people give races to all type of different. I mean, give birth to all type of different colors. That's something that's really known.
Okay, Alan, but here's the deal. That's not what scripture is teaching here, though. See, you have to prove that the Bible is saying that they were two different races and one was white. It doesn't teach that.
Okay, I'm gonna prove it when it says two nations are in that room.
Wait,
it's cut and dry. I mean, what else?
Alan,
how is it cut and dry?
So Alan, real quick. So let's. So if that's the case,
and I'm sorry because I'm getting ready to walk away, and we got to be careful because this is not an Israelite doctrine. Somebody just text me. This is not an Israelite doctrine. There's Israelites in this room that's in here right now that do not believe a lick of this. This is, some people would say, I think it's more fair to say this is camp doctrine.
Agreed.
This is not Israel. Every Israelite don't believe this, y'all. Go ahead, Dunamis.
No, so Alan, so this is Genesis 33, and so this is Esau and Jacob come back together. I'll start at verse 8, and he said,
"What version you reading so I can see?"
KJV. I always go to KJV. Got to keep in line. All right. What meanest thou, Job, with thou met? And he said, These are to find grace in the sight of my Lord. And Esau said, I have enough, my brother. Keep that thou hast unto thyself. So first he's calling Esau Lord, right? But then let's go down to verse 10. This is the key verse. And Jacob said, Nay, I pray thee, if now I have found grace in thy sight, then receive my present in my hand. For therefore I have seen thy face, and though I have seen the face of God, thou would have pleased me. Hold on, I'm trying to find the right verse. I got a verse. Because there's a verse that says that Esau, to see your face like to see the face of God. Let me pull it up. Oh, man. I thought I had the verse.
I think you just read it, but it didn't say that.
Yeah, it might be another version.
All right. Well, go ahead. Well, hold on, Alan. Go ahead, Dunamis. Look for that, and I'm gonna pull your screen down for a minute. Look for that. You wanted to ask him something, right? You muted. Nameless Soul wanted to ask Alan a couple of questions. We got to unmute you.
Now, this was a problem last time. Someone with a mic or something.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I'm here.
Okay, yeah, there we go.
Yeah. I just wanted to ask Alan something. If the Edomites are Europeans, but Esau's wives were all darker skinned people, then how did they become looking like European.
You just said white folk had black folk had white babies. I don't believe this stuff. Good, you heard what
Correct. Matter of fact,
Because they're
matter of fact,
but
do you believe that King Herod was a Idumean?
I knew he was. I knew it. I knew they
of
gonna
course,
stir from charity up. I hate this dude. Go ahead.
of course Herod wasn't a Idumean, but he wasn't a white man.
Uh-oh. Why the question is Jewish?
But
Let's
and he
see.
was a Roman as well, right?
So
No,
what do you mean Roman? A Roman what? Like Paul was a Roman.
he
So what do you
was
mean?
in charge.
Let me be quiet and leave these Israelites alone. Go ahead.
But
He
he
was
was
put in charge by.
he was
He
okay. So
wasn't a
he was a.
white man.
Let's say you
He was
saying he was
somebody that
dark
Rome put in
skinned?
charge of Israel. Yeah, Herod was a darker skinned man.
Okay, so was he an Israelite?
No, he was an Edomite.
He was an Edomite.
Remember? Yeah, he was an Edomite.
Okay.
Man, I gotta pull it up.
And this is what Rome would do. Rome would take over places, and then sometimes they would get somebody to rule over them, to rule over a place that they conquered. They would put somebody in place to rule over them, sort of like the United States did with Saddam Hussein.
So let me ask you this, right? So what color? Cause I'm trying to see exactly where you at. What color is the Israelites? Was the Israelites at that time?
I believe the Israelites were a brown skin and I believe some of them were actually darker skin too, because they mixed with some Hamites, and some of the Hamites were darker skin, like some Ethiopians are darker skin, and they're Cushites who come from Ham. So
Okay, so the majority of the Israelites would be dark at that time, right?
yeah, they'd definitely be brown skin.
And then Herod would be
darker than the browner skinned people they show on TV today over there in that land. I believe that.
Yeah, but from everything I look up, Idumea is not going to black people. Where you get that where you get that breakdown from? Like
Because
what sources?
well, because the Romans called the land of Edom, they called it Idumea in their tongue. That's what they called it.
Yeah, but then
But
when we look at I think one of the brothers brought it out, the gods of Esau, right? They all are white. So okay, so these black people, so what you trying to tell me? These black people was worshiping white gods at that time?
no, I don't believe so. I found a source that said the Edomite religion was to a stone cube representation of God.
No, you could Google it. The gods of Egypt, they got images that, and majority of those people at that time, there wasn't no transatlantic slave trade. Just about everybody had a god that looked like them.
Just a
Well, I
So
can't
that'd
argue with
be
that.
Alan, you're not talking about that movie, are you?
The Edomites
no.
were not white, bro. That's because okay. Do you believe in the Book of Maccabees?
No, so
Fervent
what I'm
Charity
saying,
might have to jump on. Fervent Charity might have to jump on. Go ahead. I want to hear. He just asked you about Maccabees. Go ahead. I want to hear this.
but
Believe in
real quick, but
Maccabees?
if they're not white, why was their gods white?
What is he talking about? What
I
gods?
can't
Show us
explain.
mirrors. What gods? We're talking about the gods is white. Who?
He
Edom
said the
gods.
Edomite
You
gods.
could Google the gods
Okay.
of Edom. Bring it up.
Okay. Well, this is what I need you to answer, Alan. Okay. When you read the book of First Maccabees, in chapter 5, Judas Maccabees and them are fighting against the Edomites. But then you go up to chapter 8 and it says, now Judas had heard of the fame of the Romans. So if the Edomites were Romans and the Romans were white, why didn't Judas already know about them? Why did he have to hear about their fame? And then
Bring
another
it up.
thing,
Read it. Bring it up.
I can't share my screen. I'm on my
All right,
cell
I'll pull it
phone.
up. Permanent, I got it up, but we gotta wait.
So you say this is gonna show that they were black?
No, this is going to show you that Edomites and the Edomites and Romans, who are white people, are two different people.
Oh, what chapter?
Chapter 5, Book of Maccabees. It's somewhere in there, around somewhere near the beginning of it. It's telling you that the Maccabees were fighting against the Edomites. And then in chapter 8, it says that Judas heard of the fame of the Romans.
All right. So this is chapter 5, verse 3. Then Judas fought against the children of Esau in Idumea at Arabtine because they besieged Galilee. He gave them a great overthrow and obeyed their courage into their spoils. Let's see. Romans.
Right. No, I'll go to verse 8.
Okay.
Or chapter 8, I mean.
Oh, chapter 8. Chapter 8. My bad.
Yeah. First Maccabees, chapter 8.
Hey, why are you looking at that real quick?
Because this is what I'm talking about. Go ahead. Sorry, JT Mac.
No, real quick. When Esau was referred to as ruddy, who also was referred to as ruddy? King Solomon, King David, were they also Caucasians?
That's beef. That's beef. If it's the same word, that's beef.
Hey, JT Mac, I want to add something else to that.
Right there.
Look, they like to talk about how Esau was hairy, but I think the prophet Elisha or Elijah was described as a hairy man, and he wasn't no Edomite.
Come on. Maybe he was. Hold on a minute.
You're tripping, brother Berea. You're tripping.
We gotta see where Alan gonna go with this, because he can wiggle his way out, and he gonna ride with that Esau doctrine. Go ahead, Dunamis. You got what you were on. What?
Yeah, no, I got it up. This is chapter 8. Now Judas heard of the Romans, that they were mighty and valiant men, and such would lovingly accept that all that joined unto them, and made a league of amity with all. So it seems that the Judah Maccabee, the Jews, are making pacts with the Romans. Man,
right.
That's
but in chapter 5, they was fighting against Esau. So how are the Edomites and the Romans the same people? And that also explains how Herod was put over Israel. Because he made a pact with the Romans.
Break it down, Alan. This is
hold on. So you say Herod? So you trying to say Herod was a Jew?
A good bit of people. History show that he got. Go ahead.
All right, you just said Herod made a pact with the Romans. So you trying to say Herod was a Jew?
No, Judah Maccabee
was Israelite.
Yeah,
Judah Maccabee made a pact.
No, I'm going with what the brother just said.
Yeah, Herod was an Edomite that the Romans put over Israel. The Romans put him in control of Israel, and he had an Israelite wife, and he had a family. They were called the Herodians, and those were the ones in John 8:44 when Jesus said, "You are of your father, the devil," because they said they had never been in bondage to no.
He was doing good. He was doing good. He wilded out right now. But go ahead, Fraternity. Listen, I hope y'all know what's going on right here. But go ahead, because Jordan gonna come on and just start typing mass conversion. This is what we talking about. But go ahead, keep going, Nameless. I'm muting myself.
Yeah, and then it's just plain right there.
Okay. So you said Herod was
he was an Edomite. His father was an Edomite.
Okay. What yeah, you going too far now. What was the Romans? What race?
Laughing like Plumber. Why you laughing? He think he got you him. Why you just giggle right there? Go ahead.
Hey, that was that Plumber laugh.
What race was the Romans?
The Romans come from Japhet. They come from Japhet, they come from Javan, who comes from Japhet, because the Greeks are the father of the Romans, and the Romans ended up taking down the Greeks and absorbing them in their culture.
But what do you mean, father historically or descendant physical father? What do you mean, father? Like they just came next in line in the kingdom. The Romans came and took over after Cleopatra, Mark Antony, and all that, and they would start ruling.
Yeah. They took over after
yeah.
So what would you call the Caucasians today?
Japhites.
But even their own scholars say that they're the Romans. That's impossible.
Why is that impossible when he just said?
No, because listen, no, this is what I'm trying to say. Their own scholars, there's scholars that will state that they are the Caucasians come from the Romans, and they also come from Esau. You tell me you cannot find that? There's plenty
So
of scholars that
Oh,
states that.
I know what you're
but
talking about. I believe you're talking about
Alan,
some of the Jewish sources that equate the
Thank you.
Romans.
He knows what I'm talking about. Correct.
Now,
There's
now I'm going to
there's
break
more and there's more than just a Jewish sources.
right, but they're not.
So
But the Jewish sources are not saying that the Romans are actual Edomites. That's like I guess you could say a euphemism or whatever to describe, because the Romans were enemies of the Jews, so the Jews equated them to the Edomites, but they're not saying that they are Edomites.
question. If the Caucasians came from Esau, but then the Caucasians came from Japheth, Esau didn't come from Japheth, so I'm confused. Can you clear that
Yeah.
up?
yeah, one brother say he comes from Japheth. That brother is speaking. I say he comes from Esau. That's what you're
No,
that's what you're seeing.
So Japheth, Ham, and Shem came from the same mama and daddy. So were they all different races too?
Ham, Shem, and
I
Japheth.
believe there's.
They yeah, they'll be the same race, but you gotta understand, if you believe in God and God say he divides the nations, then you will have to go with what God say.
But
Right.
nations doesn't mean race though,
Sure.
Alan.
You say what?
Nations does not translate to race.
Well, when they say there's two different nations in your womb, right? This would mean it won't be the same. It won't be the same type of people. And if we go to the King James,
Okay.
it'll say two different manner of people.
Okay. Can we deal with that? Because manner doesn't necessarily mean the way they look. Manner means the way they act. Remember, Esau was a cunning hunter, and Jacob was a
Okay,
planter.
we could go on the way they act.
So they had different attributes. And the Bible said that Esau would live by the sword. The Europeans don't live by the sword, they live by the gun. But them Arabs live by the sword, and they chop off heads of people who believe in Jesus.
Okay,
The
there's a
Europeans
verse.
don't do that.
If you take that verse literally, right? There's a verse that says, "He that bring into captivity will go into captivity. He that kill with a sword must be killed with a sword." The gun is just a new sword. So if somebody kills somebody, I mean, you can't use that like saying like the Caucasians never used a sword.
Oh, they
You
did use the
understand?
sword before. Yeah, they used the
Okay.
sword before, but who uses the sword now? Who's gonna be chopping off heads for those who believe in Jesus Christ?
Yeah, I think the
It's not
sword
the
is
it's Muslim.
symbolic to a murder weapon or
No,
war.
it means a sword. Bruh, every Wednesday they're chopping off somebody's head in Mecca. What they
Okay.
do to them Christians over there on the beach that believed in Jesus Christ, the Muslims chop their heads off. That's Esau and Ishmael's mingled seed.
Yeah, but it also said Esau will be the last ruling kingdom.
It never said he would
So
be ruling, though, bruh. It said he'd be the end of the world. It never said he would be ruling. But it said in second address, it said Esau is the end of the world, but it never said
eh,
that he would be ruling at the end of the world.
okay,
It just
let's look at the verse. Say Esau is the end
when
of the world. Jacob is the beginning of it that follows. So
right.
what's it that follow? Jacob
What's
rulership, right?
what follows is the kingdom of Christ. And that's why when
Yeah,
you read Isaiah, I think it's 63, when it said, "Who's this that cometh from Edom with dyed garments of Bozrah?" So where's Bozrah, Teman, and Dedan? Where are they located on the map? They're not in Europe. They're in Saudi Arabia.
okay.
And in Isaiah 63, it's talking about the return of
Yeah, I
Christ.
would have to go. I would have to go to the map, but um, at the end,
Bozrah,
at the end when it says Jacob is the beginning of it that follow. Let's stick on that for a minute, right? So Jacob is
Yeah,
the beginning of the next stage. That's his rulership. So
no, yeah,
Esau's rulership is on this stage. It's
but that means
simple.
Christ. But remember, he's a descendant of Jacob in the flesh. In the flesh, he's a descendant of Jacob because,
Yeah, but that means Christ and his people, correct?
well, yeah, however you want to put it, but it's Christ that's going to be ruling. Everybody else is going to be servants under him.
But okay, so we won't be ruling over the other nations and beating them down.
But, man, I
Hold
ain't
on,
in a
you said
position.
beat them down.
Can I get a
I'm
verse,
not going.
please?
I'm not in.
Because I've been here all day with
What
no verse, and I love the beat down verse. I've been out here all day with no verse. Can I get
what's
a
the
verse,
verse?
please?
You tell what's it?
All right, we already know when they beat them in Revelation with the rod of iron. Let's go to Michael 4 and go
Michael.
to the
Micah or Michael?
Micah.
Okay, Micah. I was about to say, which brother? I ain't
Let's
never heard
go.
of
Let's go to chapter 4.
Micah 4.
Yeah. Let's see, because we already know the one in Revelation. I found this one the other day.
All right,
And
you gotta
boy,
tell me where.
huh?
You gotta tell me where. I got Micah 4 up.
All right, go all the way down. I think it's 16 is the last one.
The last verse 13.
All right. I'm trying to pull it up right here. Go ahead and read it.
You want me the last verse 13?
Yeah, I think it's 13.
Arise and thresh, O daughters of Zion, for I will make thine horn iron, and I will make thy hooves brass, and thou shalt beat in pieces. In what? In pieces. In what? Pieces. Many people. And I will concentrate their gain unto the Most High, and their substance unto the Lord of the whole earth.
Okay, you gotta read it normal people because I couldn't much understand it when you was reading it like that.
That's a street
Grab,
corner.
huh?
That's a street corner.
Yeah, but read it normal so we can understand. It's kind of hard for me to understand.
All right, arise and thresh, O daughters of Zion, for I'll make thine horn iron, and I'll make thy hooves brass, and thou shalt beat in pieces many people, and I will consecrate their gain unto the Lord, and their substance unto the Lord of the whole earth. That's it, right?
What version you read?
This is KJV.
Okay. Yep, that'll work.
All right.
So
Now,
how do you break that down? If you know, because I hear people laugh saying the Israelites won't be beating people, right? How you break that down? Because that right there speaks, it speaks it clearly.
Well, how can
That
you
sounds like a
explain?
beat down. Huh?
Yeah, that's what
Okay.
Christ is going to do. Look,
Did that say Christ or did that say the people?
and I will consecrate their gain unto the Lord, and their substance unto the Lord of the whole earth.
The gain is going to the Lord, but it starts and say, "Rise, thresh, O daughter of Zion." He's speaking about the Israelites.
Yeah, I don't agree. I don't disagree
It's
with
telling
that.
them, get your butts up from the corner.
Right.
It's payback time.
I don't disagree with
That's what
that
it's
scripture.
stating.
Oh.
Okay, but I heard people laugh and say Israelites was not going to be beating the Gentiles.
Do you agree that in the scriptures, Esau is also known as the daughter of Babylon and Babylon? Do you agree with that?
Oh, daughter of Babylon, yes.
Okay, Dunamis, Isaiah 13, please.
Hey, brother, before you change scriptures, what passage is this? What passage are we currently looking at?
This is Micah 4:13.
So, in context of this passage, because I haven't read this passage, so I'm not going to pretend like I understand the full context of it. So, in the context, are we to interpret this as some future date when Christ comes back and Israel is going to be beating people? Is that how we're supposed to be interpreting this?
Yeah, that
I
that
think
would
it
be in the
already happened.
kingdom.
Or
Well,
is this something that happened that God commanded that has happened already?
well, this is a future prophecy. Revelation bring this back up. You can see this in Revelation. Revelation quote this scripture.
Okay, what does Revelation say?
So he who overcomes. Hold on, I gotta find that.
Alice, so you're saying God hates Esau?
The Bible says God hates Esau.
He hates the
You got
Edomites,
two
right?
scriptures. Correct. That's what the Bible says.
Well,
You
can I
disagree
ask
with
you a
that?
question? What? Uh, part of it, partly, but why did God have Job make a sacrifice for Eliphaz the Temanite, who was a son of Edom?
Well, if you don't mind, let him find that Revelation passage before he forget.
Okay. Because I'm just saying, because these are questions I had to ask myself when I was reading this stuff. I was like, wait a minute, Eliphaz is an Edomite. Why is Job making a sacrifice for him, and why God tell him to do it?
Hold on, name. So you were Israelite? Oh, you are
Yeah.
Israelite?
Yes.
Oh, you are.
But
you?
I am. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, put it this way, I believe there's a possibility that I could be, but I don't. I don't hang on that. I just want to make it to the kingdom. It don't matter what I am. I believe there's a possibility I could be.
So do you say I am an Israelite or we the people? Because there's a difference.
Oh, no, I don't say we the people.
Some folks make everyone people.
Nah. You know what I mean? And if
That'll be
somebody who don't,
Revelation.
because they're a Jew, say, okay, cool. I don't fight. That's not my fight.
Revelation 2 and 20. I think it starts 26.
2. Okay.
KJV.
Alan, you already know, brother. All right, Revelation, KJV all day.
You might start for 25.
You just got direct, Alan. I'm following you.
Let me see.
Because 26 talks about he that overcometh and keep my works until the end. To him I will give him power.
Yeah, we'll start with 26. Correct.
All right.
Then we got to know what's them works.
And he that overcometh and keep my works until the end, to him will I give power over the nations, and he shall rule them with a rod of iron, as the vessels of a potter. Shall they be broken to shivers? Even I receive of my Father.
Okay.
And I will give him the morning star.
Yeah, Christ's gonna receive this rod of iron as well. He said, even if I receive as from his Father. All right, so he's giving them a rod of iron, right? To break the nations, right?
Alan, but with this passage, who's he talking to?
Speaking to Israelites, Christ only spoke to Israelites.
Oh
no, brother, he's talking to the church.
Let me get the heading. I gotta
go back up.
I think he's talking to the apostle.
All right, so this is to the church in Thyatira.
Okay.
Yep.
So he's on to the church here. So the church will comprise of Jews and Gentiles.
He says, but to the like in what is this verse? Man, my freaking phone. I think it's 24. I think it says, but to the rest of you in Tyre, however you pronounce it, who do not hold this teaching, who have not learned what some call the deep things of Satan. To you I say, do not lay on you any other burden. Only hold fast what you have heard until I come. The one who conquers and who keeps my words until the end, to him I will give authority over the nations, and he will rule them with a rod of iron. As the earthen pots are broken in pieces, even as myself I receive authority from my Father. Does this sound to you like that's a church, a specific congregation he's speaking to, or a region, or area? B, does it sound like Jesus is going to have people beating, the church beating other people, or does it say they're going to rule with the iron of rod, with the
Well,
rod of iron?
well, one, what do they do to rod? The next verse goes, dash of the pieces like a potter's clay. I mean, it's stating what it's saying. Now, I agree with you. It is the church, and I believe the church and the Israelites are the same. But they gonna be so the church gonna be beating other nations in the kingdom of heaven.
No, I don't interpret it like that. And when
All
you
right, how do
say
you interpret it?
the Israelites or the church, what do you mean by that?
Well, how do you interpret that verse first? Because I just told you how I interpret it. How do you interpret it? You say the church is not gonna be beating them. They're just gonna have the rod for no reason, right?
I believe this is symbolic, and there's a lot of symbolisms in here and a lot of wording, but I don't believe that Jesus is going to literally have church. Listen to me. I don't believe he's going to literally have Christians beating other people when he taught them to do just the opposite. Pray for those who despitefully use you. Pray for your enemies. And then he's going to tell them, well, I want you to go out there and beat them. That doesn't make sense. So there's obviously some symbolism going on here.
So you
What
don't
does this
believe that Jesus, and this is what I dealt with when I was in church. All right, I like to understand this. Okay, you don't believe that Jesus would have people do that, but his father killed 90% of the earth, right?
God has a right to do that. He's the creator.
So Jesus is different than his dad. He's the good guy.
I didn't say Jesus is different than his father. I said the father has the right. You mentioned the father, or you mentioned God wiping out a portion of the earth. That was judgment. That was righteous judgment. I would also say that Christ, when he returns, is going to exact some righteous judgment. He's the creator. He has the right to do that. You and I, we don't have no room to be beat nobody. We just as sinful as anybody else. What makes us better?
Well, it did say listen, these things are not going to be happening on the earth. That's what I'm trying to say. So you say, I'm not saying that they're going to be beating them right now.
So Alan, real
right?
quick.
It's gonna be after Christ comes down.
So
You understand what I'm saying?
So Alan, real quick. So if let's say those Christians who read this passage and had an idea like you, and they might use this passage to beat on Jews in the Inquisition and whatnot, were they wrong to do so? If they had the same understand like you do, this verse is talking about a real literal rod of iron and literally beating on folks who are not under Christ, the true Israel.
Well, the verse tells you at the end that keep my works to the end. That means all the way to this reign is done and over with. You understand?
Okay, so
they
wrong.
you can't take that as a right now time frame. You understand?
Okay,
Those are future prophecies when Christ come back.
Okay, so they'll be wrong, but they can use other beatdown passages in the same mindset that because Jews rejected Christ as the Messiah, Jesus Messiah, that they're part of the heathen nations and they're allowed to beat on them.
Correct. That's righteous judgment.
So
hold up. Did not every nation had the Israelites in servitude and beating them?
No. Yeah, I don't understand what I'm saying. I'm talking about the
Oh.
Europeans. That same mindset about beating on the heathen nation. Now that they're in Christ, they're not part of the heathen nation in their mindset. So was it right for them to use that thought to take Africans and beat on Africans and other pagan nations because now they in right standing because they cleave to Israel through Christ. So now they can beat on the other pagan nations.
Yeah, but that's why I started off earlier today when I asked you what God did they worship. They did not worship the God of the Bible. Because this scripture right here is a future prophecy. This would be after Christ comes. I mean, even me and the brother, we could agree this prophecy would be when Christ comes, even though we don't agree on the content.
Yeah, yeah, I think
Yeah.
so.
All right,
Now,
go ahead. Name it. So you had a passage.
yeah, Isaiah 13.
Isaiah 13.
Or no, never mind. Go to I need to ask him this. Psalms 83, please. I need to know who those nations are. Which one of those nations is Europeans in Psalms 83?
Which one? I think it's gonna be the
The
first
the
one.
ones that are the
Psalm
enemies of
83 and what?
God. Psalms 83, where it mentions the enemies of God. Mentions
Okay.
those 10 nations.
Yeah, I got it up.
Okay.
So the tabernacles of Edom and the Ishmaelites and Moab and the Hagarenes, Gebel and Ammon and Amalek, the Philistines with the inhabitants of Tyre. Ashur also joined in with them. Also is joined with them. They have Hoplin, the children of Lot. Do unto them. Okay, so that's it. So these are
Yeah, I just want to know which one of them nations is is a European nation. Because when I look behind those nations, they're all modern day Muslim countries.
Amalek and Esau.
But Amalek is an Edomite.
Huh?
Amalekites are Edomites. They're the same people.
I said Amalek and Esau from what I see.
Yeah, yeah. Amalek is
Okay.
I think he's the first grandson of Esau to
Correct.
Timnah. No, not Timnah. That was Eliphaz. But nah, when you read the Edom is not, they're not Europeans, because Edom is down there in basically Seir, right there on the border of Saudi Arabia and Judea.
Mm-hmm.
And the Europeans, the Romans, they were around before Edom was even born.
Yeah, I understand that. Right now, if we go to Mount Seir right now, you'll see a
Yeah,
lot of Arabs. I had a Arab driver. He actually was from that region, right? But that's just like a Caucasian come from South Africa saying, well, South Africa always been white. It hasn't always been white. You have times where people migrate and conquer those areas, migrate or conquer, whichever the case. You the white people in South Africa, just like the white people in Haiti, they actually they say they Haitians. I'm trying to tell you, it just because we could find them there at one time, don't mean they was always there. Matter of fact, United States, there was never no Caucasian in the United States
I understand that.
until so. But if I tell somebody Americans, if I go to another country and I said, oh that's my friend's American, they could picture a white person if they wanted to. You
Right,
understand?
right. But the book of Obadiah said that God made Esau small amongst the heathen. And
Correct.
Europeans, there's millions of them. They're numerous. They're not a small nation.
They smaller than all. Matter of fact, Biden was online saying,
Oh,
you see the thing with Biden when
no,
he
I don't pay
said
no attention to that dude.
America is doomed not only because of the Negroes but the Spanish. He was saying that they're gonna be uh minority, but they're already a minority compared to all the brown people. Because you're just looking in America. If you look through the whole world, all the brown people outnumber the Caucasians, hands down. Caucasians would be the minority once we look through the whole world scene. You got Africa,
Well,
you got the Arabs, all these are brown.
but
So you,
there's also millions of Hispanics that are genetically European.
hey, you guys
You
brought
mean
up
Spaniards?
No, you have there. For example, I live here in Florida, right? There's a
Yeah, me
lot
too.
of white Hispanic. There's a lot of white Hispanics down here, bro, and they're Europeans. They're basically Europeans. They're white
Okay,
Hispanics.
they're not Hispanics. They're Spaniards. So you got to understand there was a difference from the slave and the slave master. You understand?
No,
So
no,
some of
these are
them are the Spaniards, and then some of them are the indigenous people. So you can't get them mixed up.
yeah,
hey, you know
but then
what?
indigenous people that kind of look indigenous, but genetically they're European. they have European genetics.
Okay.
Hey,
You
you
know what I'm
Yeah,
guys.
saying?
there are some people like that. Yeah.
Let's check this
But
out.
hey,
So
Korean,
there's a there. Oh, hey, real quick. There's
oh,
a
go ahead, go ahead,
gentleman.
AT. I'm sorry.
Yeah, there's a gentleman. You guys are familiar or heard of the country Argentina, correct?
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
That's on
They
the
kick most.
southern tip. Yeah, that's on the southern tip of South America. And
Yeah, below.
there's yeah, below the equator. There's a gentleman there that looks, by all intents and purposes, looks like a Caucasian, look like a European, a Caucasian, and he's obviously he speaks Spanish, but after interviewing him, he talks about his family tree and that his ancestors actually came from Africa. He identifies as an African, and nobody believes him. It is the wildest thing. And I watched this from a young gentleman's channel called ACE. Yes, ACE. He travels the world. He's a young guy that travels the world. But anyway, I'm saying all that to say that over time people can look like anything. But you just brought up an interesting point with the scripture. You said Amalek, Amnon, Gabal, and the Philistines. We know the Palestine are not Caucasians.
No. And those are all Muslim nations. When you look behind it, when you look behind each one of them names, them is all Muslims, because Ammon and Moab, they're not Japan and China the way IUIC and GMS and them teach it. Nah, because they received the land that Abraham received, and they would always want to be in the land of their forefather because they claim Abraham. And when you look, Ammon or Moab used to be in the area known that we know as Jordan today. They stayed along the Jordan River, but I believe that they're mixed in there too. All them people are Arabs.
Okay. You just said they're Muslim nations. Just because you're part of religion, it don't automatically um change your nationality.
Right, but
You
those
understand?
are all but those are all Middle Eastern people, so to speak.
Uh, I mean, it's kind
Because
of hard to say. Where's the Middle
Gabal
West?
is
Africa could be
well, I
part of
understand
Middle
that.
East if they
That's a
want to
mystery.
say
That's
it.
something British. Yeah, that's just something the British called it.
Yeah.
I think it had something to do with their trade route to India or something like that. But yeah, but like I said, just when you get a chance, look at the names behind. Go and get it like the Brown Driver Briggs or even just the Strongs, and look at those names in Psalms 83, and then find them on the map, and you'll see those is all Muslim places, man.
All right, hold on. Let me play this fair use.
Hey, Dunamis, real quick, when Berean
Right.
comes on asking to play that video, that 3-minute video I sent him in his email, it's an Arab telling us exactly who Esau is from an Arab's mouth.
Hey, name it, so you put it in the back chat here, and I can pull it up.
Okay. I'll get off and I'll do that.
Well, no. We'll do it right now in the private chat.
Okay.
So I'm
Well,
streaming out of the private.
Yeah, I got to get off and get the link because it's in my notes on my phone.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't want you to jump
then
off.
I'll jump back
it
on.
might be good if you stay on, jump back on, so that way you
yeah,
can continue.
I'll jump. Okay, thanks.
All right. Well, but we got the little hat people who's from that region states that the Caucasians are Esau. Now that's their region, right? If you guys say that's their region, why would they state that the Caucasians are Esau?
Hold on. We're gonna get to that, Alan. Let me let us
Okay.
play. Fair use. Let me a little bit of play.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for checking out the channel today, the study of antiquity and the Middle Ages. As always, I am your host, and I want to welcome you back to Race, Ethnicity, in the Ancient Mediterranean World. Dr. Rebecca Futo Kennedy, thank you so much for coming back on today.
Happy to be here.
We've covered racism in the classics. We've covered problems with Western civilization. We've explained Black Athena. We've covered a variety of topics relating to modern theories and the way we view the past today. But now I'm going to approach this part of our series, race and ethnicity in antiquity, but primarily focusing on the ancient Mediterranean. And so I'm going to start by asking this question. Ben Nichols asked if you would start by defining race and ethnicity.
Yeah, so I think we have to think about this in ways. I'm going to use definitions that are probably a bit more academic, which are rooted in long-term study of these concepts. And so I think we need to start from the very beginning and say that race is not skin color. That is what we would call sort of common sense, everyman interpretation, or sort of watering down of the history of the concept as it developed since the 15th or 16th century.
Race is not skin color. All right. I'm gonna let this play.
But that is not sort of when we talk about what race and ethnicity are, skin color is not actually the thing. It's and particularly when you're talking about antiquity, equating skin color with something that we call race falls really flat and hard. But we can talk a little bit about how that concept, how that sort of use of skin color in antiquity is used, and how that then gets buried into modern race theories. So I would start by actually saying that when we talk about race, what we actually want to think about is race is a concept that is really super modern. So the word itself is French, derived from French, and it's something that it originally is talking about dog breeds, and then it jumps to humans later. But it derives really out of two impetuses in the modern world. One is the transatlantic slave trade from Africa, and then the other is the drive to categorize humans. So this idea is that they want to take the types of categorizations that you see in Aristotle and Linnaeus, right, who picks up later, and transfer for plants and animals, what you use for plants and animals, and transfer those types of categorizations towards humans. Aristotle includes humans in all of his discussions of mammals in antiquity, but he treats them as humans. He rarely delves into types of humans, and he doesn't categorize them as other. So he does mention Ethiopians, and he does mention Greeks. He doesn't really mention a lot of others, but it's very minimal references, and it's typically comparing them to birds or comparing them to other animals, not comparing humans to other types of humans. There's a few passages, but they're really, it's like, so he's talking, if he does talk about skin color, this one we'll talk about it later. I'll pull it up later, but it's important to know when he does talk about skin color, he does say that Ethiopians and Egyptians are both black. So that one's probably gonna, freak people out, but that's just what Aristotle says. But so we don't want to do skin color, but what we want to think about is it's an imaginary category that gets developed in order to classify people they're trying to classify people by continental identities, but they're doing so really within a framework of this transatlantic slave trade and of imperialism and colonization. So race becomes this idea that there is a biological difference in humans who look differently, that is primordial and immutable, right? So that it goes all the way back to the beginning. And this is an identity that is postulated prior to our ability to actually use science to understand how human genetics work or other things. So it's biological typically in its conceptualizations, but it's an imaginary biology. So if we're going to talk about race, we would talk about race as something that is a constructed category based on an imagined biological antiquity that is actually used to structure societies into hierarchies. I think that's the actual important part, that it's not race if it isn't being used in legal, social, political, economic structures to embed these hierarchies. Otherwise, when you're talking about human differences, it's ethnicity. Ethnicity, we often differentiate between biology and and then culture and language. But in fact, descent and kindred are inherent in this concept of ethnicity from its earliest stages. Interestingly enough, the word ethnicity is developed in the 20th century. It's Max Weber, the sociologist, is the first person who comes up with the word ethnicity, and he actually coins the term in German in order to use it to have something to talk about that isn't biological race. But if we look at sort of how ethnicity is considered, kinship is a key, or descent groups, but on a much smaller scale. Right? So the idea is that they would share an imaginary past together that is represented or manifested in culture, in law, ritual practices, potentially shared language, etc. Right? So, and not necessarily citizenship, right? I think we have a problem where ethnicity in the 20th century or in the 19th century gets equated to nationhood and the nation state. And that's where you get this conflation of race and ethnicity and that's why Weber's like, we need a different term to talk about this, because we have nations are like conflating all these things.
Erica Jones, put in the chat. Why don't you say I don't believe nothing she's saying? Break it down. What don't you believe? What's the issue? Is it something she said? Is it what her sources? Do we gotta look into something? Break that down. Because so far, she presented where she's getting this from. We can trace it back to see what's what. But I'm going to let it play.
So race, I would argue, is actually the structures that we use to categorize humans by imagined biological differences as a way to structure our societies in hierarchical forms. And ethnicity is how people themselves tend to self-identify into groups based on an imagined idea of shared descent, shared culture, etc. So those are our sort of two working groups, but both of these are modern concepts that the Greeks didn't have. They have lots of words that would fall under this modern concept. There's like in Greek and between Greek and Latin, you probably have a good 10 to 12 words that can variously be translated as race or ethnicity.
So she's saying how we have it, race and ethnicity, ours is a little too simplistic. In ancient times, she said 10 to 12 words that could be translated as race and ethnicity. All right, let's see what Erica Jones said. Because she knows there are different races. Is that what she's saying? That it's imaginary? Race is a social construct. Race is a social construct. Honestly, it's talked about multiple times. Race is a finesse. Race comes up by Urbanbach to try to classify folks. Even the classification of races, you see there's issues to where Northern Africans are considered white. But then you had the other dude that tried to find the Supreme Court come from the Caucasus Mountains to say he's white and say no, he's not. So the concept we have a race, it is in a way, it's real, but it's not from the standpoint of it's something that's nature driven. It's a social construct. That's all we're saying. Man made it up. Man put these classifications in. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, Dunamis.
Go ahead.
I can accept ethnicities. I don't necessarily agree with on ethnic groups of people, villages, tribes, all that kind of stuff. You know, they have a lot of common things in common, you know, and then you see those particular ethnicities have not only language, but usually they kind of favor each other or look alike somewhat, you know. Who would say that Chinese are not an ethnic group? They have some similarities, you know, with the eyes and the features and stuff like that. Obviously the language and culture, but same with the Japanese, you know. But when it comes to race, I agree that race is a social construct that was formed to as a way to not only divide people, but to give hierarchies in particular, you know, in people groups.
I'm with you. But the whole standpoint, I think she's saying this, and where the common concept of ethnicity comes from today it's not how they would have seen it, and also standpoint that like ADOS. Is ADOS his own ethnicity?
I'm sorry, is who an ethnicity?
ADOS, American Descendants of Slaves.
Oh, yeah, I think we kind of developed into an ethnicity after we got cut off from the motherland. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm with you, but that's what she's trying to say.
Yeah.
Like how folks try to have this definition of ethnicity in terms of like language and whatnot, but when you have like nations rising up, where you have the Slavs and this group and that group in Europe wanting their own nationhood based off the ethnic group, it raises the issue. Because then you have nation lines cut through ethnic groups, or you have nations that have multiple ethnic groups.
Yeah,
so that's
I agree. I agree with that.
Yeah, that's what that's what trying to say. The modern view of ethnicity is a more modern view than how they would have had it, and then it deals with statehood, which raises a lot of issues. So they're still trying to work that out, but we have a concept of it for ourselves, but it's not an ancient concept. It's just what do the ancients believe?
Yeah, because there were. Would you agree that there were different ethnicities within the nation of Israel?
I'm not dealing with you right now, JT Mac.
Hey, Dunamis, let me ask you a question.
Go
ahead. Because I see they got a different definition of race and stuff like that. When they came grabbing primarily all blacks, right, to bring them over to America, wasn't that a race thing, or they're trying to call it something different? They just grabbed whoever that they see.
But Alan, that's why what she's saying, that the concept of race did develop and was fine-tuned during the transatlantic slave trade.
Okay. I got what you're
trying to say. That's where, but the ancients wouldn't think like that. That's more modern view to kind of separate to why we can treat one group another way another. But yeah.
All right. Okay, so would you say whoever established that would be wicked?
But then, Alan, you keep on saying they picked up black folks, but it was Africans. Wasn't Africans who were selling other Africans to the Europeans?
I believe Africans were selling Negroes, but okay, I believe blacks were selling blacks. We could put it like that.
So-called blacks. So I'll say
yeah, I don't think there was the same actual people, but yeah, there was some accounts where the actual same tribe was selling same tribe, but for the most part, it was other tribes.
Yeah, but
no, Alan, you're not saying one particular tribe was selling people from the same tribes, are you?
You had some accounts where a few of them was selling the actual own people, but majority of the accounts is a whole different group.
Yeah, but let's not get too off track. We can get back to it, but the focus is, how do the ancients understand race and ethnicity? How would they define certain things? And the last thing she said, they would have like 10 or 12 words that we use for race and ethnicity. So they're more complex in how they would classify people. Let's get back to it. Fair use.
So it's when we talk about race and ethnicity in the ancient world, we're really talking about a whole range of different ways that the ancients crafted their own and others' identities. And then we're just trying to find the best words in English, because a lot of us are, or in German or in French, like in modern language. We're trying to find the best language in a modern language to capture what they're doing back in antiquity, which is not the same as how we structure our societies today. Sometimes we'll see things that are close, right? So if you think about modern racial constructs in America and Jim Crow, for instance, the Athenian immigration system, they had a group called Metics, METICS, not medics as in people who are doctors, but Metics, metoikia, that is actually a constructed category that is basically a legal structure that is meant to exclude anyone who is an Athenian under the belief that anybody who isn't an Athenian, and not Greek, but Athenian, is biologically different, and that any intermixture between Athenians and these other people actually leads to corruption and denigration of Athenianness. So this is another thing we really want to think about with race and ethnicity. is that not only are these modern words that we're trying to sort of see if those dynamics, how those dynamics play out and trying to capture what's actually happening in antiquity, but when we can't actually talk about Greeks and Romans as a primary functioning identity for people, we use those phrases because that's what we call them. But Greeks, of course, is a Roman word. It's what Romans called them. They didn't call themselves Greeks. They called themselves Hellenes. But even then, that was a secondary or even a tertiary identity for them. Their polis identity, or if you're a Macedonian, that Macedonian identity, which is actually the Greek word ethnos, is what we would use for Macedonians. Or Thracian, right? Or lots of other things. They use those identities primary to Greekness. And of course, Roman, as I already mentioned, is a citizenship category, not a ethnic category after a certain stage. I have a really cool map.
Real quick, because Erica Jones said, if this is a social construct, wouldn't the world be more mixed? But Erica, that's where you find like the book Nature Has No Color Lines, where we see traveling merchants and there's stories like there's some Chinese explorers who made it down to Africa on the East Coast, and then you see mixing. How you see there's more interracial marriages now. Granted, you got to bear in mind in America alone, there was laws against interracial marriages, right? But you still had mixing. You had the slave. Well, anyway, there was mixing with the races, even prior till. You know what I'm saying? You have mixing with ADOS and Native Americans. So there's a standpoint of distance makes a factor with mixing. How could a Bantu person mix with a I don't know, a Mongolian if there's that distance between the two? So distance plays a factor. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes the standpoint, some people want to stay with their own. They prefer the looks in their own community. But at a standpoint, when people start to come together as a community, they start to mix. People mix over time. There's more about, look at the NBA. At one time, the players were dark. Now you see a lot more light-skinned players because they mix. Their mothers are white. Their fathers are black. That's just what happens over time. And then what do you do with those mixed people? Are they black? Are they white? Or do they have their own community? Are they their own ethnicity?
That might be fun to look at for ethnic groups here. So I have this map if we want to sort of think about ethnicity as it would function in the ancient world. And here's where I would say race doesn't apply to this stuff. Ethnicity is what we want to talk about here. Like I said, race is something we would talk about that are like legal political structures in a city-state. So maybe Spartan helots would be a racial category. The Athenian metic is a racial category. In Italy, the way the Romans categorized the Latins and the other Italians would be maybe a racial construct. But otherwise, we're talking about ethnicity. And ethnicity, as I mentioned, is often an identity. It's often a group identity that you put out for yourself, and then you hope other people adopt it. But sometimes they adopt it with names that you might not prefer, right? Do the Scythians call themselves Scythians? That's a Greek word, right? For the Romans, they're like, they call themselves Celts, but we're going to call them Gauls, right? So, but it is still a group that self-identifies. So this is a map I'm going to share with you it's one of my favorite maps. So it takes this really famous, the Apadana at the Palace of Persepolis is the Achaemenid Persian palace. And this is where one of the locations, the cities where the great king of Persia would hold court and where he would accept tribute from all the different people who paid them tribute. And so there's this big, humongous stairwell that's like in multi-tiers that leads up to the platform and where the king would sit. And on that thing is a parade of the different peoples that were part of the Persian Empire, carrying the gifts that they were known for. So these regional cuisines or regional animals or plant life, etc. And so someone took the heads of all of these different figures and they made a map out of it. And it's really super cool. All right, let me pull this up here. And this map, like I said, they took the heads of these different ethnic groups and put them in a map. Now, in some cases, it's weird. So like we have Ionian and Greek. they refer to both of them as Ionians, the Persians in their texts. They're the Ionians on this side of the sea and Ionians on the other side of the sea.
So what she's doing here, all these would be considered different ethnic groups, right? But then we will consider all these folks over here to be white folks. And then also what she's showing is you got to deal with the fact that not just because somebody might call them an Ionian, how do they self-identify? Would the Macedonians call themselves Greeks or Macedonians? You know what I'm saying? So that's where another factor comes about in the whole standpoint. Now you have folks classifying people. Sometimes they're classifying people because they can put in a broad brush. Sometimes because they belittle those people from that side of the world. So there's issues now where you have people who are of a totally different ethnic group, how they see themselves, but they're being branded as this one ethnic group. Like in Nigeria right now, you have Yoruba and Igbos. They're both, of a darker hue compared to white folks, but they're two different tribes. Even the Yoruba, if I'm not mistaken, they're a confederation of different groups coming together to fight against the Northerners. So would they call themselves that one tribe, or were they broken up to smaller groups that just came together? The Iroquois are a federation of nations, but if we would consider them one ethnic group, so it gets muddy now also with how other people perceive them and how they're viewed. But in this map alone, you've seen different ethnic groups with each head, but will we consider them the same race? All right, let me let it play.
Is how the Persians referred to them. They didn't actually have an Egyptian on the Apadana, so they inserted a standard Egyptian iconography here. But these are how the Persians viewed the Achaemenid Persians in the 5th century, how they viewed the different groups that made up the membership of their empire, right? And the Persians actually positioned those groups on the Apadana so that the people who live the furthest away from them are at the edges, and then as you get closer, it's the people who geographically live closer to them. And they considered the people who lived further away from them to be less, quote unquote, civilized, that's a modern term, and the people who lived closer to them to be more like them and therefore more civilized. So this ethnocentric view that the Greeks had of themselves is something that was shared also with the Persians, and it's also shared with the Chinese. The Chinese had their own concepts of the barbarian. But here it's pretty cool, right? Scythians.
This last one. Well, I want to point it out. So different races, let me phrase it. Different people groups around the world had a concept about people who weren't like them being less civilized, right? Even though they might have had better technology, even though they might be advanced in another area, they consider them less civilized. So this ain't just a European white black thing. This is how people throughout from time, that pride, that ego has always dealt with each other. There's a tendency for folks to look down on other people who aren't part of their group, and they feel that their group is the best. So we gotta have that in our minds.
Classism.
Classism, yeah. If you're not from the central city, then if you're in the outskirts, you're just country bumpkins. Y'all don't know nothing. Y'all are less. Y'all don't need all that kind of stuff. What do y'all need it for? It's always been the views. The world's been nothing new under the sun.
There's two kinds of Scythians. There's pointy-hatted Scythians, and then there's also floppy-hatted Scythians. I often refer to them as Smurfs. But you have the Sogdians, the Bactrians, Gandhar, right? People from the Indian subcontinent, right? So all these different groups that show up, and this is what we would call ethnicity, right? A representation of ethnic groups from the ancient world. So yeah, so it's a pretty cool map. But this is like I said, race more like a systematic, legal, economic, political structuring for differentiating and for creating groups that are excluded. It's about creating exclusionary groups. Ethnicity is more like cultural expression and imaginary cohesion as a descent group.
That is very interesting. I like that map, actually.
I know, it's one of my favorite maps. And I show the stairwell to the students, and then I show them the map, and they're like, oh, that's kind of, because you actually put them where they come from. And then you actually see how big the Persian Empire is. And I should actually say one more thing, just because I know we're going to talk about the topic of Egypt, but on this topic of ethnicity, there's actually, I'll send you a link for it, but there was a recent little article written at the Esau Ancient Near East online journal on ethnicity in Pharaonic Egypt. And it's one of the places where we can actually explicitly see that skin color and ethnicity are not linked, even in Egypt, which is interesting, of course, because it's the discovery of wall paintings in Egypt, which had differentiation of skin colors, that gets picked up by, in the US, by Knott and Glidden in their volume on the types of mankind, to sort of argue for the permanency and sort of deep past of skin color differences. Of course, they thought the Earth was 7,000 years old, so humanity was 7,000 years old, so they didn't really go back that far. But
real quick, JT Maxwell, you asked something earlier about ethnicity. Something that came to my mind. Like using that map, how she had and how they saw other people. It's kind of like we were to look at someone from Louisiana. Don't matter black or white, them folks from Louisiana would be like a different ethnic group. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I mean, I kind of like, I guess, kind of like in China, you got Mandarin and you got different sex. But I look at it as sex of people within an ethnicity or within a group.
Yeah, but that's how we view. But then to the other people, they wouldn't see it, let's say, like that. You know what I'm saying? That breakdown. And then even when you have folks from Louisiana, there might be a different ethnic group. But then Louisiana folks will say Northern Louisiana people are different than Southern Louisiana people. And they might say New Orleans folks are different than Baton Rouge folks. You know what I'm saying? And New Orleans folks will say, well, that part of Holly Grove is different from, you know what I'm saying, another neighborhood. You know what I'm saying? So how we have our breakups, how we might do it for the class or different things like that, that's how the ancients would just do ethnicity. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know. And in New Orleans, you got the quote-unquote mulattoes and whatnot.
Yeah. Well, not even dealing with race, but just dealing with like where folks are from and their region, all that kind of stuff, their culture.
Yeah, different boroughs.
Yeah.
Let me ask you something, gentlemen. You
Go ahead.
believe everybody is one race?
The human race, if you want to go with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Now I got this. Just a personal question, right?
Go ahead.
How can you explain like the Chinese, right? They have like totally way different features that you won't find, basically nowhere else. Let's say the squinty eyes and stuff. You believe that they the same race as the majority of everybody else?
Yeah, I just feel like for migration, what they migrated from, what they migrated to diet, to the atmosphere, the climate, all that kind of stuff, where they're at. So there might also be other.
What do you think make them their eyes squint like that?
I don't know off the top of my dome.
I mean, a scientist would probably come up with some craziness like, oh, they were busy looking far into space or something like that.
I don't, because there's some things that are evolutionary. Like I saw this one video that talks about how West Africans and East Africans, the way their muscles work is like higher concentration, so they absorb less oxygen, so they're better sprinters. They're better. They have more like strength, but like East Africans, because like their diet and like in West Africa, they eat more like starch and grain with meat, so it causes their muscles to kind of develop another way. But in East Africa, they eat more dairy and meat, so it causes their bones to be like have longer endurance to hold in oxygen, so they're better at like long distance running and things like that. So,
one more quick question.
Go ahead.
Right, hold up, Alan. Alan, you don't believe that all human beings derive from Noah?
Yeah, but I was gonna go with the question I was gonna ask. I was gonna go to Adam and Eve, right?
I mean, yeah, it eventually leads back to Adam, but I'm just saying, after the flood, we got Noah and his three sons. So you don't believe that all human beings on planet Earth derived from Noah,
Yes.
then that would mean that we're all humans of the same human race. We have different ethnicities, but we're the same human race. No?
His
I
biblical
would say
understanding, it can't do that. How he interpret those passages, it can't.
no. The question I got. Let's go. Like let's say Adam and Eve, right? Let me give you an example, right? All right. Adam and Eve. Christians say, okay, this first people, right? And then Cain went to marry somebody from the land of Nod, right? So, what race was the girl from the land of Nod?
Human?
So she came from Adam and Eve too?
Oh,
That's the thing. He reading race into this is crazy. Israelites, y'all, I know them white folk invented it, but y'all taking it to another level. Y'all running them up with this thing.
No, this I don't know the answer to. That's what I'm asking.
Well, if I was to answer the question, I would answer like this. Moses or whoever was who wrote Genesis recorded whatever information they had. The Bible says that Adam was created out of the dust. Bible does not say that any other people were created out of the dust. Okay, Eve came from Adam's rib. We don't see any accounts or mention that of other people being born, but there was a long time period between Cain and Abel being born, and then they become adults. When they become adults, are we to assume that Cain and Abel were the only two human beings that live on the face of the earth? I just don't believe that. So, I mean, that would mean that however it took them, however long it was between the time that they were born and the time that Cain slew his brother, that Adam and Eve didn't get busy and have no more kids. Are we to believe that?
No, they could have some kids. I mean,
okay, so
you got a point there, but that means one of their kids. So you're trying to say one of their kids moved to the land of Nod, and then Cain went and found her?
Yeah, I mean, in those times they were all marrying their brothers and sisters and cousins and stuff. It just, God allowed it because he had to in order for the human race to grow. And at some point, the Lord cut that off and called it incest. So, but we know that. So I know people read Genesis and they say, especially agnostics and atheists. So you have to be careful, brother, because they'll turn it around on you and say, well, where did these people come from? If Adam was supposed to be the only man that was created, or the first man that was created, where did all these other people show up? And you have to apply some logic to it. It's like, hey, after however, I don't know if Scripture tells us how old Cain and Abel was at the time that he betrayed them, but are we to assume that they were 20 or 24 years old, that from the time that they were born to 24 years old, that Adam and Eve didn't have no more children? They didn't do nothing. They didn't have no more relations, as the Bible call it.
I mean, that's an answer. But because I remember a long time ago, I was asking my pastor that he really didn't have an answer, but at least that's an answer. You feel me?
Yeah, the Bible is silent on that whole thing per se because it wasn't recorded. But folk got to use their brain, man. That's all I'm trying to say. We get in church and we just seem to leave our brain at the front door. I don't know why we do that.
Okay.
Here you go, fervent charity. Did Cain have a wife? If so, where they come from? If so, I mean,
This is why we should have took care of this stuff in Sunday school years ago.
Yeah, because the whole standpoint is what's the point? What's the point of the story? Why is Cain and Abel important? What's it showcasing? I mean, Breen, should I bring up the what's it? The different authors that really came. If Genesis 4 is really written earlier.
Oh yeah, no, not even that, because please, they don't want that. They don't want that. It's just so the Bible's not attempting to explain everything. There's a theological story, a redemptive story. There's a story. The Bible for the first 1,000 years, the Bible only mentioned but 4 women in the first. And so this is. I'm scratching my head, Seminary Cove. I'm looking at your comments, but I'm scratching my head.
I see.
He said, Seminary Cove, we did take care of Sunday school. People just didn't go.
Yeah, can I answer this question? Accident when I was a kid and the answer when I was an adult. I see Hebrew Israel, you here, brother. Shalom.
Hey, shalom, shalom. I saw that y'all was live and I was in and out watching y'all's show. I was going to say some things dealing with Esau, but I see that now we're on the topic of
go back, brother. Go back to Esau because we got to clear that up. That case still open for Alan.
Okay. Yes, sir. By all means, please do.
Well, first I want to kind of touch on this, and then we can get to Esau because it looks like we're talking about race, ethnicity, the origin of man, things of that nature. So, in terms of genetics, all humans are 99.9% similar. So, we're all the human race. There's not like different races, and this isn't like Lord of the Rings where there's elves, orcs, and goblins and stuff like that. We're all just humans. As for the Asian statement, Asians are not the only people to have the almond-shaped eye. You have groups all over the planet that do. Scandinavians, the Finnish people, they have they have almond-shaped eyes. So do the Khoisan in South Africa, Sub-Saharan Africa. Even Native Americans have almond-shaped eyes. So it's not just Chinese people. It's various ethnic groups around the world that do. But basically, the reason why they have that eye is because that eye shape, should I say, is because they have an extra layer of fat within their eye that likely developed from a mutation. And so, that's that.
Don't and then so I'm gonna play when we go back. I'm gonna go play when we go back to Esau. And let this play out. Fair use.
This article actually shows how people who are the sort of interconnectedness and the ways in which Egyptians, ethnicity mattered. Like, so the difference between someone who's Nubian and maybe Libyan or.
Hey, Alan, if you can mute yourself, brother. I don't know if you're strong because you're driving. All right, thank you, brother. You don't get all kind of strikes.
What they often translate as Asiatic, so someone from West Asia, maybe, that they did mark those differentiations, but they also didn't mark them. So we have like single individuals who are on a tombstone, their own tombstone represented is Egyptian, but then they're on another person's tombstone represented with as quote unquote Nubian in their clothing style. And then sometimes you see a hybrid, right? So it's like they're black skin, but in Egyptian clothing, but with different hair or something. And this actually shows you this issue of ethnicity as not being an easy category for us to apply from the modern world into the past, because they all have their own different systems and codes. And our job as historians is actually to find out what those systems and codes are and then try and explain them as best we can. But because the language of race and ethnicity are such, and nation states and nationalism are such hot topics and such hot button issues and controversial issues in our modern context, it often gets misunderstood and it often gets misused. And the past instead people take the present and project it back onto the past. But Egyptians had their own code, and it's different code than Greeks, and that's different code than Romans. And Athenians had different codes than Spartans, or they had different codes than Black Sea Greeks who were living with amongst and intermarrying with the Scyths, or the Ionian Greeks who are living in and intermarrying with and have closer connections to members of the Persian Empire than they do to like Spartans or Thebans or others back in mainland Greece. And then, of course, you have the Western Greeks who are over in Italy or who are in North Africa living amongst the Carthaginians and the Phoenicians, or they're on Sicily, which is this like sort of melting pot of pretty much North Africa and the Mediterranean and Spain and Italy, and everybody sort of ends up in Sicily. So for some reason, everybody ends up in Sicily and Crete as well, right? Those are the sort of two hot spots. So it's we have to sort of figure out what they mean, and that's actually really hard work. I just think it's really important for us to recognize that identity, like what we call race and ethnicity in the ancient world, that these are not exclusive categories for the ancients. That one can be a Roman and be a Syrian and also be, Hellenized, and one can be a Greek and an Athenian, and they can be from their deme as well. They can be Egyptian and be Greek. You can be all sorts of different things. You can be Nubian and be Egyptian. You can be Egyptian and be, Phoenician. Like it just doesn't work the way that we want it to work. These are multi-layered and functional identities. They pop out the identity that they need in the context. And we see this on their tombs. We see this on legal inscriptions. Like if you can find the same person making contracts in Latin, but also their tombs in Greek, right? Or one of my favorite tombs is a Hellenized Jew, probably from Alexandria, who was buried in Rome, but their tombstone is in Greek, and it has Greek tragedy masks, and then it has like the shofar and the menorah on it to indicate their Jewishness. But they're in the Roman catacombs using the Greek language, but they're putting Jewish iconography on it. That
Father Channy, where you at? Something ain't sounding right. They Hellenized Jews. They got the tragedy. Wow. Sound like she's saying ethnicity isn't as static as we make it to be. Something's going on here. That you can switch up your ethnicity depending on what you're dealing with. Sound like the ancients were a little more liberal, a little more flowing than we are today. What's going on here? Ibra, you had a problem with this?
She's absolutely correct.
Oh man.
Yeah, the reason why we have such a hiccup on ethnicity and race today is thanks to people like Blumenbach, who created the concept of the 5 great races: the Mongoloid, Caucasoid, Negroid, and Australoid. That's the only reason, we have this idea of race in our minds, thanks to racist people in the past. Like I said, Blumenbach, Adolf Hitler, all the people who created scientific racism, like it's all thanks to them,
Yeah, and I see Jada saying, isn't that kind of what Paul did? Was a Roman to the Romans and Israel to Israel, in a way, but it's a standpoint about how we talk about Idumeans and they Romans. Now understanding that Roman is just a classification. It's like she said earlier, it's like citizenship, but that doesn't change their ethnicity dealing with certain kind of people. You know what I'm saying? That Herod was called Idumean, but he's also a Jew. But certain folks will take that and run with the conspiracy and take the history and all kinds of stuff to put a narrative that's not necessarily there dealing with the ancients. They're not viewing certain things like how we view it. And especially that was essentially like a mass conspiracy, but I'm going to let it play.
That's how it works. It's not exclusive. There's one identity, and that's what they have. And this is one of the biggest problems with genetic testing on ancient DNA, is that it's trying to find something that isn't actually applicable to the ancient world. And it's actually one of the biggest problems of the studies of race and ethnicity in the ancient world, is this idea that identities are singular and not multiple.
That's it. But then also this goes to what's hurting us as a people, because like you're saying that now we have a singular, you can't, how do I say it? To be black or so-called black in America, so there's a level of, you got to have a certain kind of viewpoint. You got like hip hop, so you have to, what's the stereotypes you use for black folks? You got to have a criminal charge.
You got like chicken and watermelon.
You know what I'm saying? You got to have either you're bald, you got to have dreads, but nothing in between. You know what I'm saying? All kinds of stuff to where now, folks, if someone back in the day, someone comes up like I don't know, country music, you're not black. You know what I'm saying? Someone likes something different, they're not considered black to certain so-called blacks in the community. they're sellouts, they white, they this and that. You know what I'm saying? And like that kind of viewpoint to the ancients wouldn't be like that. There'll be some fluidity in terms of how you view yourself. But
yeah, any variations in the cultural norms makes you deem you something different than, you know, you're not one of us because you got some variations or you deviate from our cultural norms is what you're saying.
Exactly. When something's not necessarily a norm, that's how you grow up. And that's where you have people beefing from different cities, all kinds of stuff that's just that simple. If you're if you're like out and then you ain't black, yeah.
Well, some people, Dunamis, if you're well educated, you know, you like classical music, you know, you like going to wine tasting parties or whatever. Anything that is something different, considered a different cultural norm, you are not considered black, especially if you like reading and studying. And I'm not saying all black people, of course, doesn't believe that, but there are some black folk that call you consider you not to be black because you're, you know, educated, and I guess it's more with kids and teenagers growing up. But to me, that's a reflection on their parents. If you're, yeah, I would hear my son chastise another kid because their kid studies well. That's just calling them not, you know, non-black or whatever.
Yeah, you sound white, JT, man, when you said that. You know.
Yeah, if I go back to Haiti now, they wouldn't really consider me as a Haitian.
Bro, why not?
Right? Huh?
Why not?
Because I would have an accent, so they'll consider me. They'll say, "Oh, he's American," or they have a term. They call it diaspora, right? So at the end, but this happened through a lot of different cultures. You know, once a certain person leaves and then comes back, they're no longer, you know, people. They don't consider them as the same race. But with what she was saying, it's kind of like a contradiction for her to make that statement, because what she's saying was true on a lot of points, right? But you're still the same race of the same people that went and grabbed one group of people. So those group of people at that time believed these people was different. They wasn't enslaving their own people. They went and grabbed one group of people. So it's kind of like contradiction trying to say, okay, it don't really mean that, but your people is racist, so you cannot just say there's no race when.
Well, in fairness, Alan, and I'm sure our friend Hebrew of Israel can speak to this. White folk enslaved white folk, you know, that because of different ethnicity groups. Even as late as 1800s, they had some white slaves. You know, that they were considered indentured servants, of course, but still, they were. It was a class war. So I don't know, you know, the whole concept of white and black and stuff. That stuff is like it's been said. That's a recent invention, man. That doesn't go back to ancient times.
Yeah, they had with the Irish, but they wasn't as harsh. They didn't feed, you know, their babies to alligators, and they had a certain amount of time where, you know, they did their servitude. You know, they was just, to me, I look at it like lower level whites. But because of their skin, their babies didn't get fed to alligators. They didn't suffer what the Negroes suffered.
Alan, why are we going back to, like, I mean, so what does this have to do with race and what was brought up? Why are you bringing that up now?
What I'm saying, all right, this is what I'm saying. Yeah, I understand what she said. Yeah, that some of the stuff she said was true, right? But they didn't operate on what she's speaking about. So her people operate on a whole different level. So
her people talking about white people?
Correct.
Alan, she's trying to break the mold. Father God, what's she trying to do, Alan? You tell me she's trying to.
I understand listen, I see what she's trying to do, but your people did not believe in your concept. The concept she's trying to break down right now, her people did not believe it.
Well, who is her people though, Alan?
The
Or you assuming?
Caucasians.
But the Caucasians is not an ethnicity.
I have to push back on that from another perspective. So, I guess you're kind of saying that Europeans, they don't operate in the manner that she was explaining when it comes to ethnicities. Are you basically saying that Europeans have always treated each other with kindness and always been on the same page with one another? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I'm saying they never did what they did to the Negroes to their own people.
All right. Well, I'll have to kind of push back on that. So, when it comes to Europeans and their long history, some of the very first people they were fighting and killing would have been each other. Europe has always been a hotbed of warfare when it comes to their neighbors. So the very first people they were fighting was literally like Romans versus the Gauls. You can read letters on that when it came to the Roman generals, always going into the Germanic tribes to kill them and slay them and enslave them. We even know about World War I, World War II. I mean, that was Europeans killing millions of other Europeans. Again, World War I and World War II. That was in mainland Europe, and they were slaughtering each other. And then, of course, you got communism with the Russians, and that was Russians killing other Russians with the gulags and sending people to Siberia and the massive famines. So Europeans have not always been on the same page with each other. There have been many wars throughout Europe. They've hated each other for a long time.
Yeah, like Serbia, Kosovo recently. They had a war. U.S. got involved special forces, but the Serbs were killing all folks.
Yep, the Greeks, the Romans,
Greeks and Turks. Recently.
The Romans. Well, I was speaking of ancient times. The Greeks and Romans. I guess the British and the Ireland and France, and man, those folks have been at each other's throat for centuries, man.
Yeah, like if you go to Greek town or certain parts, if you say a Greek person is another country, Macedonia, whatever, that's beef.
Guess what? There's still beef to this day. Russia versus Ukraine.
Bruh, why? What's the whole point of the war going on?
And Ukrainians are basically Russians. They just left,
Yeah, but then you have some when it's white on white war, you always have certain rules that you cannot break, and they put their rules there. When they took the blacks, there wasn't no rules. When they fed, there's no other. They're not feeding when the Europeans are fighting. They're not feeding their kids to alligators, putting them in slavery indefinitely through different generations, selling their kids.
So Alan, what
laying down with the little ones, put it like that, and the women, and also, which I see a lot of people don't bring it up, the men. You feel me?
Won't deny that, Alan. Alan won't deny that. I won't deny that. But what rules did the Nazis follow?
What rules did the Nazis follow?
Yes.
They followed the rules that they just about every country has for treasons. Whenever you're in the inside and you work against that government, that'll be treason. That's a punishment of death.
I'm talking about in an engagement in war with Jews and other countries and other people. What rules did the Nazis respect or apply?
The treason rule. Even America got the rule of treason when they went through the Balfour Agreement, right? That was direct treason to that country.
I don't think you understand what I'm asking. I don't think you understand what I'm asking. I'm talking about the rules of engagement. The rules of engagement. The rules of
Yeah, that wasn't war.
Let me keep it 100.
That was war.
Was the Nazis just killing women and children and raping women and doing all kind of dirty stuff?
Yeah, they was killing women, children, correct.
And raping women, right?
Yes.
Okay, so what rules were the Nazis respecting?
The rule of treason. Because even, like I said, brother, even the rule in America, if you're looking for the rule of treason, the punishment is death. If we see that these people went and plotted behind that same country that gave them a land to stay, for let's say England, right? They went to England and they helped England win the war. So when they found out, they was pissed. They did what just about every country would do. That's not something like in particular.
Right. Hold on. What happened? Let me let this video play first. Let me no, hold on. We're gonna come back to this because I think we gotta get our minds right.
Slave labor was a huge aspect of Roman life, and the Republic depended heavily on free work from human beings who had no rights, no possessions, and were left at the whims of their masters to be worked to death, starved, tortured, and sometimes even killed for the sake of enjoyment. Sure, you may have seen Russell Crowe play one in a movie, but chances are you have no idea just how brutal it really was. Today, we're exploring what it was really like to be a Roman slave. But before we get started, be sure to subscribe to the Weird History channel. Oh, and one more thing, leave a comment and let us know what topics you would like to hear about. Now, we roam. Slaves in ancient Rome didn't just work as domestic or agricultural workers. They did pretty much every single kind of menial job you can imagine. Generally classified as urban or rural, slaves did everything from cooking and cleaning to mining for silver. On country estates, slaves might perform both domestic and non-domestic tasks, even working as smiths, bakers, and guards. Occasionally, urban slaves would work as accountants and managers for businessmen. If you were a slave that originated as a prisoner of war, you might have been sold off to the public and could have been tasked with fighting fires, tending to public buildings, and even working as an executioner. Some Roman slaves lived their entire lives from birth to death working as the property of a master, but others, who were able to cough up a little dough, had a luckier fate. The oldest and easiest way for a slave to achieve freedom was simply being given freedom by one's master, perhaps in a will, although some sort of ceremony or payment usually went along with it. Some folks became slaves by selling themselves into servitude to repay their debts over a certain amount of time. If that was the case, you'd be freed as soon as your contract was complete. Slaves could also accumulate money by giving up peculium, or account, that they controlled while under the authority of a master. This type of wealth could be land or currency, and although it was technically still under the control of the master, slaves could use this as a tool to purchase their freedom. After buying their freedom, slaves didn't just magically become full-fledged Roman citizens, though. After the process of manumission, aka buying your freedom, these former slaves were more like conditional citizens and became clients of their former owners. They were also restricted from taking public office. And if you were under the age of 30 and wanted to buy your way out of servitude, you were completely out of luck. According to the Roman jurist Gaius, slaves under the age of 30 could not be freed during the 1st century CE. Being a slave was cruel and unbearable during any time period, and the Roman slaves were no exception. Slaves who were considered property of their masters were expected to behave, and if they didn't, the consequences were nightmare fuel. In Maniacomi by Plautus, the 2nd century playwright attributes the following words to Messenio, a slave: stripes, fetters, the mill, weariness, hunger, bitter cold, fine pay for idleness. That's what I'm mightily afraid of. Surely, then, it's much better to be good than to be bad. I don't mind tongue lashings, but I do hate real floggings. Yikes. Slave owners could beat and punish slaves harshly, inflicting everything from whippings to chains and fetters. Masters also had free rein to sell their slaves, execute them by hanging or crucifixion, and make them do the worst possible tasks as punishment. And if you tried to run away, they'd brand you. Ouch! Nothing sounds less appetizing than limited rations of bread, right? Well, slaves, being the lowest rung of Roman society, were clearly not eating like kings. This guy, Cato the Elder, who was a soldier, statesman, and historian from the 3rd and 2nd centuries BCE, wrote about the daily needs of agricultural slaves, specifically what they should receive for food and drink. According to Cato, slaves should receive wheat to make bread, although shackled slaves who couldn't grind their own grain were to receive bread itself. When slaves worked the fields during the summer, more flour was needed, as was additional wine. If we were working in the hot Roman fields all summer for no money, we'd be in need of additional wine too. In addition to bread and wine, slaves ate what Cato termed relish. This Roman relish, however, was not exactly what you'd find on a baseball stadium hot dog. Instead of pickles, it was made of olives. During the 1st century BCE, slaves rounded out their diets by gathering wild fruits and vegetables, as well as cultivating crops on their own. Domestic slaves got the opportunity to start urban gardens. Of course, they always had the option of picking at their master's leftovers. While most slaves functioned as a coerced unpaid labor pool, some enslaved men and women got to join the ranks of criminals and prisoners of war in the gladiator ring. Made up mostly from slaves, the first gladiatorial contests appeared as early as the 3rd century BCE. One famous slave, Spartacus, was actually trained in one of Rome's gladiator schools. And if the idea of a gladiator school sounds cool to you, let's just say these gladiator training academies weren't exactly sleepaway camps. Gladiators in training were treated more or less like prisoners, but did receive food, medical attention, and specialized apparatus training. Treated more like investments than human beings, these performers weren't slain very often. They were too valuable, according to archaeologist Wolfgang Neubauer. Many former slaves also volunteered to be gladiators. With limited opportunities after buying their freedom, aka manumission, they essentially gave themselves back to servitude, swearing a gladiatorial oath to be burned by fire, bound by chains, to be beaten, to die by the sword. Okay, for an oath, we've got to admit, the gladiator oath is pretty hardcore. But you got to imagine conditions for freed slaves had to be pretty terrible if they were earnestly volunteering to fight to the death. One thing that urban and rural slaves had in common was that they both lived in rooms that were typically far removed from their masters and overseers. Domestic servants still lived in their master's house, sometimes even sleeping close enough to tend to his or her needs overnight. But there was a decided effort to keep slaves separate from free men and women. Typically, a slave's quarters would be located near storage facilities and were usually shared with other slaves. Imagine a bunk bed next to a garage, but Roman. If you were a Roman slave, chances are your style game wasn't exactly on point. Slaves were forced to wear simple clothing, not much different than garments worn by poor freemen and women. Masters provided a tunic of 3 feet and a half and a cloak once in 2 years. If you had a long torso, seems like you'd be out of luck. Also, once in 2 years, good shoes should be given. Imagine only getting 1 pair of shoes every 2 years. And this is during a time when duct tape didn't exist. To add insult to injury, male slaves weren't allowed to wear the one quintessential Roman fashion garment, togas. Female slaves were also forbidden from wearing stolas, a dress worn over their tunic. According to Seneca, the Roman Senate once considered instituting a uniform for slaves to more clearly distinguish them in society. They ultimately decided against it to prevent slaves from knowing just how many of their ranks existed. Bone-chilling. Why would the Roman Senate be concerned that the slaves knew how many of them there were? Well, because there were a lot of them. I mean, a lot. The sheer number of slaves in Roman society resulted in tension and fears about revolt. Romans had a right to be worried. Slave tensions were rising in the Roman Empire, and it was only a matter of time before large-scale revolts began to bubble up. Aside from minor skirmishes, there was one famous large-scale slave rebellion that truly posed a risk to Roman society. Remember Spartacus, who we talked about earlier, the slave who was sent to train at gladiator school? Well, that same guy grew up to lead a slave revolt that included around 70,000 slaves and supporters fighting the Roman army. Now those are some serious numbers. Spartacus and his forces fought against the Roman military several times from 73 to 71 BCE, defeating them 3 times before being slain. According to sources, Spartacus fought valiantly to the end, wounded by a spear thrust in the thigh, but went down on one knee, held a shield in front of him, and fought off his attackers until he and a great number of his followers were encircled and fell. While Spartacus and his army may have lost in the end, their fight didn't amount to nothing. Concerns over future uprisings prompted some legal action to ensure, or at least encourage, better treatment of slaves. Unlike other historical forms of slavery, Roman slavery was not dependent upon race or ethnicity. and the number of slaves varied at any given time. After the Punic Wars during the 3rd and 2nd centuries BCE, thousands of men and women were enslaved, many of whom served as artisans, craftsmen, and agricultural laborers. As the empire expanded, Rome took more and more prisoners of war, and tons of non-Romans were enslaved, including individuals from Greece, Egypt, North Africa, Gaul, and Asia Minor. Apparently, Rome was an equal opportunity slave nation, I guess. Female slaves were not exempt from manual labor, but they often performed personal duties under the auspices of elite and wealthy Roman women. Slaves could be trained to apply cosmetics and do hair, kind of like a glam squad that's forced to be there and doesn't get paid. Other female slaves even served as wet nurses for wealthy Roman women. That is one bad boob job. Empress Livia, Augustus's wife, had more than 1,000 attendants, many of whom were female and male slaves alike. Female slaves were also vulnerable to the whims of male masters, could end up as the unfortunate victims of sexual abuse, sometimes with the masters charging a fee for the male slaves to engage in these heinous acts. Surrounded by all this pain and suffering, it's no wonder female and male slaves alike were itching to jump into the gladiator ring. Slavery was pervasive and fundamental to the Roman economy, but there were different opinions on how slaves should be viewed in Roman society. Stoics, most notably Seneca the Younger, wrote about the relationship between slave and master, emphasizing the humanity of the former alongside the responsibility of the latter to be kind and paternalistic. According to Seneca, a slave sprang from the same stock, is smiled upon by the same skies, and on equal terms with yourself breathes, lives, and dies. Former slave Epictetus lived and taught in Rome, also calling for the fair treatment of slaves by masters. Epictetus found slaves to be noble, but is nobility the same as freedom? Not exactly. One thing's for certain, any society that depends on slave labor is not a sustainable and just culture. Good thing slavery fell along with the Roman Empire in 476 CE. What do you think of the hardships faced by Roman slaves? Let us know in the comments below, and while you're at it, check out.
All right, so this video kind of, I don't know, it covers the broadness of it, but it doesn't sound going deep into the hardness of what slaves went through. Because in those times,
I heard a lot of familiarity there, Dumas.
Yeah, because a lot of stuff is adopted from the slavery practice been carried on throughout. Slavery is as old as mankind. Yeah. But dang, hold on. Ring, can you share my screen one more time? I just want to play this one video because yeah, let me, and then we can go back to Esau.
Isaac and Ismail, brother.
Right.
Yeah, and when they marry, they got a lot of kids in the Jerusalem and Egypt, in the Middle East.
Middle East.
All of them,
Okay.
they got a lot of.
So they would be in the Middle East, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So they're not. So just my last thing. So they're not.
The last messenger, Muhammad
right,
sallallahu alaihi wasallam, Isa, he knows in the Torah and the Injil.
Right.
He knows the prophet they're gonna come, the last messenger.
Right.
Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
So they're in the East. They're not Europeans, right?
Not European.
They're not Europeans. So Esau not Europeans.
From Jerusalem and Egypt and Mecca.
Right. And Mecca. There you go.
And Yemen.
Right.
All the Arab nations.
No, I got you. All the Arab. Okay, good. So they're not the white people out here, right?
No.
Okay.
So I'm just showing y'all, proving to y'all here that I have the book Sarcophagus of an Ancient Civilization. This is the original copy. As you see, it's very old. Got it from the library. All right, this is an original book. It was created in the early 1900s. As you see, this is the official book. This is the original version. This is like the reprint, basically, but it's the same book. So I just want to show y'all that these people, the Europeans, they did their research and they know exactly who is Esau. Okay, so I just want to show you, here's a little portrait right here, and they know exactly who Esau is. As you can see, a family of modern Edomites camping in Petra. And these people are black. They're black. Not the so-called white man.
Hold on now. He's saying modern. So these some
Why
black Edomites.
Why you play that, Dunamis?
Where you at?
So this research has been out long before we ever even knew who we were. In the early 1900s, we were still being hanged on trees. Okay, so they've been did their research. They've been know who are the real Edomites of the scriptures. Okay, this information has been out. This is not nothing new. All right, these people been did their homework and they know who Esau is for sure. He is not the so-called white man. Okay, so as I said, this is the older version. This is the newer version here. Just going to show y'all. It's the same thing here. Nothing different. I'm going to be using this copy because I've made all my highlights here in this version, so you can see the information that I'm going to bring out, so you can see basically the same thing. All right. So just want to show you guys. I do have both books, the original and the modern copy for you guys. All right. So Esau is not the white man. This information has been discovered. All praise to the Most High. If you would like to learn more about who Esau really is, I have a 7-part series breaking down who Esau really is. And the 7th part is about 9 hours long. Okay. To gain access to this information, please join my online school. Those that know me, I had about over 40,000 subscribers on YouTube before it was taken down for sharing this truth and information. However, I do not teach on YouTube anymore. So to get access to all this exclusive information, please join my online school. The link is in the description of this video. Peace and shalom.
Where's Petra located, Dunamis?
Petra, that's I'm trying to think. That's southeast Israel.
Okay. All right. See, something's not making sense, right?
Go ahead.
So southeast Israel, they're black, but Israel, they're white, right?
Here we go. Go ahead, Alan.
No, I'm just saying. Southeast Israel is black, but Israel is white, correct?
Who keeps saying Israel is white? Y'all obsessed with this white stuff. Who said Israel is white? We got Jews the world over that look like every nation that they're in. Y'all are obsessed with this whiteness and white Jew.
I must have said there wasn't. I must have said there wasn't no black Edomites because I could have sworn. Yeah, now I'm trying to mess with you, brother. I'm just messing with you. I'm just joking, brother. I'm just joking.
No, but if they next door to each other, they shouldn't they possibly resemble a little better than what we see today? Unless somebody changed their region. You know, one of them had to change the region. Because they would have to at least their next door neighbors, they probably would intermixed. So if they're black on one place, and I don't know, it's kind of suspicious though.
Ibri, we're back on Esau. What are some things you want to bring up? Go ahead.
Yeah, so some of the things that I heard from earlier, and this was probably like an hour ago or two, but one of the things that I was listening to about was that someone said, may have been Alan, but y'all were talking about how there was 2 nations within the womb or something like that.
Yeah.
And I think there was some back and forth on that, but it's pretty simple when it comes to those 2 nations. It's not 2 races. So I'm just going to ask Alan, do you know who those 2 nations were in the womb when it came to Jacob and Esau?
Yeah, them 2. It'll be Jacob and Esau.
Yeah, it'll be
the 2 nations.
Yeah, the Edomites and the Israelites. Those are the 2 nations, but not like 2 races.
Correct. We see Jacob automatically becomes a race. You know, he becomes Israel. But Esau, you saying Esau didn't become no race at all.
I'm saying that the two nations, there's two nations within the womb, but there weren't two races. There was not two races. The nations were the Edomites and the Israelites.
They're two nations.
Yeah, the Edomite nation and the Israelite nation.
So Israel, when Jacob name changed, he became a whole new race?
No, they're all still, I guess.
No, that's what Alan
Oh,
was
my bad,
saying?
my bad. Go ahead.
Yeah, Berean, that's what Alan keep saying. Yeah.
And that's the thing. Going
I'm
back
starting
to
back Sunday
humanity,
school. Sunday school
all
need to
of them
start.
are Semitic people. All of them are humans, more specifically. And 99% of humans are all the same. 99.9% of humans are all the same. So there aren't two races inside that one woman. They're going to be, Esau is going to be just as Semitic as Jacob. You know, he's not all of a sudden a non-Semitic person, or he's not all of a sudden a non-Hebrew person.
So when it comes to humans, God stopped his pattern. You know, he has a pattern of different type of birds, different type of felines. When it comes to humans, God only made one straight. That's it. Everybody's the same, correct?
All birds are birds. All dogs are still dogs.
Yeah, exactly what Breen said. All birds are literally birds. So it's like,
Yeah, but
the
the birds are different. Some, you know, some eat berries, some eat dead carcasses. Some birds don't much fly.
Some black people eat pork. Some black people don't eat pork. Some people eat dog. Different human beings got different diets the world over.
Yeah, it's.
I don't see. I'm scared. Alan got me scared, or I'm missing something.
It's my bad. Go ahead, Domin.
No, because Alan, do you believe you don't? But you don't believe in Neanderthals, do you? And pre-man, all that kind of stuff, evolution.
No. But I can't see a comparison with like a eagle and a pigeon. I don't believe that they're the same kind. Even though they might be in the bird family. I mean, we got some birds that don't much fly. You know,
I want to go back to humanity, because when it comes to animals and species and stuff like that, that's a little bit different. Let's go back to humans. So
Loki's a little racist. That's what the racists would use.
No, that's what the Klan said. Why would a pigeon and an eagle marry? That's the main argument that the Klan used for God don't want interracial marriage. Different.
So let's actually use the scriptures when it comes to this idea of humans. The scripture says that out of all nations came one man. That was Adam. So that right there kind of explains or answers your question. Same thing in the book of Genesis. It says that Eve is the mother of all living. So we can account for Adam and we can account for Eve. Adam and Eve are the father and mother of humanity. Scriptures like kind of tells you this.
Okay, did God pick a particular people?
Did he pick a particular people? Can you go into that more? Like, what do you mean by that? Like,
did God choose a particular people? Does he have a chosen people?
I don't know if I can defend.
Well, all right, the Old Testament, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. It narrowed it down to a particular people. And the title was the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. So we see that God chose a particular people. I mean, you can't deny that.
You can go ahead and tell me where you're leading with this, so I can answer this a little bit better. So what are you leading to?
All right, well, let's go to we'll go right there. Romans 9. We'll go to Romans 9.
All right.
I think we start at 4. And this is God speaking to one particular group of people right there. and he stated that he loved them. He said, "I have loved you," said the Lord. And Israel say, "Where have you loved us?" He said, "Was not Esau Jacob's brother? But I chose I chose Jacob. I love Jacob." Bring the verse, Romans 9, and I think it's 4. You can start at 4. Yeah, New Testament.
Okay. I guess Dunamis.
Where Dunamis at? Yeah.
Oh, yeah, talking about, you said Romans 9:4.
Okay, that'd be okay. We can start in Romans 9, but that was
And this is dealing
Obadiah.
with Esau?
Yeah, that's going to Obadiah.
But
yeah, we'll take Romans 9. We'll take Romans 9.
Right. And Alan, from what you're saying, are you saying using in context? What is Paul trying to convey here in Romans 9?
He's trying to convey Obadiah. We go to Obadiah.
No, what's he trying to say? What's he trying to say here in Romans 9? What's the message? What's the message from Romans 9? What's he trying to say?
I know he's quoting Obadiah. He's trying to tell Israel that God loved them.
That's not what Romans 9 talking about.
Okay, bring Romans 9 4. Let's see.
All right, what do you want?
You can break it. I listen to your breakdown. Romans 9. Start at 3.
All right, 3. For I wish that myself were accursed from Christ for my brethren, my kinsmen according to the flesh, who are Israelites, to whom pertained the adoption and the glory and the covenants, and the giving of the law and the service of God and the promises, whose are the fathers, and of whom are concerning the flesh Christ came, who is over all, God bless forever. Amen. You want me to keep going?
Yeah, it's gonna go into Esau,
right.
correct?
Not as those the word of God has taken none effect, for they are not all Israel, which are of Israel. Not because they are the seed of Abraham, are they all children. So right now he's trying to say that not all Israel is Israel, even though they're from the line, They start off with Abraham.
Now, is he talking all bloodline or converts? Is he straight talking all bloodline, all Israel ain't Israel? What are you saying there, Alan?
He's talking about not all Israel is Israel, because Abraham had more children. But it's self-explanatory. It's gonna tell you the whole bloodline breakdown.
All right.
And what he's speaking to, what he's speaking about.
All right. Seed or seeds? Just one person or a whole group of people? Not because they are the seed of Abraham are they all children, but in Isaac shall thy seed be called. Isaac, who's the seed he's talking about here?
He said, Isaac shall thy seed be called. So God himself says, this is where the bloodline is going to start. In Isaac shall the seed that he's going to be speaking about of Israel. So it's coming from the seed of Isaac.
What's coming?
The bloodline of the chosen race.
Wow.
But what about, couldn't that be talking more so about like the line leading up to Jesus, to the Messiah, rather than like a chosen race?
I mean, this would be the New Testament that would have said it. But finish it up. Let's see what it says.
All right. Because early on in Romans, he talks about the seed. He talks about the seed and who the seed is.
Well, verse 8.
He brings Abraham and faith. How Abraham before he was circumcised, how he had faith and the seed, all that kind of stuff. So it seems to be a theme in Romans talking about this seed. All right, let's continue. That is, that they which are called the children of flesh, these are not the children of God, but the children of the promise are counted for the seed. So the children of promise counted for the seed. Going back to that singular seed.
And the other ones are not the children of God, right?
Yeah, but it said they thou which are the children of the flesh, right?
Bloodline.
bloodline. So going back to Jesus, that Abraham is our father. You know what I'm saying? And Jesus calls your father is Satan, you brood of vipers. So that bloodline don't mean nothing. The promise deals with something greater than bloodline. It deals with faith. Who the children of the promise really are. How do you know your child of the promise deals with faith? Faith in who? The seed. Who's the seed? Jesus. For this is the word of the promise. At this time I come, and Sarah shall have a son. Not only this, but when Rebekah had also conceived by one, even by her father Isaac, for the children being not yet born, that I haven't done any good or evil, that the purpose of God according to election might stand, not of works, but of him that called it. This going back to what we talked about in Genesis, where we talked about how Rebekah was barren and Isaac prayed. So we see God is doing something with his people to showcase something. From Abraham with the barrenness of Sarah to the barrenness of Rebekah, and Isaac prayed to God. So we see something going on with these people and the children. It was said unto her, the elder shall serve the younger. As is written, Jacob have I loved, but Esau have I hated. This verse we find in Micah, right?
What does it mean there? Jacob have I loved, but Esau have I hated.
From the standpoint that Jacob received the blessing, Esau didn't. So from the standpoint, even how you see Isaac blessing Jacob and Esau, in that culture, it's a standpoint that he was in love. You can say that Esau was in love by Isaac by not giving him the blessing.
Esau threw away his blessing. He threw away a very important aspect of Hebrew culture, which was passing it down to the firstborn, and Esau threw it away for lentils. So obviously, the Most High he's not pleased with that act of throwing away the most powerful blessing of all, which was to have the coming of the Messiah. So yeah, the Most High was angry at Esau for that. But we also can't forget that it does say in the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 23, that Israel is not to abhor an Edomite. So the Israelites aren't supposed to hate the Edomites. So this is what God is saying, how he feels about Esau, but that doesn't mean we should hate Esau. We can't forget what Deuteronomy 23 said.
Exactly. So now the whole standpoint he's trying to show is that even Esau himself is descended from Abraham and Isaac, right? But being a descendant doesn't guarantee this salvation. There's something more than just bloodline. That folks are claiming bloodline, but I think another example he uses is Ishmael. Ishmael is the son of Abraham, but that doesn't mean that just because he's descended from Abraham that he's secure. And like earlier is saying that hate there means despise, and Kobe's saying hated to be disciplined, disfavor, disregard, in contrast to professional treatment. Like we can say that for Jacob, that he loved Rachel but hated Leah because he preferred Rachel as opposed to Leah. And we see that in terms of her treatment, the naming of Leah's children, how to go through her discomfort and Jacob's hatred for her, how he loved Rachel though.
But why shouldn't we abhor an Edomite? Because I got my own independent thought on this.
Well, the verse says, "You shall not abhor an Edomite, for he is your brother." So, I mean,
that's the whole thing.
Just don't hate him.
I think it says something about you as a stranger in their land, something like that.
Well, that's the Egyptian part. It says, "You shall not abhor an Egyptian because you were an alien in his land." So that's dealing with the Egyptians.
Okay, so we're not to abhor the Edomite. Okay, all right. Let me get this straight. All right, let me place this narrative. Let's just for example, let's just say the Caucasians are Edomites, right? I'm not supposed to hate them, correct?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, even though, and I'm gonna break this down because now this is very confusing because I don't think the scriptures mean this, right? Even let's just for example, we're just gonna use for example since we don't agree that the Caucasians are Edomites, right? So
Wait.
even
Repeat
though
that. I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear you. You said we all agree that.
no, we all don't agree that Caucasians are Edomites, but I'm just gonna use it for example,
Okay.
just to get to the point, right? So even though they took my ancestors, raped, robbed, fed the babies to alligators, fed the babies to dogs that would get Christopher Columbus Journal, shoved spears in the woman, but broke the man, and still have laws intact that is keeping us down as a people. I'm not supposed to hate them. I'm not supposed to have no. I'm supposed to, hey, Mister Esau. I'm supposed to be happy with them. I don't think that's a doctrine. I don't think God would tell you to love somebody that won't stop um the torment they doing. So it's just a free for all doctrine. It sounds like a slave doctrine. I don't believe that's scripture.
All right. So to answer that, um, you can't hate all white people for the actions of like what other white people did. Like if, and plus, all right. So when it comes to these things that happened to our ancestors, I think it'd be kind of disingenuous to hate all white people today. That would be kind of wrong.
I don't think
Now
so.
something. Let me finish. Now, if we do it in a individual level, like let's say like somebody like kills and rapes a family member, I can understand that like in human nature you're gonna hate that person. But we can't apply that to entire race or an entire gender. Like this is the type of game that a feminist might make. Oh, I hate all men because I was raped or something. I don't think that justifies hating all men because all men aren't rapists. Same thing when it comes to let's say a white person. Let's say a white person has a daughter. A white man has his daughter that's killed and raped by black men. I don't think that justifies that white man to hate all black men because black men did this evil act to his daughter. So no, I can't agree with the logic of hating an entire race or an entire gender because something bad happens to you.
Well,
And Alan, but basically what he's also saying is, what our ancestors endured from their ancestors, we want to put the sins of the father onto the sons. Now, I know that some of the sons are just as evil as their ancestors, but not all of them. And you can't put that jacket on everybody. That's wrong too. That's what the brother's trying to tell you. You can't put that jacket on everybody.
yeah, I'm not gonna say everybody is on the same level. Um, and everybody did not do it. I agree on that. But this the problem with what he just said. If if the if the same race of people, let me tell you, when I was growing up, walking crossing the street, you hear everybody hitting their power locks, clack 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 clack. Obviously, they didn't get the memo that all blacks is not robbers, or when while you walking down the street and just about all the white people hold their purse when I walk past them, right? So listen, that logic is not preached to them. It is preached to us. You understand? But they feel like all blacks are the same. Majority of them, not all of them, but a good amount. A good amount of them feel that all blacks is the same, right? So before you preach the slave that logic, finish preaching your people that logic and get them in tune.
Who's a
And
slave?
then
Who's a slave, Alan?
we're the sins of the slaves. So before you preach the slaves that logic, why don't he preach that to the people who cause all this oppression and chaos first? Then once they get their act together, then you say, okay, yeah, you're not supposed to hate them.
I would
Alan,
argue. My bad. Go ahead.
I'll make it real quick. Alan, you can't follow that logic because A, you profess to be a believer. Am I right or wrong? Yes or no?
Correct.
So then that means you have to obey the scripture. You can't, and the scripture forbids us to put everybody in the same boat, put a jacket on all people. And then you say, well, they can't come teach a slave. Number one, we're not slaves. Okay. Number two, other white folk are being told the same thing. They've been told the same thing by other white people and black folk and other peoples. Now, do all of them listen? No, but they have been told. I guarantee you. So to say that, well, go tell them first and then come back and tell us, it don't necessarily work like that, man. You know, unfortunately, there are. You think? How do I say this? I'm gonna land my plane. You don't think that there's times where I'm confronted by straight up racist acts by people that I don't want to let them have it, whether it be verbally or physically, but I have to constrain myself. Even my own wife had to check me one time, man, because some racist dudes throwing a bird at me, man. And I was ready to go at him. But I had to restrain myself. Why? Because I'm the believer. As far as I know, those dudes don't believe in nothing. They could be atheists, for all I know. You understand where I'm coming from?
Yeah, but that's also the problem I had in Christianity. I hear what you're saying, but then still watch my people still get killed in the streets, and hands up, don't shoot. And the thing is, a lot of people is getting tired of listening to that. You feel me? And we still watching these injustices happening to one race of people, and then we are named the top haters. How are we named the top haters when we're the top people that's being killed? How is that even possible? You keep telling me not to hate, but that lynching, matter of fact, there's been lynching the past couple of years that happened. And guess who was at the other end of the rope? A black man. But you keep telling me the same person that's getting lynched, hey, stop hating. That don't make sense to me, brother. I mean, I'm just keeping it real. And that's all I could do. I'm watching what's going on this earth. They keep
All right.
saying telling the black stop to hate, but we on the other end of the rope.
All right, so I do got to ask this then. Would you rather live in America or Ukraine or Yemen right now?
Would I rather live in America, Ukraine, or Yemen? I mean, that's like a vomit sandwich and a crap sandwich. I mean, it's the same thing. You're still up under the same people. Well, Yemen would be what, more Arabs?
Yemeni people, Yemenites.
Yeah. Okay, Yemen would be more Arabs. Yeah, anything's better than the Caucasians.
So you would rather live in Yemen where they're constantly being bombed nearly every day?
Yeah, I would say the racism would not be extreme as the
You do know in
Caucasian.
Yemen there's a caste of people called the Untouchables.
Okay.
And they're black.
Okay.
We don't have that here in America.
Yeah, because we got a philosophy. Everybody been philosophized down. That's the only reason. Every other country, you got to think the slaves came in chains, right? When they first came, before they got released, they wasn't in chains.
All right, we're going back to slavery, but I'm asking you about current times today. If you had to uplift your home and leave the country, would you rather live in Yemen or Ukraine or any other part of the world, China, wherever?
Yeah, I think wherever I go, I think it's gonna be an issue, but I think I'll stand a better chance in Yemen because not that much whites, right?
Bro, you'll probably get bombed or killed by like a Yemeni, like, bro. The Yemenis don't like the dark Yemenis because they were slaves there. I think they called them the Absid or something like that. I forgot the name, but I know that there another name's like Untouchables.
Yeah, but my son could get pulled over here. Hold on, he could be doing nothing, just coming from school, right? Excuse me. A cop pulls him over and just puts a few in him, right? and the same cop will be released, and then there's nothing else said about it.
They
And
arrested a lot of cops that killed black people unjustly. I mean, a lot of them have been arrested.
You serious?
Yeah, like when it came, for instance, when it came to George Floyd, that cop went to jail.
What's the guy in New York? What's that guy in New York that got choked out?
Eric Gardner.
Yeah, we watched this on live TV, right? They still ain't showed a cigarette that he sold or even him having cigarettes. Okay, we watched this on live. There's a few of them we watched on live TV. I mean, I think because you're Caucasian, correct?
Me?
Yeah.
What? Why does everybody think? No.
Oh, okay.
Wait, hold on, real quick, Alan. Brandon asked a question.
No,
How
he
was it-
sounded Caucasian. Sorry.
Why does it even matter if I am or not? Like,
Because your eyes cannot see, just like the Nazis can't see in the eyes of the people who they did it to. If you was Caucasian, you know, you definitely couldn't see.
You see, Ebri, that's what we talked about earlier, that stereotype. You're not black enough, brother.
No, I ain't say he's not. Nah, I ain't say he's not
You
black
brother, you see
enough.
that from his voice.
Yeah, he talks too educated.
I told you. Let me ask. So, rather ask a question.
No, I don't say he talk educated. Listen, if I go somewhere and I got an accent, if I grew up somewhere and I have an accent, I'm not calling that educated. That he has an accent of Caucasians.
What?
What? Yo.
Yeah, I could have swore he was a Caucasian.
Hey, Alan, you know this video gonna get clipped, right?
Yo, I have never heard that before. A accent of Caucasian. Yo, Alan, brother. Oh,
Yeah,
man.
he sound like a Caucasian. That's not with him talking proper.
What does a black person sound like?
Hey, yo.
Well,
MTV rap.
What? No, the average black person normally has a deeper voice from what I see.
Oh my.
And I don't know. You just sound like a white boy. I don't know. My bad.
So Robert Downey Jr. in Tropic Thunder, he sound like a black guy.
So
I don't know them people.
Okay. Alan, here goes a question for you. How as an Israelite can you be mad at the belt, brother? Deuteronomy 28, remember? So if you're in the land of your captivity, because it's a punishment for not obeying the law, statutes, and commandments, how can you be mad about it?
Okay, how can I be mad about it?
Yeah. This is the punishment. So you're mad at the Most High.
No, I agree. We put ourselves in this mess. Correct. I agree that, but I still can't, brother. I mean, I done been through enough just being here. I done been spit on by a white woman when I was 15, walking down the street in Miami, right? So I mean, it's been several things. I just can't do it. I mean, bless your heart if you can, but I can't, brother.
Hey, Alan, has any black person ever spit on you?
No.
What about done any violence to you?
Correct. Yes.
And has the violence been worse than anything any white folk the violence ever done to you?
No. No.
Okay, that's interesting. And I'm speaking from experience. And most of the violence I've experienced has come from people that live around me, live near me, lived on my street, lived on my block, look like me. As far as
I look at it deeper.
Melanie.
Now if we go case by case, we could see, we could definitely see that. But the reason I look at it different, right? Because my brother would never be trying to rob me if he was not placed in that position. You understand? So nobody wants to speak on who put the crabs in the bucket. Nobody wants to say who set up these. Matter of fact, even the housing situations, it goes back to certain people that set up certain situations. They put people in one small place, right? They oppress the people, and everybody as soon as the first person come up in the hood, everybody want to rob them.
Yeah, but Alan, you got a trucking company, you got a car lot, you got a Jewish lawyer. What, brother?
Listen, you think I don't go through
Is
the
your
same?
story
Listen,
abnormal? Could you teach a fellow Israelite how to come up like how you did? At least with trucking, how to be a trucker and stack your money.
brother, listen. I'm still feeling the pain. I'm not lying. I'm still feeling all type of issues. Like I told you, they changed. They've been trying to rezone my location. The little hats up my damn rent. Excuse my language. They up my rent. They rezoned my location as soon as a black man came there. Right now, across the street, somebody else opened one up, and they got all their paperwork's good. Me, I'm still not legally operationable. I got to take it to court. I had to pay $3,000 to see if they could appeal the decision, right? But I'm the only black on the block. They complain about me double parking, but when the whites do it, they don't do nothing. Even my landlord told them, listen, they do that right across the street. Why you guys messing with us? Because they see I'm a black business.
So Alan,
so I still suffer. Listen, I still suffer. It ain't smooth sailing. I still suffer hard.
Okay.
And yeah.
But Alan, so what happened to your brothers? Can't they come down and protest on your behalf and all that kind of stuff to fight your case and come together? Why are you going through this alone? If you're part of a community, where's your camp at to come support you?
No, I'm not part of the camp.
You're not part of. So you're solo dolo. So there's nothing the camp can do, or a group of Israelites can come together to write on your behalf, to show these injustices, post about there's lawyers, there's detectives. If this is a race issue, civil rights issue with the city, can't you come together and sue them? This is something systemic, right? Is there nothing
most lawyers will tell you they're not trying to fight City Hall. Most lawyers, right? It is what it is. I mean, I'm black. I got used to it. This is not nothing new. You feel me? We as black people, we get used to it. We're not gonna jump off a building like in 1980s when the stock market crashed. You see all type of Edomites jumping. This ain't nothing new. We just learn to deal with it and just keep moving.
Well, Alan, not to, so we can get back on topic. I would strongly, based on what you said, I would strongly suggest you contact the NAACP. Seriously, okay, brother. I had a question for Ibri. When we were talking about that earlier, we were talking about Esau and Jacob, and I mentioned that they came from the same mother and the same father. They were twins, and the only notable difference that was mentioned in Scripture is one was hairy and red, or ruddy, and also mentioned that King David and King Solomon were mentioned as ruddy or red in Scripture. But Alan's interpretation of red was some white person getting mad or angry. So how do you interpret those passages, brother?
The way I interpret ruddy is basically like a reddish brown skin complexion. That's the way I do it. Reddish brown. Kind of like a Bedouin, I guess.
Okay. And would you view Jacob and Esau, twin brothers, as two different races? I know that sounds like a rhetorical question, but where I guess it is. But because he interprets nations as races.
No, that would be completely incorrect. Let's break this down in terms of genetics. Esau and Jacob would have autosomally been the exact same because they're coming from the exact same two parents. They also would have had the same or similar Y DNA chromosome, and they would have the same mitochondrial chromosome. Like Esau isn't going to come out autosomally German, and Jacob autosomally sub-Saharan African. Like genetically, they're going to be the same, and phenotypically, they're going to have resemblance. So this idea of them being two races makes no sense in terms of genetics. And by the way, if you don't know what autosomal DNA is just the accumulation of all your ancestors. And Y DNA, it's basically a Y DNA chromosomes passed down from father to son, father to son. Mitochondrial DNA is passed down from mother to daughter, but men can carry both the X and the Y. So Jacob and Esau will have the exact same Y DNA, mitochondrial DNA, and autosomal DNA. So no, they're not two races.
Okay, that's good. I'm asking these questions because it seems like I'm picking on Alan, but I'm really not, because he's not the only one that holds to these beliefs. So I'm really speaking to the larger audience, getting you to answer these questions, because I also asked them, first we're told that the quote unquote Europeans or Caucasian people come from Japheth, Japheth, Ham, and Shem. But then they turn around and say, well, the white folk, the Europeans, they come from Esau, but Esau comes from Shem. So make that make sense. I can't, either is it Japheth or is it Shem? Which one do the white folk come from?
I would say that Indo-Europeans and Caucasians, because we here in the West, we kind of put Caucasian in with white, but technically Caucasians would be peoples of the Caucasus, specific isolated groups like Georgians, Azerbaijanis, Chechens, English, people like that. Those are actually true Caucasians. They don't even speak Indo-European. They speak a language isolate. But anyways, Caucasians, Indo-Europeans, most peoples of the North would be descendants of Japheth. That would make the most sense in terms of like what all Bible commentaries, Jewish commentaries, even Islamic commentaries basically say.
That's interesting. So the Irish and the I don't know what most British people consider.
Celts
I guess.
and Gauls and stuff.
Okay. Are they considered Caucasians as well?
They're more on the lines of Indo-Europeans.
Okay, great. So my last question, and I'm gonna land my plane. So since we know that Jacob and Esau had the same mother and father, there's no way possible that they were two different races of people. I hold the same position regarding Japheth, Ham, and Shem. They had the same mother and father. So how on God's green earth were they three different races of people?
Yeah, it'll be practically impossible for Jacob and Esau to be two different races, unless we're claiming that their mother cheated. That's the only way that would work, and I highly doubt that's what we're saying, that she cheated with a completely different man. So yeah.
Can I ask a question real quick, brother? All right.
Yeah, sure.
Is it possible? All right, we're not going to talk about race. We're going to just talk about color. Is it possible a black man and a black woman could have a twin, and one comes out white and one comes out black?
If you are referring to albinos who have a mutation in which their melanin is very low, yes, in terms of pigmentation, but they're not two different races. They're still going to autosomally be, let's say it's a Yoruba person. They're still going to autosomally be Yoruba. They're still going to carry E1B1A. They're still going to carry mitochondrial DNA L2A1 as an example. So yeah, they have different skin tones, but they're still African, I guess you could say. They're still Yoruba.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not talking about race right now. Okay, so we could have one black and one white, and the white one would be albino, correct?
Yeah, the white-skinned individual would be
All right.
albino.
So you never looked into, because I looked into this before. There's science studies that a black person did and still is doing is giving birth to a non-albino white child and a black child. You never looked into that?
If you're referring to those two girls who one is white skinned with red hair and the other one is light brown with black curly hair, it turns out that their father, like they had the same mother but different fathers. One father was black and one father was white.
No, but there's some cases where it's actually the same father. It was big news not too long ago. It was the same father, right? It was a non-albino baby, Both babies was for the man, right? The white child was non-albino, right? And he also had a black child, and they came out twins. They were twins. I mean, you could look it up. You could look into it, but to say that's directly impossible, there's been
Well,
studies on that it
well,
do
all right.
happen.
Well, two things. One, can you provide me the source? I like to source up on these things, so provide me the source. But two, what we also have to keep in mind is there are rare cases where someone who's, let's say, phenotypically white or phenotypically black can produce a kid that looks basically a two white couple, a person who's like a two white couples can produce a black looking child. That's because one of those white people had an ancestor a long time ago that was black, and so basically the kid kind of got those genes from their ancestor. Because the same thing that you're describing happened to a black person happened to a white couple in South Africa, where these two old white people had a black child. That's because the mother has an ancestor that was black, like 5 generations back. So dealing with the situation of this black couple, they could have had a white ancestor 5 generations back, and so the kid got those mutations from that ancestor and looked white. So it was already the genes was already in the code of the genes was already in that person.
Okay, so with that being said, right, let's go to Noah. We got Ham, Shem, and Japheth, right? What happened there? Because you claim that Japheth is Caucasian. How did that happen?
No, he didn't say that.
Yeah, so when it comes to Japheth, the early human populations, whether
Esau's Japheth.
Wait, I'm sorry. Repeat that. I didn't quite hear you.
No, go ahead, brother.
Oh, okay. So when it comes to early human populations, all humans were at one point dark skinned. This would include Noah, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. They all would have been dark skinned. We have examples like Chatterman. Chatterman had black skin, but he had blue eyes. And he had haplogroup I, which is common in Scandinavians and Swedish people who are obviously white. So it took basically over time, white skin came into effect through a mutation, I believe, called SLC45A2 or SLC45A7. I forgot the exact name, but basically this mutation appeared about 6,000 or 7,000 years ago in pockets of people in the Near East. So, light skin or white skin is a fairly recent mutation. Blue eyes is actually older than light skin. Populations, like I said, with Chatterman was black skin, but he had blue eyes. And Chatterman is the father of haplogroup I populations.
Okay, so all right, so the white skin came to play, right? Now, also, did the lack of rhythm grow with it, and did the singing skills go out the door? Because what I'm saying is, okay, when I see like the white people, right, most of them have a lack of rhythm, right?
I mean, that would be a personal.
Alan, this is all nonsense. Hours and hours of nonsense. This is
that's what I think.
Nobody don't know this is nonsense, and he's trying his best.
Yeah, that's a personal opinion when it comes to music and different cultures of people. So,
okay. Yeah. Alan, let me ask you.
Look, Alan, one of the greatest composers of music songwriters was a Caucasian man, just passed away. So you stop that.
Which one? Who that is?
Burt Bacharach.
Yeah, I don't know him.
Alan, you probably love some of the music he written. You don't even know it.
Okay.
Hey, Alan, that verse that says "money answereth all things." How do you interpret that? What does that mean to you?
You said money answers all things. Money answers all things?
Yeah.
I haven't heard that verse.
All right, I might be calling it wrong. Let me pull it up. But we're gonna ask you guys something. Now, what I'm saying is because I saw someone in chat said money can't solve the issues in the community, right? But that's where if you pool group economics, what Claude Anderson's talking about, we pool money. You don't have to pool it nationally. or if you locally have 2 or 3 people that you can work with as a start, and you pool your money, there's a lot that can be done. You know what I'm saying?
Is
To the
this too much
standpoint,
emphasis on race and victim mentality? I want y'all to listen to some of this right here. Is it too much emphasis, Dunamis, on race? I'm a victim. Hold on a minute.
It means basically doing all the right things, despite the so-called systemic racism that's supposed to be keeping so-called people of color down in this country. And when black people go out here in the street and they complain about systemic racism and white man is the reason why we're not successful, these immigrants, they laugh, right? They laugh at black people and they kiki and haha and say these people are pathetic. That's actually really what they think. And Myron, who is Sudanese, this guy is not Myron. This is fresh. He's from Barbados or something like that. But Myron, who's Sudanese, this guy right here, he's going to tell the honest to God truth about how, again, foreign immigrants feel about black people with the victim mentality. Okay. And I'm just here to say what he's saying is 100% true. So with that being said, we're going to get into this, but I want to give a warning here about the language. There's a whole lot of language. I may or may not edit it out, right? Depends on how much it is, depends on how long it takes. But I'm just telling you guys, if you don't like a bunch of language, this is not the video for you, but it does have a very, very, very powerful message. And I know a lot of people don't necessarily like Fresh and Fit because of their dating advice. I don't necessarily always agree with their dating advice and stuff like that. But when it comes to some of their social commentary, I can't lie. Their social commentary be on point, right? They definitely are more right-leaning and conservative in their social commentary, and I can respect that, even though I might not necessarily agree with some of the other stuff they say or do. So before I get into this rant, I actually want to play what sparked this rant, okay? So they was doing a call-in show, and a caller called in and asked Myron about why, as an immigrant, they're always talking down on black people or something like that, right? So I want to play that so you guys can get context in regards to why this dude almost popped a blood vessel over this black guy calling him to try to complain about, you know, what they say about black people or whatever. So take a look.
I didn't like the way that I just felt some type of way about the fact that, like, the civil rights movement made it possible for Bajans and Sudanese to, you know, become great in this country. And then in the process of that sacrifice, it's like African Americans start getting shit on by the same people that they sacrificed for them to get here.
Yo, you're funny, bro. When did we ever make fun of the civil rights movement or anybody that helped
he's trolling
black people achieve equality in the United States?
You trolling, right? Are you serious, bro?
No, I'm not trolling at all. I'm not trolling at all. I mean, the narrative is that, I mean, y'all don't talk about just the amount of African American inventors, the fact that we had our hands in literally every genre of music. There's a lot, you know, to be said, and I just felt that, you know, to just single out Black Americans from out the entire diaspora. Like, we don't go to Barbados and talk about Bajans. We don't go to Sudan and talk about, you know, Sudanese. Like, we have home training, we have manners. You know?
Okay, so what is your issue in particular? Because I mean, you're speaking in. I want you to narrow it down. Like, I'm trying to understand here. Like, where did we ever say that the civil rights movement was like? We've never insulted anyone that was involved with civil rights or any of that.
You have said that Black Americans are lazy, that they're soft, that they're and they're to put it in verbatim.
Well, that is not verbatim because I never said all black people are like that. I just said I said the black community likes to take on the victim mindset a lot of the times as to, you know, civil injustices and use that as an excuse for why they're not where they want to be. Which is true.
Okay.
You can't sit there and blame systematic racism and all these other stupid ass social buzzwords for why you're not where you want to be. You can't.
Yeah, so I hope you guys get the gist of what provoked what, in my opinion, is a pretty epic rant. Let's get into it.
Losers, because I don't know on Twitter. Well, Myra's not even black because his parents weren't here in 1951 and they didn't suffer from the civil rights bullshit, blah, blah, all that. Shut the up, bro. Because let me tell y'all something. When the police or the men or the white people come, they're not going to pull up on me and be like, hey, listen, excuse me, sir. Were your parents here in the 1800s during times of slavery? Okay. No. Okay. Were you? Did anyone in your family march in the civil rights movement? No. Okay. All right. We're gonna let you off. You're not really a black guy. No. They don't care about that. But you stupid motherfuckers are on Twitter. Well, you're not really black because on ancestry.com you only get back at 73% because you come from North Africa and you don't be in the sub-Saharan. Shut the up. The same people that you cry about that are oppressors don't give a about all these other stupid ass little asterisks that you guys want to use to say I'm more black than you and I'm more black than you. All you motherfuckers are doing are trying to sit there and say, well, I should be a victim more. I should be a victim more. I should deserve to be a loser more. That's all I'm here. Wait.
How does that make y'all feel hearing that?
Well, he ain't lying. There is some truth in what he's saying. There's a balance and there's a mix. And the balance is more than one thing can be true at the same time. There's injustices, and then there's people who have a victimhood mentality. Both things are true.
All right, Dunamis, anybody else?
Yeah, this is a balance. There are things that happen systematically, but at a standpoint, if there's a systematic problem, is there a systematic solution we can have? Like how with the civil rights movement, they dealt with voting rights, things of that nature, and then they were trying to lead to economics, but King got killed. King was assassinated. So it seems to be that if there's problems going on, and folks are seeing it, this is commonplace. To me, there should be brain trust coming together. What solution we can have to go forward? But a lot of times, things that for these kind of efforts, money is needed. So there should be an essence of economic building up, coming together in small pockets, so we can have avenues and venues to put money toward. I sent you that video. I don't know if you want to play it. With Khalid Muhammad deal with the Jewish community.
No, go ahead.
That one because this guy
play your video. Oh, no, I'm just gonna pull it up on your thing.
All right, and I just want to put the verse. So it's Ecclesiastes 10:19. A feast is made for laughter, and wine make it merry, but money answers all things. So, Alan, what do you think about that?
A feast is made for laughter, and go ahead, read it again, brother.
A feast is made for laughter, and wine make it merry, but money answers all things.
That might be speaking about as far as bills and how the economy is run based off of money.
So we just can't take the verse literally and just go with it. There's a context to it.
Correct.
All right.
And
some of them are cut and dry as well too. But yeah, some of them, you gotta look in context.
All right, because the folks will use Proverbs, wisdom text, cut and dry. So you're saying that this one we can't use cut and dry?
Well, put it like this: all verses you gotta look in context.
Right.
Some verses they basically stating what they stating off rip.
And also, Berin, that caller, he was generalizing, but he should have probably said some immigrants do snub their nose down at black people, but not all immigrants do that. We can't put that jacket again. All that broad brushing and that's the problem. When people is trying to bring up issues, they do way too much broad brushing.
Yeah, that's all that we got to be careful. Broad brushing. Some folks on both sides, because the immigrant communities, they have. That's another conversation. They have issues within their own group. So, but it's just on all sides. That's a saboteur. A lot of people think the victimization to where they can't get ahead. Well, let me just play fair use.
You are removed from your ghettos of Warsaw and Krakow. You are removed from your ghettos, white Jew. But these, the sons and daughters of Africa, we are still in the ghettos of white America to this very day that we sit here tonight.
This is the ugly face of black nationalism in America.
No Jew on the face of the planet Earth can say that you were robbed of your name, your language, your religion, your culture, your God, your folkways, your mores, your norms. If you do, you are a damn liar. And as Jesus said, the truth is not in you. You make me sick.
A violent anti-Semitism, the causes of which are understood only by disciples.
The only reason we speak upon the Jewish community or elements thereof is their relationship to our suffering.
But why single out one group from the white community, especially one that suffered already so terribly?
We contend that the Jewish Talmud, which was practiced yesterday and today, caused more murders of Africans than all of the gas chambers in Nazi Germany.
The type of anti-Semitism that he is preaching now is the type of anti-Semitism that was preached by Hitler in the 1930s in Germany.
Norman Rosenbaum knows the results of this sort of hate-mongering. His brother Yankel was beaten and stabbed to death during the anti-Jewish rioting in Brooklyn in 1991.
Hello, Washington, Maryland, or Virginia.
We're Washington.
Rosenbaum is on a mission to get the US Attorney General to reopen the case against his brother's alleged murderers.
You don't have an appointment with the president, Roman. They're not going to give it to you. It's a rang back this time. Australian that gets killed in the United States doesn't get the attention. But maybe the best form of defense is offense. You got nothing to lose. You're here.
Yes, the purpose of your visit today.
Khalid Mohammed is in Washington on a mission of his own. He's considered by many Jews to be one of the most dangerous men in America. So his well-publicized decision to tour the city's Holocaust Museum was met with justified suspicion.
He is so bigoted that you can't possibly change his mind. So no matter what you say, he's still going to say that.
Well,
because
even if it's, they did suffer, but you can't blame the people today that never were over here. They were in Europe during the time there was slavery here. You can't blame them for the slavery here.
But in the end, they let him in.
Let him in.
Just throw me your name.
Norman Rosenbaum's passion for justice has made him friends in high places. In the US Congress, he's lobbied extensively to get powerful voices behind his push to reopen the books on his brother's murder.
Norman.
Hi, how are you?
How are you, buddy?
So just real quick, so there's one guy, his brother got killed, he's putting money for it. Lobbying is just legal bribing. So in our communities, you got folks pouring millions of dollars in different avenues. There's no place where we can lobby for certain things if we see issues. He's doing it on a national level and directing towards certain politicians. This guy's in New York. But on a local level, things of that nature, there's no changes that can be done. No coming together and whatnot to see what brothers are going through. Legal defense aid, legal network, all that kind of stuff. All right, let me let it play.
Good to see you. How's your family?
Some, like New York Republican Senator Al D'Amato, no doubt have good political reasons for keeping the Jewish lobby on side.
You know me, quite unassuming.
But the access this Australian gets here is also due in part to fears of racial conflagration. The man who's fanning those flames came out of the Holocaust Museum unabashed and apparently unmoved. to deliver his pre-prepared speech to the waiting cameras.
As we toured the Jewish Holocaust Memorial, we thought of how out of the German people, the so-called Jews were given a Schindler's List. But out of the white man of America and the European nations, the Jews and Arabs who participated in the Black or the African Holocaust, we were given a swindler's list.
We have a duty also to let the world know that there was another Holocaust, which gives its truest definition, the Black Holocaust.
Surely it just denigrates your own case to turn hatred on the Jews.
White Christians, the Catholics have all admitted their role in our oppression, but the ones who have consistently denied and kept secret their role was the Jewish people. Now the secret relationship is being revealed.
Just over the Brooklyn Bridge from Manhattan is the neighborhood of Crown Heights. And here, the relationship between blacks and Jews is no secret.
Crown Heights became an integrated community. And it's probably the only truly integrated community in the United States, where you actually have black people and white people, and not just white people, but Hasidic Jews living side by side in the same community. Now, we always thought that Crown Heights was a model community for that reason. August 91 shattered that belief that we had and shattered that feeling that we had. It was a shame, of course, that such a thing had to happen.
It was that summer that festering animosity erupted into 3 days of anti-Jewish rioting.
1994. It's in 1994.
The riot was triggered by a car accident involving the motorcade of the chief rabbi. The accident killed the child Gavin Cater and critically injured his cousin Angela. Jews here describe the vengeful rioting that followed as a pogrom.
When we were out there on the streets and we saw raised fists in an organized fashion screaming, "Heil Hitler, kill the Jews," these weren't local kids from the community. These were professional troublemakers who had come to this community, and they were using this refrain, "Heil Hitler, kill the Jews."
They yell about being abused, but they were well protected. They were well protected. The Lubavitcher Hasidics have come in to this area not to be just part of the community, but to take over and push out.
Dr. Vernon Cave lives in the heart of Crown Heights with mostly Jewish neighbours. In 1991, he saw the rioters from his front yard.
And as soon as I saw them running down, I retreated because I wasn't going to be the part of any conflict of any kind.
He believes the anger had been building up for years as the Hasidic community took root and grew here. The doctor's a good man. He says he has Jewish friends, but he can't help himself thinking there's a conspiracy going on here.
From my perspective, that is correct. And I would say that anybody who looked at the whole thing would end up with the same conclusion.
So are you saying that you believe that some blacks have been forced out of their homes and their businesses in Crown Heights?
They certainly have. They have been forced out, first forced out primarily with the power of money. They will call you up, they will knock on your door, they and ask you if you want to sell your house, and they'll guarantee you all cash.
Crown Heights' main synagogue is the hub of the Orthodox Lubavitcher community.
You come in at 4 o'clock in the morning, you'll find people here.
Yeah.
You'll see the people come in, they chat, say hello, they then go and pray, others go straight to prayer.
Here in the men's section is the most concrete example of the religious traditions that bind these people together.
One of the things that's obvious about this community, and you've noted it yourself, is that it takes pride in being different. Is it their distinctiveness that's made them a target?
It's not so much their physical appearance and their identity per se which makes them a target. If anything, it's the envy and jealousy. For example, it's a community which shows initiative. It doesn't wait for the city to react to unemployment and welfare problems and issues. They do it themselves.
What I try to show my people to learn from the Hasidic community. How can 20,000 people take in a community that's over 100,000 strong and have the sort of economic, social, and political power? I want to learn from that.
Discipline. Real quick, can you remember back in the day with Daddy Grace, Father Divine? One of the key points of Father Divine is that he wouldn't let the member, he preached against welfare and self-determination.
Yes.
Not saying that there are folks who are in situations that need support, but at the same point, how the Jewish guy was saying how they don't rely on the state. There's a level of maybe a lot of us, there are those in the community cut back reliance on the state. You know what I'm saying? But people's situations are different. So I'm not going to prescribe something broad brush. That's a clear all solution, but that's something, yeah.
Of the mind is the basic ingredients of general morality and therefore of spiritual strength. Discipline.
Richard Green's community school in Crown Heights runs directly counter to the religious and racial intolerance that lie at the heart of the community's problems.
We never knew of each other. We never knew of all the common points of interest. And that is what happened to bring people at this juncture. Whoever the radical voices in our culture get the media, get the medium of the media to come out and hear what they have to say, under this guise of the First Amendment. But a great Supreme Court Justice, Louis Brandeis, once said that the First Amendment is fine and well as long as you don't go and yell fire in a crowded theater.
At Howard University, that theatre was packed to capacity.
Jewish onslaught.
Please run around a woman's mouth.
Backed by volumes of contentious scholarship and a team of contentious scholars, Khalid Muhammad descended upon the university whose reputation as a centre of black learning is unrivaled.
These are European guns that were shipped to Africa. Read about the African Holocaust.
The meeting was to focus on the Black Holocaust and the uncounted millions who died as slaves and under later oppression in America.
American-made shackles.
But it degenerated into a celebration of anti-Semitism.
The so-called Jew Holocaust. And I say so-called Jew because he's not a real Jew. He's a Johnny-come-lately Jew who just crawled out of the caves and hills of Europe just a few days ago.
The original Hebrews, Moses, Abraham, were men of African descent. And their wives were African. Their children were African. They grew up in African countries.
Now they say you're a so-called Jew. That's what they refer to us as, the so-called Jews.
At a yeshiva or religious school in Brooklyn, Norman...
Yeah, just said you're right. There are folks, yeah. It's not 100% true. Yeah. They're Jews that will take government aid, that kind of stuff, but just with the narrative he's presenting. But where have we heard the term so-called Jew before? Have we heard it from anybody around? Anyone, that kind of stuff? And I'm running back because I saw something interesting what's going on here to our question, what's going on, what steps can be taken?
That's what they refer to us as the so-called Jews.
At a yeshiva or religious school in Brooklyn, Norman Rosenbaum addressed the non-African children of New York Jews.
And they're saying that because what they're trying to do is build up the justification to physically attack us, to dehumanize us. And you know who did that the last time? Adolf Hitler.
Good evening. This is the truth.
Man went back all the way back to Adolf Hitler. Now, one thing I want to note is that how they got a yeshiva, right? And all the, remember, all a yeshiva is a learning center, school. How many Israelite yeshivas do we see? You know what I'm saying? Because the other brother, they got they have a school set up. I'm not sure if it's a school or a center, but how many schools do we see? You know what I'm saying? It maybe not a school in a building. How many homeschool networks do we see? Or folks just taking part in the system? You know what I'm saying? How many learning centers do we really have to impact the youth? Not just a Sabbath school, you know what I'm saying, but really a learning center that's full throughout. Where folks can be themselves, learn their culture, learn their history. Because the Jews guy had the yeshiva, the black guy they had at school where they're talking about African consciousness, things of that nature, right? But how often do we see that with Israelites nationwide? Granted, I'm not saying there aren't any, but how many do we see? Or folks just sending their kids to private, to public, that kind of stuff in the system. But say the system doesn't deserve to diseducate them or miseducate them. But let me live.
Hour. And don't you touch that dial. You stay tuned in to the truth hour. I'm going to lock my jaws in the backside of these no good imposter perpetrating the fraud Jews behind and the rest of these crackers behind. And you know when a bulldog bites, his jaws lock.
At this point, my crew and I had the misfortune to be kneeling below the stage.
All of you are Holocaust victims. Every last one of you is a Holocaust victim.
As we were being moved by his bodyguards, Khalid Muhammad turned his attention on us.
Dirty, low down bastards.
And for a brief moment, we too knew what it was like to be hated.
Praise be to Allah. Praise be to Allah. See ya. See ya. And I wouldn't want to be ya.
All right. That's what's up. Right now, you said it popping up all over the country. And then Messianic. That's what's up, man. Because that's the whole thing. To me, it's progress. You know what I'm saying? Don't complain. The system isn't the best. It has flaws. But what can we do? What can we do about the system? You know what I'm saying? All right, let me finish.
You have to give these bastards hell, every last one of them. And there will come a time when we won't even allow you to come in the goddamn door. We'll run you out of here with your cameras and everything. We will run you down the streets of the cities of America.
Don't walk out of here saying it can't happen to me. Don't start saying that it can't happen to anybody in my family. Don't start saying that I'm the last person in the world it can happen to, because it's already happened to him. My brother Yankel was the last person in the world it can happen to.
That's what I had. What y'all thought? JT Mack, Avery, Alan?
Yeah, I like that brother. And also, there's nobody's telling the little hats, hey, that was in the past. You know, nobody's screaming that out. But when we speak about our injustice, we even got our own people, other races saying, hey, you shouldn't talk about it. And we still suffer. We still got, if we're not still suffering, then Jim Crow should have never been put in place, school to prison pipeline, which the government say that exists. Jim Crow, the government acknowledged that existed. You understand? So we was never done with our oppression. They able to strive and they able to do their thing, and they still crime, but nobody says nothing. They don't have no Jim Crow. You understand? Nobody has money to make different rules against them. They have money to make rules against us and keep us in a lower state. And they know this. That's just like the officer, the police officers say, we'll push them back, what, 7 generations? He's talking about doing a mass shooting, and he's going to push the blacks back 7 generations. But nobody has a problem with that, because guess what? We Negroes, we ain't jack. So why do we need justice? You feel me? But once they got a white skin, then all this automatic justice is for them. You feel me? That's what I see. They crying for no reason.
Well, what I got out of the video was, well, for one, that was a very sad situation. All that actually would have happened about 4 years before I was even born. But the whole thing sounded pretty bad and sad. I would say that Jews and blacks should work together. They have a lot of common history, a lot of common things went on with them when it came to racism. So I would say that blacks and Jews, they should actually work together, in my opinion, because there's more commonality than differences. I'll even go as far as to say that they should marry each other and create a strong community.
Yeah, Khalid Muhammad was wild, dude. that Swindler's List had me in tears, man, cracking up. But I catch a lot of little things that can't get past me. But I think if you listen to the video, the biggest beef they were complaining about were, all these other groups, Catholics and Protestants, different Protestants, not all, but some, have admitted their, to their roles in the Atlantic slave trade, and the institution of slavery in the United States, or in Americas anyway. And then they were saying that the Jewish community never took accountability or responsibility for their part. And to an extent, he's right. He was right about that. However, there was a lot of other things that were thrown out there that was, quote unquote, anti-Semitic. Calling them so-called Jews and whatnot. And so, Dunamis, you asked earlier, where have we heard that? Well, and I know that was a rhetorical question, but yeah, we hear that a lot now. Those so-called Jews, those so-called Israelites, those little hat peoples, those Ashkenazi and blah 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 blah. I think, and maybe you've been catching it too, Dunamis. Vocal's been playing some short videos on YouTube from this guy. I can't remember his name, but he's just standing out there on the streets, just going off on Jews and calling them all kind of names and telling them they're not the real Jews, and it just reminds me of that. So this is nothing new. We've been hearing this stuff for years, for decades. It's just repackaged and whatnot. So yeah.
And also, can we get a body count, since they had their hands in the slave trade, right? They're hollering at these black people, but I don't see even a small number. It might be one or two or a few isolated cases, but for a mass number of people, I don't see blacks doing what they so-called claiming. And if they really let out all the documents, for the Jews had the biggest slave plantations. How many people did they off? How many blacks did they off? You understand?
Hold on, Alan.
So
Where you getting information from about Jews and slave trade, the numbers and things like that?
You'll have in their, they even have in their book, How you think they had all them diamonds they were sticking in their mouth, swallowing and sticking up their thing? You feel me? They had slave in Africa in different places. Plus, when all the banks acknowledged that they had a hand in the slave trade, and this is how they made their money. It's only common sense if majority of them own these banks that they prosper the most on this. I mean, that's only common sense.
You do know, though, that it was other African, or you might say Israelite nations, that enslaved other African/Israelite nations on the west coast of Africa, like Yoruba, Fulani. The Woman King just had a movie. The Dahomey tribe, like the Africans were enslaving each other just as much as Europeans and Jews were enslaving Africans. Like everybody had a hand in it. Arabs with the Trans-Saharan, so it's like.
Yeah, but when we look at where we at, we're in America now, right? And we look at all these banking systems, right? They made all their money in the back of our ancestors. You understand? This is how they made all their money. They just brought up numbers as far as in Haiti, right? We funded damn near the whole France, the whole country. I forgot what big building they got over there in France. They said this all came from Haiti because we had to pay them reparations. We had to pay them for every house of the slave masters when we took it over. They came and stole all our resources and sold it to. They sold some of the debt to England and sold the rest of the debt to America. So they made all their wealth came from this great event. So they can't keep speaking I'm a what do we call it, victim. You can't come with victim and you're the main aggressor. You still write some of these laws and you got all the money. How you gonna claim victim?
Who's claiming victim? The
little hats.
Well, how are you saying that they? I mean, you confusing me. The little hats attacked Haiti. The little hats did what? And now they're claiming victim. What did the little hats do again?
Well, okay, the banks. Let's speak about the banks. If they admitted that these banks made their money in the slave plantations, all these banks, right? And the little hats own these banks, they cannot come and claim victims saying, oh, this and that, this and that. You guys are the main oppressor.
Okay, so you were speaking specifically of what France did with Haiti, and then you said they sold
Well, it wasn't
the debt.
France. Little hats was there too. These peoples are everywhere. Little hats was there too. Matter of fact, the richest person in Haiti is the little hat, a billionaire.
Okay. Well, why did you bring up the history of France and Haiti and selling debt to Britain and the United States?
Okay, because everything will run off the banks. When you agree, in order to go to war, you need money, correct?
Yeah, but you to sell in order to sell the debt, in order for France to sell stolen debt. Okay, so they saying they went down to Haiti and made Haiti pay them some kind of reparation, so they went and stole resources, whatever. And France sold those debts to Britain and the United States. What does that have to do with the little hat people?
Okay, we'll go to the banks. Who own the banks? Matter of fact, explain to me how is the richest person in Haiti the little hat? If you could explain that, then what you're trying to get to will make sense. How could a little hat be the richest person in Haiti? I mean,
that doesn't comport with the history that you just laid out, though, Alan. You understand? You're making logical fallacies by trying to. Okay, so some rich dude, the richest person in Haiti right now is Jewish, or little hat, but that's somehow connected to France selling off basically the debt Haiti owed to France, to the United States and Britain. But that's also the little hats people's fault.
Well, all right. When we look at America, we don't look at little hats. But if you look at the main banking institution, and we cannot act like money don't make things happen. We cannot act like we can't just say, okay, they have no power, but they own all the money. That don't make sense. They own all the banks. That don't make sense.
But Alan, you believe that they own all the money. I don't believe that. I don't sit here and believe that the little hat people own the United States or own Great Britain. I don't believe that.
Well, when we went down, one day you need to do this. You can do it online. We'll go down to banking. All the banks that acknowledge that they got their money from slave institutions, you're gonna see AIG, which would be a little hat. Chase Bank, another little hat. And we'll go down, you're going to see little hats, little hats, little hats. You'll probably see one or two that won't be a little hat, right? But they acknowledge they made their money through
No one person owns a bank. You do realize that, right?
No, I don't realize that. I definitely don't realize that when they found out that Chase Bank was this is what happened with the Chase Bank. They was trying to stop monopolizing in certain industries, right? So the Rothschilds put a front man to open up Chase Bank, right? So it's once the actual owner died and everything went right back to the Rothschilds, they realized that the Rothschilds had their hand in that too, and Chase as well. But they didn't want it to look like they monopolized the industry, so they got one of their friends to have this up under their name. So as soon as he passed away, all of that went back to the Rothschilds. So we could say not one person owns it, but we're gonna see groups of people of little hats behind it. I mean, you can't get away from that. I mean, that's just a fact.
And this is why I said earlier, instead of us like harping too much on the past, blacks and Jews should just work together. And blacks should just implement a lot of the same thing that the Jews did. We should just copy their blueprint and do it.
What, put people in slavery?
No.
I mean, that's how they did it.
We should go to school, go to college, learn how to become a businessman, businesswoman, and just grow in finance.
Well, that'll be a new venture. They didn't get it like that.
Well,
they got it from the muscle.
Yeah, all right. Let's say that they got it from the muscle. We today can send our kids to college, or they can go to college, get a scholarship, whatever, and they can get a job and learn how to become a business person. Because when it comes to black youth, most of them don't go to college. And I think from my memory of the reading rate in young black men is very low. So education is a massive issue that the black community has. And if we were to fix that, then we would do better. Because take the Asian community as an example. The Asians there are less Asians in this country than even us. I think they represent like 7%, but they are very hard when it comes to family values and education. And they do a lot better than us. Obviously, you can tell with, a lot of them being doctors or having businesses and stuff like that. Even when it comes to Africans that come to this nation, like Nigerians, they're really hard workers, strong, conservative family values and value education. That's what we have to do in our community if we are to get out of this hole that we're currently in.
So Alan, just for you, I looked up Chase Bank, and to Jill's point, I mean, I already knew this, what she's saying, but just to drive it home for you, Chase Bank, who is the largest shareholder of Chase Bank? Our data shows that the Vanguard Group Incorporated is the largest shareholder with 8.9% of shares outstanding. BlackRock Incorporated is the second largest shareholder with 6.5 in stock. The State Street Global Advisors have 4.8, so forth, so on, and so forth. So, were you telling me that the Vanguard Group is a Jewish man?
Vanguard, I was looking into something like that. I believe so. Matter of fact, I could I'm gonna look into that. But yeah, Vanguard, I believe so. I heard that before already. And that was in looking into that. Correct. Vanguard, definitely.
So when I said no one person owns a bank, did you understand what I was saying?
You say no one person owns a bank, right?
Yeah. Did you understand where I was coming from? What I was trying to tell you? What,
Nah,
read
I
what's on the
understand
screen right there.
Yeah, I understand shareholders, right? Produced by ABC. What you speaking about?
No, he ain't talking about that. Dude was there, he don't for sleep.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay.
Yeah. I think we just need to do a live talk on the Black solution. What have we seen work? What are some things we can do as individuals and folks can network to come together? That don't make sense. Amy churches have been doing stuff for the Black solution in different avenues, right? Granted, this new generation, there are things going on, but still, there seems to be. I understand these behalf, but what can we do as an individual? What can folks do to come together? Because certain things, it seems like they've been rolling over and not really addressed. You know what I'm saying? But all in all, yeah. Because how can we have a lot of case studies of success within our community, within the African diaspora, or I don't know, Jewish diaspora, Israelite diaspora, and then you have other communities you can draw lessons from what can be done. So I think there's things we can do on the individual, local level that'll trickle to where like a national level. But there's stuff that can be done. That's just my thought. But I think we can. It's 1:37, so I think we can just shut it down.
Doom, I got a 5-minute video I have put in there.
Oh man, I ain't know.
About the blacks who beat up that kid, the police.
All right,
It's
man.
a quick 5 minutes.
All right.
We go out on that.
Alan, we might not, brother.
We going out on victimhood. What nonsense is this? I'm a victim. They after me. We going out on that.
Now,
It's the white man's fault. It's the Jew's fault.
We could at least do it for the brother that passed. You feel me?
Fair use.
It's a quick video, yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go over the past of another former Memphis police officer that took part in the murder of Tyree Nichols. We shouldn't be surprised that a lot of these men are going to come from a shady past. So I already did Demetrius Haley. This time we're doing Tadarius Bean, former Memphis police officer involved in the murder, straight up murder. He was president of a scandal fraternity. Well, let's get into it. One of the 5 former Memphis police officers charged with the murder of the deadly beating of Tyree Nichols was president of a fraternity with several recent scandals at its chapters. Tadarius Bean, 24, was president of the Omega Pi Phi Eta Zeta chapter. And this was the University of Mississippi, according to LinkedIn. The fraternity was founded in 1911 at Howard University in Washington, D.C., a historically Black college. It claimed to be on the front line, leveraging its power, influence, and more than 100 years of commitment to the upliftment of our people and our communities, according to Omega's website. But the fraternity and its members, however, have been involved with several troubling incidents in the recent years. In 2019, Omega's chapter at Old Dominion University in Norfolk, Virginia, was suspended over a slew of disturbing incidents involving pledges or people looking to.
Alan, what does this have to do with the individual?
No, it's almost done. Give it one more minute, and I want to ask a question.
All right. Because it sounds like like in court they say like there's certain things you don't do because it doesn't help. It doesn't have anything to do with the evidence.
No, I'm just saying because they basically supposed to uplift blacks, so I'm trying to see something.
I'll let it play.
Join the Virginia pilot reported potential newcomers were beaten and some were forced to chug hot sauce and pour it down their pants to simulate a sexually transmitted disease. What the hell? What? Pour hot sauce down your pants. Ooh, y'all some silly folks. In 2018, a 45-year-old man looking to join the chapter in Brooklyn had his buttocks and testicles paddled between 150 and 200 times as part of a twisted welcoming ritual. What the hell?
Okay, Dunamis, you can stop it. Now, under what guidelines are we going to be lifting black people up? You feel me? Because this fraternity, which is up under Prince Hall, are patting people's testicles. I mean, what doctrine is that?
Alan, can I ask you a question?
Huh?
Are there Israelites that are still in gangs or still gang affiliated that never denounced their ties to gangs, and that past should be brought up as a slight against them, and they're what they're doing?
Now I want to stay on this because
I'm just asking.
What doctrine is beating their testicles over 150 times?
And see, the brother said Omega Phi Psi is not under Prince Hall. So we got to get that clear. We can't just put
it's not. But no, because these religious folk, they want to make everybody that's accused, everybody that's in Divine Nine, they never did nothing for the community. Everybody that's Prince Hall is a Luciferian and a murderer and a blood drinker. That's what they want. That's what these fundamentalist Bible thumpers want, and that's what they want to push. Like
Unless
the Divine Nine didn't do anything in the community for blacks. I don't know.
I mean,
Bible
unless they
thumpers did
erase the
more. The Bible
newsletter.
thumpers did more.
Unless they erase the newsletter, but from the newsletter, all the Greek fraternities was created by the Masons.
And what about gangs? What about like Crips, Bloods, all them kind of stuff? Do they have ties to Masonry?
Correct. Most of it will be up under the leaders. The smaller ones don't know what's going on,
But they
but
still
the
learn.
high ups will know.
So
that's like the Vatican conspiracy. So now the Freemasons invented the Crips and the Bloods too.
Well, I got definite evidence with the gangster disciples, right? That they came together in the Masonic Lodge.
All right, so if that's the case, then
People been written to have parties and stuff. They've been written to large out in African American communities for the last 100 years. Prince Hall always to collect money. They'll rent a large out to a wedding or something like that. Because the brothers don't use it that much. They'll rent it out. They've been doing that. They've been doing it on Gates Avenue in Brooklyn. And most of the big lodges, they rent them for ballrooms because they got it's big and open. And
That's
there's a
not what
lot of
the
people that's not
elders
church
say.
affiliated that don't have church, that don't have a fellowship hall where they can and plus back in the days, a lot of people didn't even want to rent to black. Them Italians that own them nice dance hall where you can have a wedding reception. So who took up the slack to open it up to the community? Prince Hall. Can't nobody do anything good for y'all folk?
The elders in the gang say that King David and Larry Hoover was Masons.
Okay, they could have been. What that mean? That mean all Masons is behind this plot?
No, what I'm saying, when I see this, I don't see no progress as far as the community. I see a white supremacist movement where it's nothing but killing blacks.
Oh, okay.
That's what I
Okay.
see.
So, I got you.
All right, so I guess we're saying that Freemasons kind of run everything. And who's to say that Freemasons are behind some of these BHI camps, like the guys who wear purple? I forgot their name.
You have to show me that. I mean, y'all keep saying I haven't seen that yet.
Oh
so everybody else on the planet is run by Freemasons, but the BHI camps.
No, I haven't seen that.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, but I got the video on the Gangster Disciples. Yeah, I would, if you got that, I would love to see that.
I'm not claiming that Freemasons are behind the camps. I'm just saying, like you're saying, everybody else is run by Freemasons, but for some reason the camps are untouched. It's just a little weird.
Well, the Freemasons, I feel like they got the Freemasons for the streets, which is the gangs. They got Freemasons for the college, which is the fraternities. They got the regular Freemasons. Then they got the higher up, your Boulets and your your Rothschilds, which would be going toward the Illuminati.
All right. By the way, speaking of college, you don't have to be in a fraternity to go to a college. Like I went to college and I never joined a fraternity, so I would still encourage young black youth to go to college. You don't have to just join a fraternity.
Yeah, you don't have to
just
join.
take online classes at your house and be good,
But most people don't know what it is until they get in too deep. They don't know they're gonna get I mean, if that man knew he was gonna get his balls paddled, you think he would have went there?
No, what I'm saying is you don't have to join a fraternity at all, period.
Yeah, but a lot of people don't know what they do because it's secret.
But Alan, not all fraternities go that extreme. And I'm not in a fraternity, I'm just saying, that's kind of broad brushing.
I mean, we got branding. Branding is out in the public. I mean, if that's not extreme, I don't know what is. That's worse than a tattoo. So it is some extreme in it. I mean, we can't deny that.
I said some are extreme.
Yeah. Correct.
I'm trying to
But
find
yeah,
that video.